everything just sort of happened.
Sure.
And well, this is interesting because what I've noticed some insanely beautiful women that I've known. It's like they live in a different world. They live in a different reality, and their reality is that people are good.
Oh yeah,
people are nice. Like people are always coming out of their way to help me out.
Yeah, they're in the bubble.
This guy wanted to help me move, and this person was asking about my day, and people just are kind, and they go out of their way for each other. And Orion, why are you so jaded and mistrustful? It's like they all want to fuck you.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
No, that's not it at all. That's so gross.
Yeah, none of these guys even hit on me. Like they didn't even hit on me, and you're like, right? But even if they didn't, I mean, look, and I see as a heterosexual man, I see, like, I meet a lot of beautiful women and interact with a lot of beautiful women who I never have sex with and would never have sex with, and I'm not trying to have sex with. But I still feel this sense of like, oh, I want to open the door for them and be nice to them, and like why? Because it just feels good. It feels good to like have them smile at me. It just does. Like it's a superpower. Beauty is a superpower of sorts. Absolutely. And wealth is a superpower of sorts. It's just one we're allowed to talk about. Like we're allowed to talk. I think we're allowed to talk about, you know, money in real terms, because money's like considered sort of profane to talk about to begin with. So why not just, like, I guess we're starting to, it feels to me like in the culture we're starting to talk more about money in more honest ways, but we're not, there's still this wall we won't scale of trading beauty for money, trading sex for money, trading affection for money.
Well, what is it called when we trade sex for money?
I was going to say marriage, but no, I sex work, prostitution.
Yeah, it's prostitution. And a lot of relationships are, at heart, that kind of transaction.
Sure.
But that's so undignified. Think about it in this way. We have to really protect people's self-worth and self-concept. We understand that when, you know, your assistants show up for work, it's not because they truly believe in your mission. It's not because they think that you are.
Fuck. Yeah. I gotta get rid of. I gotta get better people.
You understand that there is a professional relationship. They're trading their time and their service for your money.
Of course.
However, even in that professional mercenary context, you probably just don't dangle a wad of bills in front of them and say, "What are you going to do for me today? You want this, don't you? Dance for me." It's like that would be.
I stopped doing that years ago.
Right? You know, probably.
Yeah, really get the HR complaints for outrageous.
Turnover, right?
Yeah.
So it's like even.
But the shit they do is amazing. No, I'm kidding.
And so people have to cover it with all of this culture of corporation.
Yeah, of course.
But really, at heart, a lot of this is the exchange of time and effort for money.
Of course.
But we even can't talk about that as explicitly in professional context because it seems too mercenary.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
see, it's funny because I think in my profession, I don't have the luxury of that illusion. Like, I think the reason why my message has resonated with people so much in the last 12 months is that, you know, of the 30,000 comments on my first interview here, most, I haven't read all of them, but a bunch of them are, this guy's saying it like it is. This guy's spitting facts. Because that is, I'm in the trenches, gang. Like, I'm sorry it's like this. Like, I'm as much a victim of it as anybody. Like, I'm in this thing with you too. But the truth is, this is what it's about. And I didn't kill it, but I'm the mortician. Like, I didn't make it rain. I sell the umbrella. Don't get mad at me. I get more hate mail from people saying, I get Google reviews. People send one-star reviews. They're like, Sexton is jaded when it comes to relationships. I'm sitting there going, I just report the news, gang.
Don't make it.
Like, I'm not walking around bars, walking up to people going, you know, you could do better than this wife of yours. Like, I'm not trying, trust me, I don't need to convince people that marriage is not working for them. People have figured that out. It's not like if I said, fuck it, I'll stay home, everyone can just stay married for all I care. That's not how it works. Someone else would swoop in.
Well, I think part of the reason why you don't have that luxury is because you're in a very high-paying profession. When the lower the compensation, the more culture needs to matter. But there's like medical doctors, that culture sucks. People work 120 hours a week in their internships. Sure. It's 10, 12 years before they start making any money. You work at a top tier law firm, you work at a venture capital firm, they're gonna be like, I don't care about your fucking feelings, dude. It's like, get the results, or we have 100 people who are chomping at the bit to replace you.
100%.
And why do they put
There's a sign on the wall of my firm, it says, no one cares, work fucking harder.
It's because they pay really well.
100%.
Now, it's like everybody kind of, you know, they understand kind of where they're willing to sell their time, right? And the more that they get the more they're willing to dispense with some of the bullshit. But if it's like, okay, I understand, I'm kind of prostituting myself, I'm selling my time for money.
Sure.
All right? But I'm okay with that because of how much I'm getting. And so I can dispense with some of the subterfuge.
Sure.
But no one wants to be a cheap prostitute.
Sure. Well, but I also like the honesty. I mean, there's an honesty to saying, because I do laugh sometimes where people say like, oh, how do you sleep at night? You know, you make money off of the misery of others. And I'm like, I have a friend who's an oncologist. He makes money off of cancer. Like, he does. Like, cancer gets cured tomorrow. He's out of a job. Like, I don't think he's cheering for cancer. I think if anything, he was fighting cancer like it's his, it's a villain. But people get cancer. Like, I am not in the position where I'm saying, like, listen, I don't think I'm going to run out of work anytime soon. I think the reality is we're going to continue to suck at this.
Yeah, I don't think that they became miserable as a consequence of interacting with you.
Absolutely not. They were miserable when they got here. Yeah. I mean, I actually don't even, when I first talk to people in the context of a consultation, normal human communication is stymied because normally we meet. So how you doing? One of the first things you say is, how are you?
Fuck that, if I'm paying you every minute.
Yeah, well, that's true, yeah. But if it's a consult, I mean, normal pleasantries are, hey, how are you? You're fucking talking to me. You're in a divorce lawyer's office. You're not good.
Oh, I'm good.
Like, no one's, it's nice to meet you. It's not fucking nice to meet me. Like, this is nice to meet me. But, like, it's not nice to meet me if you're getting a divorce. Like, if you're in my office, something went wrong, This was not the plan. Things did not go to plan. So I really do get that, but we know this, and we just can't say it out loud. And that's the part I still don't get, why we all know, like, anybody who, like, I watch your stuff, and I've referred friends to your stuff, and they all go, oh, he's 100% right. I mean, I'm not just talking men, I'm talking women. Like, I have so many women in my life, I've said, you gotta watch Ryan's stuff, and they watch it and they go, oh yeah, he's 100% right, this guy gets it. And I go, then why can't we just say this? Why can't we just say it out loud? Why can't we talk about, like, can't we just put this on a billboard somehow and go, okay, guys, like, the emperor has no clothes. We've all agreed now, the emperor has no clothes. We kind of get what happened here. We get what attraction might be born of. And this guy kind of gets, like, the raw ingredients a little bit. So maybe we can tinker with it and come up with something different. We can use the subscription model. We can instead of getting married, we could lease with an option to buy. I don't know, we could figure something out. We could have a renewable contract that's every whatever many years, something. Like, why can't we Uber marriage?
I think that it's moving in that direction. I talk about the future relationships, the final chapter of my book.
I haven't gotten to the final chapter.
I was contacted by some law firm a few months ago. They're specializing in alt marriages, that's what they're calling it. So it's a way of commemorating a union in, let's say, non-conventional ways, which could just be like a really custom-tailored prenup. I guess that's kind of what it is, but
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, I think that's probably a term that we're going to be hearing more and more of. Yeah, alt marriages.
I mean, I don't think there's anything new under the sun, but I do think there are different, like, I've been waiting for somebody to Uber marriage, to figure out, like, okay, how do we do this differently? Like, how do we employ a different set of rules and not have to be ashamed of it? How do we make it into a feature, not a bug? Like, how do we do that? And I do see, like, an increase in people talking about ethical non-monogamy. I see people talking about not marrying. I see tremendous increase in the number of people coming in for prenups. And again, it's not just in my office. I mean, I see a lot of people coming to me for prenups because I talk a lot about prenups publicly. So people now identify me as someone who's a prenup person. But I talk to all of my colleagues who are not in the media space and who are just straight up divorce lawyers working in the trenches. And they all say, like, oh yeah, the number of prenups is quadrupled. Like, we're all, like, there's a order of magnitude increase in prenups. And I'm really interested in why, in the middle of that, like, so we all agree that's happening, but no one's talking about it. Like, no one's putting on their social media, like, it's oh, we got the cake, oh, I picked the dress. It's not like, oh, we're going to get the prenup now. Like, we are still, you know what I mean? We've destigmatized mental health. Like, there was a time where if I said in this interview, well, I've been in therapy for a long time and I think it's really beneficial to me, it would have been like, ooh, Kim's in therapy, like, is he all right, Whereas now, like, we've kind of destigmatized mental health. For men to say, oh, I have a therapist, I talk to a therapist, I don't think it's as crazy as it once was.
Sure, absolutely.
But why is a prenup still like, like, oof?
Because it's supposed to be a love marriage. That stuff is not supposed to matter. You're just supposed to believe in the mission of the company.
And we think those two things are incompatible? That it can't be a love marriage and you have a prenup? Like, I think you're a safe driver, but I'm wearing my seatbelt.
Right? I think it's actually very difficult, because what is a marriage? A marriage is basically a business agreement. And the fundamental premise of every relationship is the exchange of unequal goods of comparable value. But that's very different from love. The idea of love, ideally, is that I'm going to put the good of the other ahead of myself. You can't do both of those two things simultaneously. You can't be putting the other's needs ahead of your own and still worried if you're getting your fair share in the transaction. And so what happens is that people vacillate back and forth in their relationships, because those two things, relationship and love, they're actually antagonistic. They can't occupy the same psychological space at the same time. One minute, the woman is just happy to be in the presence of her loved one. And in the next minute, she's wondering if her boundaries are being respected and if she could do better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
The idea, could I do better, is anathema to love. The idea that there's any kind of transaction at all is completely disgusting to love, because love doesn't give with the expectation of gain. It's always provided as a free and spontaneous gift, given at the pleasure of the giver with no strings attached for their own inscrutable reasons. And expecting something in return cheapens love, which is correct.
Yeah.
But that's not why relationships work. Like, love is not enough to make a relationship work.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, most people, I mean, I talk about this on the channel and in the book, is that love has nothing to do with relationships.
Oh, 100%.
And we know this because it's certainly possible for people to be married to each other and to not love each other, and to simultaneously love people that they're not in relationships with.
Sure.
Right?
Well, and one of the things that always appealed to me about your talks and the Psychax channel, and like I love the short talks, and one of the things that you come into all the time, a space that you end up occupying all the time, is this idea of like being very, like, you know, whoever discovered water, it wasn't a fish. Like, we're all in this thing, and so we don't see it. And I feel like you pull back a lot of curtains, and you do it in a way that doesn't feel cynical, which I think is a really hard, that's a tight wire act. Like, I don't feel like, there are so many people that seem so cynical, and they're misperceiving calling something in an honest way, being the fish who sees the water, as like, oh, you've taken away the romance of it. You've taken away, whereas I actually think that could deepen tremendously the romance of it. It can deepen tremendously because we're still, as you said, it's unequal goods of, or sorry, it's differing goods of equal, okay. So it really is a question of, like, we're both bringing something to this transaction.
Sure.
And I think that if marriage is about codifying that in a legal way, like if the idea is not just this performative party that we're going to have, which, by the way, I think has tremendous value. Like, I think there is value in saying something out loud.
I think the party should happen after the last kids have launched, because then they've actually can celebrate what they set out to do.
Well, I guess it's because I tend to be of the belief that if the first time you have all the people you love in one room is your funeral, you're an idiot. So I like to have, like, people should celebrate more things more often. I think get the tribe together more often. But one of the ideas I think is very beautiful about marriage is if a wedding was about, hey, I found my person. Like, everybody, I found my person. Like, see, it's my person. Like, and by the way, like, I need your help. When you see me looking at some other girl, could you be like, hey, dude, remember? You had your person, right? Like support me. Like, help me. We need your help. Like, help me. Like, this is tough out there. And, like, help me keep my eye on the ball. Help me not lose the plot. You know, and if you see her or him running around, like, let me know. And I'm going to wear this ring, and that's going to be to let everybody know, like, hey, guys, nope, sorry, I got one already. Like, found one, sorry. Like, but why couldn't we just say that's what it is? Why does it have to be?
There's some weddings that say that part.
Have you really?
Yeah, and it's nice.
That's good. That is nice.
It is.
Yeah, there's something real about it.
The issue, though, is that the looking and the running around are generally symptoms of something else that most people don't see. It's very difficult to know what actually transpires between two people behind closed doors.
Amen.
The emotional dynamic can take a long time to suss out. And a lot of people, haven't you been surprised? Maybe in your own social group, I thought they were fine. They seemed like a happy couple, and no, man, we haven't had sex in 5 years.
No, I assume everyone's miserable.
Really?
Yeah, because of what I do for a living. I mean, you know,
Until
but
proven otherwise,
I'm aware of that.
for
You know,
safer
look,
betting.
I'm aware of that. My friend who's an oncologist doesn't walk around going, dude, everyone has cancer.
Well, everyone does.
Everyone, because everyone he meets has cancer. Like, he understands this is what he does for a living. Like, if he was a cab driver, he'd still meet some people with cancer, but not so many. Like, I understand. I look at everyone and go, oh, yeah, you have no, they're probably miserable.
Well,
like, statistically.
Maybe let's go with that analogy here, because on some level, everyone does have cancer. Like, cancer it's just sort of a naturally occurring phenomenon, but it generally gets kept in check by your immune system, and so it doesn't fluoresce into the syndrome of cancer, right? Now, put that in the context of relationships and perfection. It's like everybody has these flaws, everyone has these darknesses, everyone has these imperfections, but they can be sort of covered over and dealt with in a healthy, functioning relationship so that they don't fluoresce and become this cancerous tumor. That's really the issue. And then when it gets so bad, that's when somebody's running around.
Well, 56% of this cancer will kill you, you know what I mean? So if divorce is what it is, I think there's something very, I don't know, you and I are representing, I think, different sides of the same coin. I think that, you know, I'm the guy who's burying this thing, but the fact that I have to bury it shows that there was something that went malignant with it. And I think that the reason I find what you have to say so fascinating is it's the best explanation I've ever heard. Because my job is to oversimplify what happened for the purpose of good storytelling.
Okay.
Like I want to, it's like pro wrestling. I want, right, but see, your pursuit is more fundamentally honest than mine. Mine is advocacy. Like my job is to get up and say, Your Honor, it's all her fault, or it's all his fault, and then tell a story that resonates with the trier of fact, or makes the other side feel scared. Listen, it's the gig. So, but there is still, I know I'm full of shit. Like, I know I'm paid to tell a story. And by the way, the judge does too. But does the jury know
that you're full of shit?
You know what? Here's the truth. The truth is that you know that the shark's not real in Jaws. You know it's a machine, but it's still scary. Like, it's still powerful imagery. It's still... So listen, I think there is a suspension of disbelief. Like, I think that judges, the best advocacy doesn't feel like it's advocacy. When I go in a courtroom and I go, listen, judge, I know most of the time I'm advocating for my client because they're paying me $750 an hour, but today I have the privilege with this guy because this guy, for real, he is like a legit good guy.
Great strategy.
But it works. It's the reality of what lawyers do. But fundamentally, like, we know we're advocates. That's our job. Like, my job's to tell the story. And I could just as if she'd come into my office 15 minutes sooner than he did, I'd be telling her version of the story probably better than her lawyer does. So I know fundamentally I am not here to get to the truth. I am here because something broke down and I'm weaponizing, you know, against the other person. That's my job. But your job is A, trying to figure some of this out, reverse engineer, and figure out that this complicated dynamic, as you just said, that none of us are really being that honest with ourselves about.
No one was telling me. I had to learn a lot of this shit the hard way, by failing and also by learning and studying. Like, I got really good at understanding relationships out of necessity. I wanted to get better at them. I was tired of having poor relationships. And let me tell you, I've turned that franchise around. It's like, it's so much better in the last 10 years.
And you find for yourself in terms of like the ability for this to be teachable? Because I see people on the other end. Like, I just see when it's all gone wrong. And it's not, like, I wrote 2 books on staying happy in your relationship, and all I did was talked about the shit I see people doing wrong. I didn't really, like, I don't know what intelligence is, but I can spot stupid a mile away.
But that's really important. So there was this really significant relationship study that was done at the Gottman Love Lab. Do you know John Gottman?
Sure.
Okay. And basically he examined these couples having interactions and the micro-expression of emotion, et cetera, et cetera. And basically what he said is that for a marriage to have any chance of not falling apart, there needs to be at least 5 positive interactions for every 1 negative interaction. And so one of the interpretations that I have from that
5 positive for every 1 negative.
Yes.
So the negative has that much more persuasive power.
That's exactly what I'm getting at. So that wasn't stated in the study, but to me, you can look at that and say, that means that pain is like 5 times more painful than pleasure is pleasurable. And so for a lot of people, it's not necessarily like you have to do all of these good things. You have to stop doing the bad fucking bad things.
And what's so funny about this is for all of us who are in any way in the public space where there are the comments, right? Like, if I read if you go on like Goodreads and read the reviews of my book, 500 positive reviews are eradicated in my heart by one that says, this guy's a fucking idiot. And it's that one just guts to me. It's the only thing I'll remember. I have so many positive comments on things, and then you read the one negative one and you're like, ooh, what is it about? And see, again, to tie it back to what we were talking about before, that's the thing, that in a relationship, like, I've made her happy so many times. I've made her smile so many times, and now I'm gonna disappoint her for a second. And it's like, fuck, I just screwed the whole thing up. And that's why guys are so afraid to have the prenup conversation. Because they're gonna have to say, like, we're gonna get married. We're getting married, it's great. Yeah, and we're gonna go and we'll do the church you wanted to do. Oh my God, and you're gonna have your bridesmaids. Oh my God, and by the way, you know, obviously I think we should sign a prenup. Wah, wah, wah. And it's like one negative.
Don't set yourself up for the prenup.
Well, I'm not, that would be terrible. Yes, I advocate for a living. I would not do it that way. Yeah, I would not. You know, babe, look at all the 10 things I gave you. So here's the shit. Yeah.
Well, I've counseled some guys about how to approach the prenup conversation. And the way that I generally say is you have to kind of reframe the options. It's the choices are not getting married with the prenup or getting married without the prenup. The choices are we're going to get married with the prenup, or I'm just going to continue to love you and we're going to keep doing exactly as we've been living and nothing will change and you know that I'm devoted to you. And
I was interested to hear how because I have to tell you how many guys, this is the closest thing to a psychologist I get to be, because I have so many guys who come in and go, how do I have the prenup conversation?
You do a lot of psychology in what you do.
Well, I mean, my undergraduate degree was in psychology, but I have to tell you, and I think I use it in equal measure to my law degree, but the conversation I have more often than anything else, it just repeats over and over, is men saying to me, how do I bring up the prenup? And I have a lot of different theories on how to do it. I've talked about it a lot over the years, and I think my view of it has even changed as to how to do it. I do lately I encourage them more to talk about there is a prenup. It's just whether the government imposes it or the two of you. And wouldn't the two of you, as choosing each other out of 8 billion people, aren't you more qualified to decide the rule set that both of you should feel secure under? You know, but it's still like I'm very interested to hear what you think the entry points should be.
Well, you control the options, like I said. You talk about how you already have a prenup. It's just the default contract that has nothing to do with you and me. And then you also kind of approach that we're going to make this relationship safer this way. The most common objection that I hear from women to the idea of a prenup is, you're already planning for failure? Like, why are you going
100%,
into this
100%.
thinking that it's not going to work out? Like, why are we even doing this to begin with? And what I've discovered through a lot of my male clients is that a lot of women are actually very ignorant about some of the realities about divorce that tend to be more felt by men. And I think that when you see these statistics where 70% of divorces are initiated by women, one of the, I think, incorrect interpretations of that statistic is that women just are disloyal or they can't commit. I think they're just human, and like most humans, you can't indefinitely put a commitment ahead of your immediate self-interest. And we don't want to incentivize breaking a commitment. And so by working around the incentives around separation and divorce, we actually make it more likely that both parties will come together to prevent that outcome. Yeah,
I think you and I both have been in spaces where people talk a lot about that 70%, initiated by women statistic, and they, I think, interpret it the wrong way. Because I have said in my practical experience, it is in part because men have a tendency to just leave. Like when a man wants to end the marriage, he very often just leaves. And then the woman says, okay, what do I do? He left, he's not paying the mortgage, he's not paying child support, what do I do? And I say to them, well, we have to file for divorce. And they say, well, I didn't want to get divorced. He's the one who left. I want him to come back and stay married to me. And I go, I'm sorry, I can't just go to a court and say I want something. I have to file an action. And this is not an automotive injury claim. This is a domestic relations claim. I have to file for divorce if I want to get you child support, if I want to get your mortgage paid on a temporary temporary basis. And so they are forced in that way to file divorce. Now, I'm not saying there aren't women who are like, hey, I've cashed out and now I'm done and I want to cash my chips because I got this guy for as far as I can get it and I got some kids with him and now this is going to be a steady income for 21 years. There's some of that, but there's definitely a lot of men that just go, yeah, I'm going out for milk and never come back.
Sure, that happens. And there's definitely the really cold-blooded mercenary women that you just described, but I think that for a lot of cases it's somewhere in the middle,
100%.
right? And if people lie to each other, they first and foremost lie to themselves. And sometimes it's better if we aren't fully aware of the incentives under which we operate. And that's the amazing thing about incentives is neither party actually needs to be aware of the punishments and the rewards that they're enacting on each other for those punishments and rewards to be effective. And just holding that out there might be enough for a woman after a certain amount of time to just say, hey, you know, I need to prioritize my own happiness, or I need to kind of find myself. Yeah, and there are incentives that would reward that behavior. Like if that self-discovery came at a significant cost to her, she might not now be considering that as an option. But if that's a subsidized period of self-exploration that happens after divorce, I think it's more likely that a woman might rationalize her decision in that way, even though the decision is in line with the obvious incentives.
But an interesting question on the prenup front, because you said something that struck me, but it also struck me as sort of, I don't want to say naive, but it struck me as sort of like, wow, that would be bold. Is the suggestion of, well, look, we're either going to get married, you're going to sign this and we're going to get married, or we're just going to continue in, you know, this permutation that we have, which feels very honest to me. It's saying, look, the price of admission is this, and if you're not comfortable with that, then I'm not comfortable with what you're proposing in the concept of us being married. Now, I think there's an honesty to that, and I really admire the honesty of that, but that's with my heterosexual male brain. Like, I also think saying to your romantic partner who you're married to and you have children with, listen, babe, we used to have a bunch of sex. Like, I like having sex 4 times a week. We used to have sex 4 times a week. Now we have sex once a month. So I'm okay with you delegating that responsibility to have sex with me 4 times a week to someone else, if you're okay with it. But you don't get to say, I'm not having sex with you, but don't have sex with anybody else. Like, that feels to me very dishonest.
It's very dishonest.
So if there is, like, what is it about that kind of honest communication that is such a stigma? It's so problematic to just say that.
Oh, there's so many reasons for that. So, first of all, the number one objection to the prenup is, like, it doesn't feel like you love me. Like,
it doesn't feel organic anymore.
It doesn't. That's what's supposed to happen. It's like there's supposed to be a meet cute, and we just sort of bumped into each other, and everything just sort of happened, and I don't know why, and he kept insisting, and so why not? And so the alternatives are, you know, we either do this because we are entering into a business agreement, which is going to complicate the relationship, or I just continue to love you, and I love you so much, and that's why I want to do this. And no, we'll just continue to love each other. Like, I absolutely love you, and I want you to be in my life, and nothing will change. Because you don't want anything to change, right? Like, what we have is good. That's why you want to get married. So let's keep that. Let's keep that, because let's not mess with it.
Doing what I do for a living, just hearing even someone do the imitation of that, I find myself going like, but that really is. Like, the lies we tell ourselves or the story that we want to believe, like, oh my God, like, believing that Star Wars was nonfiction is easier to me than believing what you just said.
Really?
Like that, because that's just such a, I mean, the idea that, like, people just, I don't know, maybe it's because I just watch it all burn all the time. But, like, and to see how, when intimacy is weaponized, like when you were brave enough to be completely yourself to me. Like, you cried at the aisle when you saw me and when I found my person. And the person goes, by the way, these are all the soft spots. Like, this is where it really hurts when someone hits me. And that person now turns around and goes, I know just where to hit you. I know just where to hit you. Like, it is the ugliest thing in the world. And it is so brutal. And it leaves people so broken. Like you have never, you know, it's the old, why
do cannibals not eat divorced women? Because they're bitter, you know. And it's true because there is a kind of person, quite often women, but there's men too, who is so wounded by divorce that they go so hard in the paint in the other direction that they are just like, oh, it is such a con. Like, I gotta say, of the millions of views, like, there's gotta be a few 100,000 guys that watched this and went like, oh yeah, like, it's such a con. This is the most culturally accepted con ever. Like, they're running around like Soylent Green is made of people. Like, how do you not see this? How do you not see what's going on? And I think a lot of them watched my first video here, and they went, this guy, and he knows, because he's right there with his nose in it. And I think there's something about that like they're shouting it from the mountaintops, and I don't know how the power of like lust or passion or love is enough for like women to go like, don't listen, it's fine. Let's watch a different video. Let's watch a cat video. And the guy goes, okay, like that's not gonna happen to us. Like we're good. It's gonna be great. It's gonna work out, you know? The voices of women and men who have been brutalized by divorce and by the divorce industrial complex, which I am a part of, is that anyone would go, oh yeah, we don't need a prenup, we're good. Like we're good, we're in love. We met cute, we're doing the whole thing, it's great. Like I don't know how you suspend disbelief like that. I just don't know. That's why I'm just gonna keep reading and watching everything you do. Because I just keep watching it and going like, I'm trying to understand the delusion. I'm trying to understand the delusion that everyone seems to have bought into, because I feel like I'm running around going, God, how do we not see this, gang? Like, can't we just call it for what it is? It is what it is. Can't we just call it that? It doesn't mean we don't value each other. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have sex and fall in love and start families and all that stuff, but couldn't we just do it knowing what it is?
Well, this might sound cynical, but probably part of it.
More cynical than that?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a lot.
It's like there's something that I call functional ignorance. It's like I've worked in a number of offices during my internships. I never learned how to work the copier. Like, I didn't want to learn, I didn't want to be trained, because I didn't want to be the guy, the only guy in the office who knew how to fucking work the copier, because every time the copier got broken, I'd have to do it, right? So I would be like, oh, you know, I'm not really good with machines, you know, maybe I do it badly, and be like, okay, all right, you do something else. Okay. So sometimes it's in people's...
Really, Ryan's great, but he doesn't know how to use the fucking copier.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I wish.
So sometimes it works out best for people to not learn certain things, to not know certain things. And if the core of relationships is this transaction of value, maybe it's better served some parties if it's a little bit obscured, because then we're not counting so closely.
Yeah.
It's actually possible to get more when we're not actually counting every penny under those circumstances.
Yeah, it's also, it speaks to your value, to use your situation that you described. Like, well, we keep Orion around even though you can't use the copier. Because it says something about, listen, like if you're great at everything, then of course we keep you around. But if it's like, hey, we keep Orion around because he's so good at the other shit, he wouldn't even know how to use the copier. And we're like, we love this guy.
Yeah.
Because that's how much value he brings to the table. And there's a lot, I think, in relationships of that. Like I certainly know women who, if they're being honest, like what I talked about before, about women that say like, oh yeah, he cheated, but I was kind of like, you know, he was just whatever, he's just running around. They're like, listen, he's so great that he can afford to cheat. Like, it's sort of like, you know what, listen, I kind of was like, yeah, it would have been better if he was monogamous, but you know what? He's like so amazing that it's like, all right, like he's not monogamous, and I kind of am just gonna deal with it, because I still get to be the woman he comes home to, I still get to be his partner, I still get to have all the things that come with being with him. And would I like it better if he was monogamous? Sure, he might like it better if I was a bigger cup size. But you know what? Like, we both are pretty happy with what we got. We both are like, you know, my cup is running over, you know, I'm happy. So
And that speaks to where most women actually enter into relationships, and this is a bit provocative, but I think that most women would rather occasionally share a Porsche than have total ownership over a Honda.
Yeah.
And so,
but in a performative social media world, that's openly antagonistic to that truth, isn't it?
of course, you have to pretend that that's not actually happening, right?
Right. And so is that in part why we're in such rocky water right now. Is this because that reality that a woman would rather have a partial ownership interest in a Porsche than a full ownership of a beat-up Honda. But you've got to show everybody what you're driving. And you got to try to create the impression that you're so great that this is your Porsche and nobody else is allowed to drive it. And I think that's a big piece. Like that's a big piece. And I think before we were so performative in our relationships, it wasn't, the stakes weren't as high, or the pressure didn't feel as intense, right? Or if the mask started to slip, there wasn't like the immediate recognition by a large group of people that something's going wrong. You know? See, it's funny when I watch people on social media, the more someone is telling me how happy they are in their relationship, the more fucked up I think that relationship
because
is.
What if you actually had something really good? Like if I knew a fantastic Italian place on the Lower East Side that had like 4 tables, it was inexpensive, the food is fucking delicious. Yeah. Nobody knows about this place. I'm not going to tell anyone about it because they're going to ruin it. Like, other people knowing about shit generally doesn't make that thing better. Yeah. If you actually have something good, you don't want other people to know about it because that's just going to attract envious attention.
Well, and I actually think too, you don't really fucking care. Like I think if you're actually happy, you're just out being happy.
That's right.
Like you're just having, like I have to tell you, like I don't look at people's professional lives and go like, oh, that guy's got the best gig, because I got a great gig. I love my gig, so I don't really worry. Like I don't look at someone's car and go, I wish I had that car. If I wanted that car, I'd buy that car. Like I don't need that car. I don't want that car. It's fine. Like it's great. Listen, good for you. I'm so like everybody go be happy. If you're happy, you want everybody to be happy. But if you're not happy, it's pretty painful to watch other people be happy or appear to be happy.
I think it's a cycle because people start out and they're looking on Instagram, they're looking on social media, and we have a peephole into the top 0.1% of humanity. Sure. And it's like these fabulous vacations and houses and beautiful women.
And we're watching their greatest hits.
And they think, man, if I had those things, then I will be happy, right? And so then it becomes, well, how much is about having those things as opposed to being the person that other people envy, which is a really strange thing. Like, I think for the first time in human history, people are actively cultivating envy. 100%. Like, why would anybody want
to cultivate one of the 7 deadly sins within other people?
I mean, in Eastern Europe, they have those hands to ward off the evil eye. Yeah. I'm Ukrainian ethnically, and I saw my grandmother smile in public like once. Because in Ukraine, if you're smiling, like, why the fuck do you have anything to smile about? I'm miserable. You should be miserable too. Do you have something that you shouldn't have? It's like if you have something good, you don't want other people to know about it.
Yeah, you don't want to display it in that way. And I think we've really, as a culture, again, because I think there's this performative reward thing happening in social media. I watch the arc of when I get new employees. So like a new office person will come in, and it's usually like a young woman, and she's usually like, you know, because you're taking a job as an administrative assistant or a paralegal, so it's an entry-level type of a job. And so it's a young person, they're making good money, but they're not making like insane money. And they really believe, like, they start to look at the numbers that are in our office of like what people have who are our clients, and they go, wait, is that an extra 0 on there? And you go, no, that's what he makes, or that's what he has. And they really kind of go, wait, how is he not happy? Like, how is that person not the happiest person in the whole wide world? And they realize they're actually just like miserable in a limousine, you know, as opposed to happy in a Honda. We're picking on Honda, but you know, it's sponsored by Honda, you know. But it really,
Mark,
we're not going to get that. Yeah, you're going to be like, oops, sorry, Honda. Yeah. But the truth is, like, it really is watching them realize this idea that, like, you know, money creates, you know, real solutions to imaginary problems and imaginary solutions to real problems. And the problems of loneliness and the problems of addiction and the problems of, you know, of disconnection in the context of a romantic relationship, like, these are all things that money can't really solve for. I mean, it can balm certain things, it can create interesting distractions for a period of time, but fundamentally it can't solve those problems. I think watching people become, I don't want to say disillusioned, but become like, oh, so wait, there are limitations to what this mysterious, like, oh, if I had beauty, if I had money, if I had access, if I had this car, that I would be happy. And then the truth is watching, I mean, how many celebrities
Yeah.
Their marriages are, I mean, I do celebrity divorces, and the only reason some of these people stayed together as long as they did is they have the money to live in separate places, and they have a plausible deniability because they can say, oh, we're not separated, I'm shooting a film. I'm shooting a film, I'm on location, and I can't tell you how many people come in and they say to me, oh yeah, we haven't been in the same room in 3 years.
But that even happened in the 1950s, which is sort of like the idealized conservative notion of marriage and partnership. That was the age where the husband was a traveling salesman and he was on the road for 200 days out of the year. Yeah. And I think you had that great line on your first interview that people signed up for better or for worse, but not for lunch.
But not for lunch,
yeah. It's like having an office has saved more marriages than probably any other single intervention in the history of that institution.
100%.
Like you have to have some place to go.
Well, my mother used to say to me when I was young, she said, you have to have somewhere to go, something to do, and someone to love. And the someone to love, she even said, like, it doesn't even have to be a romantic partner, but you have to have somewhere to go, something to do, and something to love, something to feel passionate about, something to feel excited about, something that loves you when you love it, whether it's a pet, whether it's a whatever, whether it's friendship. And I think if you're missing any of those three things, there's a hole in a person, and then you start trying to shove it down with, fill it with other things. So I don't know, I don't think either of us is ever going to be out of work anytime soon. I think we're both, because I don't think anybody is getting better at this. I think this is getting more challenging because the stakes feel higher, and the performative nature of social media now has made it very, very hard for people to, there are really not, people used to have certain lives of quiet desperation, but now it's like more depressing than ever insofar as it's quiet desperation while putting on this huge happy face all the time for the camera. And I think that, New York, I used to say that New York has a unique loneliness to it.
It's the most lonely place.
Because you're so surrounded by people and no one is interacting with each other or talking to each other, and you could fall down and people would just walk right over you. Yeah. Whereas if you're in a small town, and there's so much less population density, and yet you feel like you're there, you feel like you're not alone, you feel like you're present. So I remember the first time I was in California or Vermont, and I went to a store, and I'm the girl behind the counter is like, how you doing? And I'm like, good, how you doing? And she's like, well, my cat's been sick. And I'm like, wait, what? No.
That was a throwaway.
No, no, let's try this again. I'm going to say, you say, how you doing? I say, good. I say, how you doing? You go, good. And then that's it. Then you give me my shit and I leave. Don't put that on me. Now I'm going to worry about your cat? What, I got to do that now? This is not, but it really is. There are still places where people actually ask, how are you doing? And they not only will answer, but they actually expect you to answer, oh, I'm having a hard time. Really? What are you having a hard time? And it's really this interaction that, as a New Yorker, I can't even fathom that. I speak fluent sarcasm, but I don't get that,
Yeah, loneliness is tough. That's why I thought New York was the loneliest place I ever lived. There's people everywhere, but you're not making connection. Mm-hmm. The loneliest I ever was in a relationship with a woman that I didn't feel seen by.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is the marriage has a loneliness to it. A bad marriage has a loneliness to it.
And I think that's interesting because we talk a lot right now about the loneliness epidemic that's uniquely affecting men. And I think the stereotype image that a lot of people have in their imagination about this lonely guy is he's divorced, he's friendless, he's drinking himself into a stupor on his couch. Some of these men are married to women who don't see them.
100%.
They've devoted their life to work and the family, so they have no friends. Maybe they get together with the buddies once a year.
Yeah.
It's like a productive man is in many ways a lonely man. If he's just, I know some guys, they get up, they work for 10 hours to provide money, and then they go home and do childcare, and it's...
Right, and they feel valueless in it. Because I talked about in my first interview, I talked about the fact that, I had a client who had 3 or 4 young, beautiful women who he was just paying for things of theirs. And I said to him, like
that was the explicit arrangement, or he felt...
Yeah, he met them on a, whatever dating site.
A seeking arrangement?
It was that kind of a site, but he was not sleeping with any of them. He wasn't doing anything with them. And I said to him, I'm like, you really weren't sleeping with any of these women? You were just helping. And he said, I would tell you, Jim, it's attorney-client privilege, I can tell you, I was not sleeping with them. And I said, what was the appeal? And he said, I felt like their hero. He's like, they were so happy. He's like, I made them so. He goes, my wife is just never happy with me. Like everything I do, I did it wrong. Everything I do, I could have done something. Like if I'm at work, I should have been at home. If I'm at home, why aren't you at work? Like I can't get it right. If I try to help by doing the dishes, I did the dishes wrong.
Yeah.
And if I don't help with the dishes, well, isn't it nice? I got to do the dishes again. Like he's like, I can't win. And meanwhile, these girls were like, oh my God, you're gonna take away, like I don't know how I'm gonna pay my car payment this month, and you just made that go away like a magician? Like a superhero? You just did that and it's gone and I don't have this problem. It was keeping me up nights, my stomach hurt, and you made it go away like that? You're a superhero. And the guy was like, dude, I would pay anything for that. It was incredible, it was intoxicating. And the minute he said that, I went, oh, I totally get it. I totally get it. Like I totally get the idea of just how wonderful it feels as a man to be a hero. To be someone who solved the problem, a man of will.
To be appreciated.
Like and just by my will. Like I took the world and I made it into this thing, and now what I did with that is I fed you. Like I didn't do it so I could eat it. I did it so you could eat it.
Well, if you want to do that, you can't surrender your will. You can't surrender your will to a woman or to a relationship. You have to retain that and to maintain your power.
But how does you do that and enter into a contract still with the state that says my promises are legally enforceable and yours aren't? See, that's the problem. The problem is, if we're saying the quiet part out loud, I'm going to take care of you financially. I'm going to take care of our children financially. I am going to make sure that you have shelter and an abundance of resources. You're going to be kind to me. You're going to love me. You're going to let me be vulnerable with you. You're going to emotionally support me. You're going to have sex with me. You're going to make me feel smart and handsome and special. Every single one of the promises on that end of the contract is unenforceable by the state. Every single one of my promises is enforceable by the state. That's called an adhesion contract. That's a contract where one side, it's completely one-sided. And yet, this is the fundamental building block of our Western society.
Well, it's interesting because we use the same word for radically different concepts. There's the legal institution of marriage, which is that contract, and then you might even say there's the spiritual dimension, or certainly the emotional dimension. In the traditional Catholic ceremony, the vows between the man and the woman are very close to what you just said. They're not the same. There's this penchant for egalitarianism in modern ceremonies where the man and the woman just say the same words with maybe the pronouns or the names different, but it's the same commitment to each other. But in the traditional marriage, they're not the same. It's on the woman's part, it's love, honor, and obey, and it's on the man's part, it's to provide and forgo all others. And so the commitment
I
on a
think one
spiritual
side of that
dimension
would be okay still. I think one side, in modern society, if a woman showed her vows on Instagram and she said love, honor, and obey, she'd get pilloried in the comments.
love,
Whereas,
okay, honor, maybe, obey, absolutely
not.
Yeah.
But if a man, those vows were still, I think that most people would be cool with it. I think most people, most women would be like, good one, yes. So that's it. Like, I think that really speaks to a fundamental, I mean, I can call it job security, but fundamental problem in this equation of love and marriage.
Well, that's also, I think, part of the issue is, if you look at history, the most terrible abuses have always come from people who, for whatever reason, couldn't be removed from their position for negligence, tyranny, or abuse. And I don't mean
marriage is a dictatorship. At best, it's a benevolent dictatorship.
Well, it's like in what other job do you have that kind of total job security? As I say in the book, this is a lifetime appointment. It's not even for the entire career; it's for your entire life. This is Pope.
Yeah, it's Supreme Court.
This is Supreme Court Justice.
Yeah, Supreme Court Justice. Yeah, it's 100%. Whereas, again, Gandhi is the one who said that the perfect society would be an ordered anarchy. You know, people just do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. People just have order because order is right and order feels good.
Yeah, that's a little romantic, I think.
Well, it's 100% romantic.
Yeah, but I think that people will do the right thing.
I just got accused of being romantic by Orrin. I just want to say that.
Well, Gandhi, anyway,
there's a clip
Gandhi.
right there, you know? Yeah, Gandhi. We were born on the same day, October 2nd, Gandhi and I.
Yeah, I'm October 1st, look at that.
Gandhi, me, and Sting, and now I'll remember your birthday. That's good. That's good.
Libras. Oh, okay.
I have a feeling we could be here for several hours if left to day. I mean, the truth is, I've thought a lot about all of the things Orion says that resonate with me. And the truth is, like, I really have said to everyone, including the woman in my life, I've said to her, like, you gotta watch Orion's stuff. And I was really watching her watch it.
I have a lot of women fans.
I don't doubt it. And I have to tell you, I was expecting more of a, like, you know, because I get a lot of like, hey, you want to watch this Shane Gillis, or you want to watch this, and it's like, I'm not watching that. Like, you know, like, it's just not, it doesn't resonate, it doesn't connect.
Well, I would think a woman would want to watch Orion's stuff just to get an insight into maybe how men operate.
100%. It's the same reason why, like, I'll read, you know, I want to read Cosmo. I want to read what's the opposition research. Like, I want to read
like
that
if women
stuff.
want to figure out men, there's no better place than
man,
Orion's
there's no
show.
better place than that. Yeah, that's the place to look. But I didn't. What's interesting to me is men and women have found your stuff equal, particularly your interviews, but even Tycax, the short talks. I think I've had men and women say to me, yeah, this guy gets it. And even if they're uncomfortable, they'll go, yeah, I don't like it, but, you know, he's onto something there, you know? And you sort of go like, all right, you know, like, it's kind of nice that it's rare that you'll have both genders, like both sides in the gender war, kind of come to a common ground and go, yeah, he gets something there.
Well, I don't always get it right, but I am trying my best. I am making a good faith effort, and I'm not just like selling this is my 6-week course that you can do to get better at this.
Yeah, and I think you have your toe in a lot of spaces, but none of them own you. Like, I think when you first caught fire, I feel like it was like everybody wanted to claim you. Like, the red pill was like, all right, he's our guy, fresh and fit. Like, they were like, get on, Rollo, Mike. We're like, all right, yeah, he's our guy. And then none of them do you give them exactly what they wanted. Like, I watch a lot of your stuff, and it's all with people that I know and respect and like. But you don't give them exactly what they wanted, and you kind of see them go like, isn't it true? And you go, well, not exactly. You did it to me a couple times in this, and it's great because I think you're giving people what they need, not what they want, and that's like,
and that's hard to do. It's bitter medicine,
Listen,
and you do need a little bit of sugar to make the medicine go down. Generally, my vision is that the time has come to have a more public conversation about some of these things, and that's why I think that why I have to not be completely identified with certain spaces or subcultures, because they're not going to go mainstream. They enrage men or alienate women. They don't use their real names. They don't show their faces. These are not credible sources from, like, superficially. A lot of what they say could be true or good and useful, but in the way it's presented, it's going to be self-defeating from the highest public narrative. And I think the time has come to have honest, compassionate conversations about relationships and why they seem to be failing at an unprecedented rate. Like, that's the elephant in the room. We're suffering this unprecedented relationship crisis where fewer people are getting married, having children, or even hooking up than ever before. Like, why is that?
Yeah, and I think we've tried to throw a bunch of answers at it right now. I think part of the challenge is if one of us was a black woman with natural hair, it would definitely go down in the zeitgeist a little bit easier right now. Like, I think a lot of people look at you and I go, okay, 2 more white dudes in suits, like, telling us how to live our lives.
Especially telling women how to behave.
That's right, telling women how to behave. Like, we are, like, the voice of patriarchy in their face. And I genuinely thought, when I did the first interview, that I was like, oh yeah, like, I'm gonna get pilloried out there. Like, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, another white middle-aged dude telling women how they should be behaving in their marriage, or men how they should be acting. Like, this is not the moment, guys. It's 2024, this shit's over. You know, you look like Don Draper in your outfit, and you're not here to tell us what to do. And I actually found that, you know, that wasn't the response, which I actually thought was very refreshing. I think that in our modern zeitgeist, like, having voices that are traditional in nature or even in its appearance is maybe starting to, like, I think there was a time where it was like, okay, white middle-aged dude in the tie, sit down, nobody wants to hear what you have to say anymore. And I like to think that now we're sort of being invited back to the conversation, hopefully with our eyes and ears open more, with more room at the table, and saying, like, hey, look, like, I'm not saying I have something important to say because I'm a white heterosexual male who's cisgender. I'm saying I have something important to say. And you may have something really important to say, and you're not a white heterosexual cisgendered male. Like, you might be a trans woman, you might be a woman of color, you might be, and you have something to say. And I'm not going to dismiss you because you have nothing of value to offer me, and you're not going to dismiss me because I have nothing of value to offer you. I genuinely think there is truth sounds different. Like, sometimes to my chagrin, it sounds different. Like in court, sometimes when I'm full of shit, I'm so obviously full of shit. Like, and because truth just sounds different. And like, that's what I felt when I saw the first of your interviews here. As I was watching it, and I actually, when I texted Mark, I said to him, I just sat there for an hour and 20 minutes. And that never happens.
Wow.
Like, I never sit for an hour and 20 minutes. I start it, and then I, pause it, and I go make something to eat. Or I like leave it on in the background, because I'll look over and look, but yeah, he still looks exactly the same as he did. Like, it's not anything really compelling visually, not that you're not handsome in your own way. And it's just not my type. Well, just in the way that's not particularly appealing to me. Listen, it'd be awesome if I was gay. I have to tell you. I get in the comments, by the way, if you're like a vaguely articulate man, you get a lot of, this guy seems gay. I get a lot of, this guy seems gay. And I have to tell you once and for all, I wish I could be gay.
Every man has had that honest conversation.
But it would be so great. Oh my God. Like, I have a buddy, and he and I have both said, we're like, dude, if we could just get past the gay sex part, being gay would be so
Could I do it? Could I do it?
Because the truth is, like, we would just be like hanging out and just not worried. Like, we'd understand. Like, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Like, it wouldn't have to read into it. We would just understand each other's language, and it just feels to me like it would be so much simpler, but it just isn't. Like, I remember, I have a buddy who's Italian from Italy, and he when he sees you, he kisses you. Heterosexual guy, but like when he sees married, love, but when he sees you, he kisses you. And I remember the first time he kissed me, like just kiss me, and he has a beard, and I just felt the stubble and went, oh, I don't like that. Okay, I don't like that. Like, I don't like him.
Estás conectando, tío.
ham and I don't like that. That's two things I don't like. I just know that right away.
But he's kissing you on the cheek.
No, he kissed me on the lips, but it was like a quick peck on the lips. Like it was just like, hey man, how you doing? You know, it was like right next to my lips. You know, enough that I felt a beard on my face for the first time. And I remember thinking like, oh shit, yeah, I'm not, okay, that held nothing for me. You know, that held nothing for me. Which, again, I live in Chelsea. I'm not homophobic. Like, I have so many gay friends. I have so many trans friends. I have so many, it's all good. But I gotta tell you, like, I sometimes say to my gay friends, like a beautiful woman with like cleavage exposed will walk by and I'll go, you can see straight when that walks by? Like, that doesn't make you go like that. And they're like, no, nothing. And I'm like, nothing at all. Like, how is that the superpower, you know? But again, it's like, this rule set, I mean, we could probably have someday a really great conversation about, you know, because I do now a lot of same-sex divorce. Mostly women. Mostly lesbian women, I have to tell you.
They get divorced at the highest rate.
Yeah, gay men's divorces so far, like I've only had like 2 that were knockdown dragouts. And one of them had like serious methamphetamine issues in it, which is what made it so ugly. But yeah, lesbian divorces.
I don't think there's a statistical significant difference, but lesbians divorce at a higher rate than even straight couples, and then gay relationships are.
Yeah, and the DV rate is actually intimate partner abuse, domestic violence rate in lesbian couples is actually higher than it is in heterosexual couples in terms of its comparative. Obviously, there's way more intimate partner abuse and domestic violence in heteronormative marriages and relationships because there's a larger, you know, they're not the minority, they're the majority. So, but yeah, there's a lot there that I think we can probably unpack about men and women, as unpopular as it may be to see any of that in the binary way.
Well, that's really interesting. I've been thinking about that topic for a while, and it made me think about this time where I went into the wilderness in Alaska when I was like 25 with my best friend, and we went backpacking in Denali, a national park the size of Connecticut and Rhode Island combined. There was like 8 people out there.
Who knew that Orion was so textured? Do you know what I mean? Like you did not know this about
That was very impressive.
Yeah.
Anyway, before they let you go out there, they sit you down for a mandatory bear safety course because they're not going to just throw you out into the wild and expect that you're going to know what to do. The instinct when you're confronted with an aggressive bear is probably to run, which is the absolute worst thing that you can do. So as scared as you might be, and I actually got probably this close to a grizzly, where Mark is sitting, where the camera is.
It's pretty close.
And my heart was racing. And you just have to stand your ground. And that is maybe not emotionally intuitive in that moment. And so it's not like when bears eat people, we blame the people. We think it's a tragedy,
right.
But maybe they did something in their ignorance that they shouldn't have done that triggered the bear.
I think that Orion and I are now going to design the bear safety course that people have to complete before marrying. This could be our call. Yeah. Our could be that we're going to create the marriage bear safety course. I just have this image of us like creating a concept together of like, okay, so here's the bear safety course for marriage. Like I'm doing logistics, I'm doing like here's financially what's gonna happen, here's what you need to do in terms of property, and he's gonna be like, and here's how you communicate, and here's how this works. Like that's what I meant before when I said like the hardware and the software.
Well, there's one intervention that would be really helpful to really significantly reduce DV rates. Where does most DV happen in the house? Do you know? Like what room?
I think the kitchen. I hear it most often in the kitchen or in the bedroom.
According to what my research,
bathroom?
It was the hallway.
Hallway, interesting.
Because often what happens is the fight is escalating. Somebody feels, often the man, that he's losing control and actually wants to leave the situation. And the woman like bars his way. And that kind of triggers this I'm a trapped animal instinct inside of him, and he does something regrettable.
It's interesting.
So one of the things, if we're going to do the bear safety course, is if you're a man or a woman, never stop somebody from leaving.
Well,
if somebody wants to leave, don't fucking stand in their way. Just let them go. Let them cool off.
These are all this is like, you know, I say to clients all the time, like, you have the right to end a conversation. You have the right to say, I'm not going to speak to you anymore. A person does not have the right to say, no, we're going to talk about this right now.
But that does happen.
The law It happens constantly. You're absolutely correct and that's why I said the kitchen, because I'm constantly listening to audio of these things, because everyone has a phone now, so everyone's recording. And I watch video of it because there's Ring cameras everywhere, and it's usually the living room kitchen combination, because that got very popular as like a singular great room some time ago, especially in New York City apartments. So there's a tremendous amount of video I have to watch of actual intimate partner abuse and domestic violence.
That's rough.
And when you watch it, I mean, listen, this is what I do for a living, is I like look at it and go, okay, what piece of this is the most persuasive? And the reality is, in these cases, is people very often, like, they force the conversation. And there are so many places they could have just de-escalated. They could have just de-escalated, but they want to be right. They want to be heard. And there's something about the idea that, like, no, I gotta be heard right now. And I say to them, like, what in your head was gonna happen? Did you think that if you got loud enough and you got crazy enough that she would go, you're absolutely right. I hadn't looked at it that way. I hadn't looked at it as logically as you're presenting it, and you're absolutely correct. I overreacted, and now I realize I should stand down on this point. You are correct. It would never happen. It would never ever. So what were you thinking was going to happen? Like, it's not the equivalent of running from the bear. It's the equivalent of like walking up to the bear and smacking it a few times in the face and going like, what? I thought it would go like, oh yeah, no, cool, you're friendly. Like, you smacked me in the face a few times. We're buds.
I wonder if that happens at zoos. Sometimes when people feel a little too safe, they actually will put themselves in danger.
Well, I think that's what it is that you're in your kitchen. I'm in my hallway. Nothing's going to hurt me in my hallway. Like, this is my castle. This is my home. No one's going to hurt me here. And meanwhile, it's like, oh no, you will be arrested for shit you did in your house. Like, you will be held accountable for shit you did in your kitchen.
Well, there's also the deception of anger, which is the illusion of urgency, that this problem has to be solved right away, or there's going to be dire consequences, which is very rarely the case.
And it's
like, if
so
the house is
real,
on fire,
though.
you have to take action right now.
What makes that so real? What is
anger.
the psychological phenomenon of that? Like, why? Because I have to tell you that you're hitting on something that I constantly find myself saying to clients, like, what did it matter right then?
That's what
like,
anger
why
tells
didn't you write, like, well, she didn't give me the kid's backpack, so I had to break into the back of her car. I'm like, or you could have just gone home. You could have just gone home and then called her or sent her a message on our family wizard and said, hey, by the way, I really need the backpacks, and if you don't give them to me, shame on you, because the kids won't have their stuff. You did not have to break the window of the car. Like, that was the exact insane thing to do. But at that moment, what is it about that heightened tension of the moment? Like, the reason is out the window? Is it the adrenaline response?
Well, you have to understand that emotions aren't just this feeling in your chest. It's a whole body, whole person experience. It shuffles around your attention, your memory, your perception. Sometimes you get laser focus. Within that emotion, there are always going to be certain behavioral impulses, and the stronger the emotion, the more irresistible those impulses become.
So what does that chapter of the marriage bear safety course look like?
Well,
like, what do I do? Give me practical, measurable. But I'm in it now. Like, we're in it. We just got into the fight. We're into the situation. Like, what's the bear safety course? Is it just, how do I re-regulate myself? Like, how do I know how to do it, which is just have, like, significant attachment issues and never be in that situation. Like, no one's allowed in my kitchen. Like, that's fine. So that's how I never fight with anyone in my kitchen. No one's allowed in my fucking kitchen.
I guess that could work.
Yeah.
I think that first and foremost, you have to have that rule that anybody can walk away at any time and take a time out and for any reason, and no one will stop you and try to force the issue. Because when somebody is feeling escalated and triggered, nothing good is going to happen from that place. Everything that you say and do is going to be colored with that emotion, which is going to create this feedback.
You have to have a relationship safe word. Like, we have to have a safe word, not in the bedroom. Like, there should be like an eject button in the conversation. Like, it's like, sorry, Oliver. Wait, what? That was my safe word. I'm out. We have to stop talking now for 5 minutes. We got a 5-minute penalty.
You can do that. It's going to feel weird, but it's.
Well, I think a safe word feels weird, probably, right? But it's there for a reason.
It's there for a reason. So
not that I would know.
We don't want to. Once you get to a certain point, reason goes out the window. So the idea is we don't want to get to that point where you're flooded emotionally. And so one thing about the bear safety course could be how to fight fairly. And because men and women in relationships are subject to arguing, but there's, even in boxing, even in MMA, like, there are rules, there are things you just don't do.
But I said it in my first interview that we learn how to fight while we're in a fight.
Well, that's why.
Like, and that's the problem.
I learned about how to deal with a bear before I went out into the wilderness.
Right, well, because you don't want to, the bear's there and you're trying to Google it on your phone, you know? Like, it makes sense. But this is what, I mean, I really do think the marriage bear safety course, I'm telling you, we have to come up. By the way, we have to change the name because I live in Chelsea and there's a lot of married bears. And they would be like, finally, someone that speaks to us, you know what I mean? And then when they saw it wasn't for bearded men, they would be like, all right, this was false advertising. But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like I've talked so much in conservative spaces. Like I sat down with Matt Walsh, and I thought we were going to disagree on a whole bunch of things, and we didn't disagree on that much actually, which was surprising. And one of the things that we, I think, very much agreed on was that barriers to entry in marriage might be better than thinking barriers to exit work. Like we've had no-fault divorce, we've had fault-based divorce, they're both fraught with their own problems, but we've never had, like we have with a handgun, like a 10-day waiting period. You know, we've never really had like you have to take the bear safety course, or you have to read, or your book, or you have to spend an hour with me, or you have to, like in the Catholic Church we have pre-cana, where you sit down with married couples that are happy allegedly, and they say, whenever I say allegedly, people laugh. I'm just so used to it. But the truth is, like, you sit down with this person and they're supposed to be telling you something about, no, we're in it, and here's how we do it, and here's the challenges of it. And I think, having them sit down with someone who's been in a terrible marriage and who's got divorced, I think would be really helpful if it was the right kind of person, not just like the jaded, don't do this, you're crazy person, but like a person who said
stuff in high school.
Well, but that's exactly it. It's like the marriage equivalent of scared straight.
Yeah.
Like where you sit down and go, listen, man, don't set this standard that's not going to be able to. Like this is off topic a little bit, but I have 2 sons and they're both adults, and one of them is he's in his early 20s. And he and I had like a disconnect between the two of us. We'd gotten in a fight about something, and it sort of, built for a while. And one day, we were talking to each other, trying to sort it out. And he said to me, Dad, like, I just feel like you weren't, like, you're not as supportive, and you weren't there for certain things, And I said, Bill, like, what are you talking about, man? I was there for everything that mattered. Like, I was there for every sport thing and every recital and I thought I was there. I really wanted to be there. Like, I know how much I love you. Like, and I hope you can feel my love, and that I love you. And he said, yeah, but it's just like you were there, but like you weren't always. And I said, do me a favor, like, are you comparing me to an actual father or like an imagined father?
Or to your mother.
Because, but also to an imagined father. Because your imaginary perfect father, like if we're going to talk about that guy, then I'll talk to you about my imaginary perfect son. And that's not really fair, because you're you and I'm me, and I'm doing my best and you're doing your best, and we should talk to each other about how we could do better. But I said to him, listen, I love you enough to tell you that, like, if you start comparing people in your life to your imagined ideal, you are never going to have a satisfying romantic relationship. Because I got to tell you, like, I've yet to meet a woman who was as good as my imagined perfect woman, who always knows what to say and always knows what to do and always knows exactly what I want in any particular moment without me even saying it. Like, compare me to real people. Compare me to a real father other people's fathers. Compare me to real people. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that is something that in marriage, we're comparing our relationships. Like when you were talking before about, we have a meet cute and then we did, like, that's a movie.
Yeah.
That's a movie. That's not, like, how many of those in real life do you know? There aren't many, and to the extent they are, it's because they like told the story in a way that made it fit into that mold. Yeah. So I guess some of this is about helping people understand and navigate reality.
Well, I think also it's that men and women, mothers and fathers, often show their love and support and their kindness differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you've talked about this, and it resonates a lot.
I had the same kind of thing when I was around your younger son's age, where I had a conversation with my dad, who was also there for a lot of the important stuff too, but he was also working 12 hours a day.
That's me.
And I was spending more time with my mother, who would often talk about how much my father was working as if it was a bad thing. But it was because of his efforts and his sacrifices that me and my sister and my mother had a pretty decent life.
I need him to talk to my younger son. I just want to make that clear, Phil.
Right? But there's this idea that like I was actually there to spend time with you, and that's more valuable than sacrificing.
Well, part of the reason I was at the office for 12 hours is how much I want you to feel safe and how much I want you to have abundance and not be afraid and struggle the way I did when I was your age.
And I think a man realizes that about his own father as he goes into adulthood, and he understands that when he starts to pay and when he starts to provide and he starts to support, that's his way of showing love.
Oh shit, you made this look easy. Like, wow, like that's hard.
What Dad
this
was
was
doing.
hard, you know, this is hard. And like oh wow, okay, you made it hard. And by the way, there's a different gendered equivalent to that, because I remember once calling my mother when my now older son, when he was a baby. And I like walked into I heard him in the crib or whatever, and I walk in and he had just gone in his diaper and was just painting the walls. And I was like, are you kidding me? And I had to clean him up and all these things. And I talked to my mom the next day and I said, how do you take anything I say seriously? And she was like, what do you mean? And I said, how do you not look at me and go I lecture you on politics. How do you not look at me and go, motherfucker, I taught you the cow says moo. If I had told you the cow says oink, it would have been a good 8-9 years before anybody corrected you. Are you really gonna do this? And I really felt this sense of you allowed me to be feel smart when you knew I was an idiot. You allowed me to lecture you when you knew you know more about that shit than me.
That's more important than anything.
Yeah, and there's a tremendous gift to that. And so it was like my mom and my dad, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, my dad was a businessman. And they both gave me, my father was so good, and I think I talked about this in my first interview, that my father never once was like, oh, well, I work and your mother's just home all day. They both seemed to admire each other for the value. My mother was so man, your dad worked so hard so that you could feel good and feel safe. And my dad was always like, did you thank your mother for this beautiful dinner she made? Did you thank your mom? Man, your mom worked so hard, And I felt like they both were providing value, and they both honored the value of the
was recognized,
other.
Yeah. And that's so often what people fight about in those relationships, that my particular provision of value is more valuable than yours.
Yeah.
You get to go to work and have a career. I have to slave away and do all the childcare, and I'm not appreciated. You think this is all fun and games, that I wouldn't want to spend time with my family?
But that feels like a bottomless pit, because I have to tell you, there was a time where I think women's work was not valued. A woman's work in the home, a homemaker's role, was I work and you just sit around all day. And it was wait a minute, there's so many tasks that a person who's at home might do, especially when caring for children. But now I feel we've so overcorrected. We've treated dandruff with decapitation. Dude, Mother's Day is the most mass scale fellation of women. It's insane. It's like Father's Day. It's all right, here, Dad, you did your thing. That's it. Man, Mother's Day is go to a restaurant on Mother's Day. It is like a shrine to the almighty deity of the mother. And by the way, I'm not saying it's undeserved, but we have now gotten and it's still not enough. It's still not enough adoration. It's still well, motherhood is thankless work. I'm really? Is it? Is it still thankless? I don't know if you've noticed, it's not 1950 anymore. Motherhood is endless. It is an endless amount of praise for how hard it is to be a mother. And I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud as someone who deposes stay-at-home moms sometimes in connection with divorces. What the fuck do you do all day? Because honestly, there's 24 hours in the day and you sleep maybe 8 of it a lot of the time. When I sit there and I go, so what do you do when you wake up? Well, I take the kids to school. So you drive the children to school? No, I take them outside to the bus stop. Okay, so then how long does that take? Well, it feels like it takes a while. Maybe about 5-10 minutes? 5-10 minutes. Okay, 5-10 minutes. Now, what else do you do? Well, a lot. Okay, what do you do? Well, I do laundry. So you darn you in the sink, you scrub the, no, I put it in the machine. Oh, so you do that every day? Well, it feels like it. Yes, no, great joke. So do you do it really though every single day? Every single day you do laundry. Well, no, I do it every other day. Okay, and so every other day. And when you say you do laundry, you mean you put it in the machine, and you put the pod, and then you press the button, right? Yeah. And you don't stand there watching it. No. Okay. So how long does that take? And when you really start to break it down, you know, I go to the grocery store. Okay, you go every day to get fresh produce every day at the grocery store? No, well, no, I go to the, okay, so what do you do all day? I'm not shitting on that role. Believe me, my mother was a stay-at-home mom. Like, I think that the value of a homemaker is tremendous. But like, could we just be honest about that? Yes, it's stressful. It's a different type of stress, maybe. But it's certainly not like the grind of what someone does. Like, listen, what I do is hard. But it's not hot tar roofer hard. It's not landscaper hard, you know, in the summertime. Like, it's not that. Like, oh yes, I have to wear a suit. Okay, like that's not the end of the world. So I don't know when we got to this, like, how far is enough praise for motherhood? How far is enough praise for how much reward is enough? Like how much, because I do think like my father and his generation never expected people to be like, you're so amazing for what you do. But I think now we've got this culture that's very into like, oh, well, you know, mothers are not appreciated. I don't know, do you think that's still true, that mothers are not appreciated?
No, but I also don't think that it's very popular to even be a mother these days. And that's kind of what we're seeing in this generation. It's not something that is seen as a desirable lifestyle for a young woman. That's why.
Why is that, do you think? I mean, it's certainly not the drudgery of the work of it. Is it that it's not as illustrious? Is it that one has to subjugate yourself to another a little bit?
It feels that way sometimes, and certainly in the popular imagination. And
so, because I don't think the remedy then is to like just praise motherhood. Like, I don't think there'd ever be enough praise for it to be that. Like, I don't know is there a remedy?
But I've talked to a lot of young women, and the complaints that I hear are not that I'm doing the laundry, are not that I'm buying the groceries and cooking dinner and my partner doesn't appreciate me that much. Most of these women wouldn't be caught dead doing anyone's laundry.
Right.
Like, to them, there's that particular chore, for whatever reason, in their popular imagination, it's the Handmaid's Tale. And even though they're just putting the laundry in,
it's like the female equivalent of being a simp. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm a mark.
Yeah.
Like, look what I did, I'm a fool. Like, I must be that I'm being oppressed, or I've subjugated my will to the will of the other because I'm doing this work. Which, by the way, how is that more undignified? Like, I always felt that way about sex work. When someone's like, oh, this person does sex work. And I'm like, how is that less dignified than some of the jobs? Like, I was a waiter for a really long time. People were shitty to me for $6 an hour. Like, if somebody could show their body and make 50 times that an hour, like, I don't know that that's undignified, more undignified than slinging prime rib. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that there is such a value disconnect there.
It does create opportunities in the contemporary sexual marketplace, though, because that is an easy way for a woman to provide an exceptional service or value to a man. Like, if I want the girl that I'm dating to go to her friends and say something that's going to cause them to go like, damn, he did that?
Yeah.
Whoa. Like, what would I have to do? I'd have to take her to the Seychelles.
Yeah.
I'd have to get
Maldives. There'd have to be
the bungalows over
red
the
bottom
thing,
shoes wouldn't do that.
And there'd have to be the rose petals strewn all over the field, and we'd have to hire a photographer, and they'd be like,
there'd have to be a documentation of it. Yeah.
But let me tell you, if a woman did a man's laundry without asking, and I was hanging out with my friends and I said, hey, you know, my girl does my laundry, they're gonna go,
well, it's like the Eminem lyric.
Listen,
there's no such, you know, they made it all up. There's no such thing like a female with good looks who cooks and cleans. Like, I think you're absolutely right. Like, there's this idea that's being put out there now in this moment, of like the high value woman in the red pill space. And the high value woman, though, in the red pill space is a woman who is beautiful, cooks, cleans, is a supportive other. And it's the total opposite of what a strong, independent woman who don't need no man, like what the popular sort of conception is. And that's really interesting to me because, you know, I understood for a little while, like why advertising was so focused on women being at home and having kids. Because like you have kids, you gotta buy a bunch of stuff. And if you're at home, like marketing, when advertisers figured out, like, hey, women do all the purchasing, women do all the, so we got to sell them on the dish soap. We don't have to sell the guy. He doesn't care. He doesn't know what color his couch is. He's not going to care what the dish soap is. But she's going to care about the dish soap. Oh, this gives me dishpan hands. I don't like this one. Or, oh, this one is really, it smells nice. Like, she's going to think about that stuff. And by the way, most men, if we're being honest, will say, one of the best things about being in a relationship is like, I have not had to buy shampoo in ages. Because somebody else buys shampoo and it always is the right one that smells good. Like, and it's great. So I get that, but I also get that at some point, I feel like consumer late capitalism went, you know, we got to get these women out of this house and we got to get them into the trenches here. And we got to convince them work is not wage slavery. We've got to convince them that this is the highest you could be. The greatest thing you could be is a cog in the machinery. And that this other thing, this like having kids and taking care of them, but oh, that's the worst. That's the Handmaid's Tale. And I don't know what, does it just swing back the other way now? What happens?
I don't know.
Because I hear more female voices now saying in like the hushed tones of a revolutionary, you know, saying, I kind of want to stay home. Like, I kind of want to, like, I actually don't mind that. This dynamic doesn't, I hear a lot of men going, yeah, I kind of love that. Like, I kind of love that. Like, I'll go out and I'll kill the thing and bring it home, and then you can skin it and we'll eat, all of us.
I think a lot of women feel like that attitude is a betrayal of womankind. I know many women that I've done consultations with who, on some level, they feel like they're carrying the banner for all womanhood in their homes, in their bedrooms, and they're fighting a political or ideological battle.
But see, that's the danger, because we convinced women that men were their enemies. And I think that very rarely in a society where men are flailing are women thriving. Like, that doesn't happen.
That makes sense.
Like, it just doesn't happen. And I think there is a sense that, you know, if we could help each other more, if we didn't see this as a zero-sum game, if we saw this as like, hey, we can, you know, we can lean into. See, I was always of the mind that feminism at its core was about the idea that women could be anything they wanted to be. Like, my mother was a very, very intelligent woman, great at math, great at science. And she went to, you know, she grew up in the, you know, 50s, and she was a great math and science student. They said, great, you can be a nurse or a teacher. And she said, well, I want to be a doctor. And they were like, right, you could be a nurse or a teacher, and then you're going to get married, then you'll stay home with the kid. She was like, right, but I get the best math scores out of everybody in this class. Like, and they were like, that's nice, and you'll be a really good nurse or a teacher someday because of it. And so for her, there was this sense always that, like, hey, you know, like, this is so unfair. And I get it, it's so unfair. But to then say, like, you have to be this other thing. You have to be a doctor. You have to have value. You have to be a doctor. I think there are a lot of women who are now saying, like, yeah, I don't know. Like,
I haven't met a lot of happy doctors, men or women. I haven't met a single medical doctor who would go back and do it again.
Yeah, I do a lot of doctor divorces.
But absolutely, it's very unfair. If I felt like I couldn't do something simply as a basis of my gender, I would be livid.
Yeah, but I think that is real now. I think that a lot of women now are told very clearly that they can't, they can be anything they want to be except a stay-at-home mom.
Well, they also believe that they have a lot of time, and that also gets away from them.
Sure.
And it's only generally when they can kind of see the end of their biological windows that they begin to say, okay, maybe I do need to prioritize getting married and having a family at 37. And then they're kind of behind the 8 ball. And they don't really understand why, because they think that all things being equal, I am a very successful, high-value woman. And any guy would be fortunate to have me, because look at all of the things that I've accomplished. Look at how capable and bright and successful I am. But that's generally not what men select for, or at least not what they prioritize.
This idea, too, of what you just said about women feeling like they would be betraying womankind and being sort of conditioned that it's like, if you were to say out loud, hey, I want to stay home and I want to be I want to be a trad wife, you know, that you'd be betraying womankind is such an interesting thought to me, because I have always felt, and maybe I'm mistaken, but like, women have a tremendous amount of power in the dynamic of men and women. It's what we talked about earlier. And I sort of think to like, the example that always pops into my head is, you know, a lot of women complain about shaving their legs. You know, in Western culture, you know, women shave their legs. And I feel like if every single woman all at once said, we're not shaving our fucking legs anymore, we're just not doing it, do you really think men would be like, well, then we're not having sex with you? Like, there's no way. Guys would be like, all right, that's the new normal, I guess. Like, that's the new, they're gonna have hairy legs. Like, what are we gonna do? Like, we're not gonna, but there'd be one bitch. There'd be one who was like, wait, what? None of them are shaving their legs? Have you seen, mine are just so smooth. I just shave them because I like to. I don't know, maybe I'm like that, but I just like to shave my legs. I know these other women don't do it, but I love to do it. And they're the one, but somehow, that's the fault of the patriarchy. That part I don't get. Like, that's the part I don't get. Because we would take whatever you're serving at this restaurant, we're gonna eat it. Trust me, we'll get hungry and we'll eat whatever you're serving at the restaurant.
We'd adjust in a week.
Right, well, but like, if every...
What did you say, Mark?
We'd adjust in a week.
We'd adjust in a week. We'd be like, hairy legs, okay, cool, hairy legs, no problem, you know? But there would be one woman who knows, okay, I've got leverage now. How is that men's fault? How is that the patriarchy?
But that's what I'm saying, is that it's not value neutral, and these things are actually opportunities for cunning and strategic women. It's like, if nobody shaves their legs, if you're the woman who does, you're going to be able to attract attention and cater to maybe even a cultivated or socially constructed desire, but a desire nonetheless.
Look at Orion, if part of the problem.
If no woman is doing laundry, like, it's the easiest way to differentiate yourself. And it takes, what, 5 minutes of combined effort to do that? It's like, just if you're doing it strategically, the value that you get out of that hour of time, because that man, I guarantee, is going to brag about that to his friends. All of his friends are going to think, dude, you found a real one, man.
Yeah.
That's don't fuck this up, man.
Yeah, dude.
God, like, it's priceless PR. If you just want to be cynical and think about it that way, it's like the value that you get out of doing what other people don't, because that's the cost of winning. That's the cost of getting what you want, is being able to do things that the other people either won't or can't.
Yeah.
And that's how you get what you want, because the world is competitive and the universe lives closed. The default answer to everything is no. If you want that woman, guess what? There's probably hundreds of other guys who do too. Like, how can you give more than any other of her possible options?
That's the nature of the economy of it. I mean, and that's where we come to where we began, which is, this is an economy. And I think the more honest we can be about that with ourselves, or the more we can try to, I guess, sort of hack it by saying, okay, where in this moment is there an opportunity for me to, okay, everyone's not shaving their legs, I'm the one who shaved their legs. Like, where is the opportunity for me?
It's fascinating, because I don't think it's ever been both easier and harder in the history of mankind to be a man and to be a woman.
Yeah, and yet most people would say we are in the most irretractable death spiral as men and women than we've ever been in the history of humanity.
Well, you can make a case for that, but I'm not so bleak with respect to the future of relationships in men and women.
Yeah, I don't know that I am either. And it's funny, because both of us doing what we do for a living.
But it could also be that maybe part of why it's so hard is because it's become so easy. Like, I think back to what it must be like to have been a feminine woman in the Wild West in the 19th century.
Oh, yeah.
Like, where there's no indoor plumbing, and you have to wash your dresses and your petticoats by hand, and makeup might arrive in a month by Pony Express, and yet they're coiffured, and they have these, floor-length gowns that they're parading about.
Have you ever watched that channel that it's like the lady does like how they would make a pie in 1800? Oh my God, watch it. It's because it's basically just like, all right, here's how you would
churn the
make
butter.
Yeah, but like legit.
We'll make the cows, and then we have to churn the butter.
That is legit what they do.
Of course.
And I'm tired watching it.
Yeah.
And it's also sped up. But like, you watch it and you're like, I would just be like, all right, we're not having fucking pie. Like, we're not having pie. Like, that is so hard. I didn't do anything this week that was as hard as making that pie. Like, and now pie's so easy. Like, we get a pie delivered here probably before this segment's over. We could have a pie delivered here by a guy. We'd probably get 3 different kinds of pie from 3 different places within 20 minutes or less. And yet, like, there's something about, like, that we're more upset about having to make pie than we've ever been. Like, there's something about I mean, was it because it was so hard, it was given value?
Of course, yeah. That's got to be part of it.
I can't believe I'm about to quote Andrew Tate. I'm going to get pilloried for this. But I remember watching him talking to someone, I think it was Aiden Ross, and he said, the guy said something about, well, how can I get like a 6-pack? How can I get a 6-pack? And he said, it's going to take a while. And he goes, well, how can I get one fast? And he goes, if you could get it fast, it wouldn't be worth anything. Like, the fact that you have to work at it for an extended period of time, and then you have it and you wear it like a badge, like, that's something you have to earn, And I think that is something that's lost in the larger culture. It's like, if you have a fake Rolex, it's like, oh, well, I have all the trappings of a Rolex without having to actually do the whole buying a Rolex thing. So, that's where I think some of this is like, oh, I made a pie. You didn't make a pie. Somebody delivered the pie. Like, so do you want to pretend that it was hard to make that pie? Because, well, you don't know what a hard pie is like. So I think maybe some of obviously when it takes that much to make a pie, you find a woman who can make a pie, you're going to value that woman.
Sure.
And I think that's a piece of it. Like, if it was that hard to make a living, finding a guy who could hunt,
How
was
hard
worth something.
must that life have been in the Wild West to have a little bit of sweetness at the end of the day? Like, men will do a lot for a little bit of sweetness, for a little bit of kindness.
That is still so true.
Yeah, that's what I kind of wanted to, kind of rubbed me the wrong way, what you guys were talking about a few minutes ago. You're probably right. Like, you were giving the example, if all women just decided they weren't going to shave their legs, we'd be like, I guess this is how it is now. And you're probably right. But
I think it's an artificial preference. I don't think we really care.
Yeah, that could be true. But the point that that rankled me was, yeah, a lot of men will just be okay with anything as long as they get some scrap of female attention.
Right.
Some scrap of sex or some
That's what I mean.
ort of kindness.
That's what I mean.
Smooth legs are nice, but if we're not going to get smooth legs, it's not like we're going to...
Smooth legs I can't touch. Versus hairy legs I'm allowed to touch. I'll take the hairy legs. Like, to me,
there's no other
like
option.
a beautiful woman who I can't touch because it's like a photograph, and if I don't know all my makeup, all my hair, who wants that?
Yeah.
Who wants that? Oh yeah, it looks really nice. Okay, it looks nice, but you can't, like, I don't care that you have a nice Ferrari in the garage that you don't drive. Like, you know what a Ferrari's for? It's to drive.
Well, that's true about relationships in general. It's like the value of money is in the use of it.
Right.
It doesn't do anything if it's just sitting in the account.
100%.
I understand it's nice to see the big numbers. It makes you feel good or proud or whatever. But the value of money is in when you spend it.
Right.
It's created at the point of the transaction.
I'm not saying, believe me, I'm in no way, like, the reality is that I think we only care or notice at certain things because we've been, like, this is how it is, you know? It's not like we wouldn't adapt. You know, I think what we want is exactly what you said, a little sweetness at the end of the day. By the way, I think both genders want a little sweetness at the end of the day. Whether it is, I'm so glad I'm with the prettiest girl in the whole world, or it's, oh, look at my big strong man, you did such a good job today, I'm so proud. How hard is that?
Yeah, it's not that
How hard is that? It's so easy. I say in my book, I'm like, how hard is it to leave a note? Just in the morning when you leave for work, how hard is it to leave a note, babe? So fun hanging out with you on the couch last night. I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Can't wait to see you later. What did that take? 10 seconds? 10 seconds. It's gonna pay dividends. It's gonna pay. She's gonna be like, what's going on? What do you do? Why does that? Why did you leave me that note? And if you're like, oh, you know, I just really I wanna make a more concerted effort to have you know how often I think of you.
That's actually really, really smart, especially when you're in the relationship. It may not be a great strategy in the early stages of courtship, but it's one way that, because affection is very different from a female's perspective than from a man's. Like, I would get, a few months ago, I got, not a few months, a while back I got a video from a woman, and she just sent it to me and she's like, hi, you know, just here in Starbucks and drinking my latte, and look, there's a dog, and you know, it's a nice day out. Anyway, thinking of you. And my initial masculine reaction was, what the fuck? It's like, can I get my 30 seconds back? Like, there was nothing useful in this conversation. Why did I have to attend to this in the middle of my day? But you have to understand that the way affection works is, like, you weren't around and I was still thinking of you. That's like the highest compliment you could
100%.
Potentially pay another human being.
100%.
Because the present moment is so sensorily evocative and we get wrapped up in the busyness of our lives. So that I still have you on my mind when you're not around, and I can leave some sort of objective marker of that moment, that is actually something that costs very little in terms of time, energy, and money, and can really make a difference.
It's a huge,
especially with women.
I had a conversation, I'm picking on my younger son a lot, but I had a conversation with my younger son once because he called me up and he said to me, as you do when you're in your young, you know, early 20s, he was like, hey Dad, you know, how you doing? You having a good day? Oh, that's good. Listen, is there any way you could Venmo me $100? You know, I need it for X, Y, and Z. And I said, you know, Bill, like, this feels like a financial booty call. This is like a financial booty call. I was like, and let me tell you something, son, I'm not against the booty call. I think a booty call has a place. But I'm gonna give you a tip here, okay? As a man who's made a booty call in his life. If you think on Friday night, you might be in the position to send a hey you up text to somebody. On Tuesday, send her a, hey, I was just thinking of you, I hope you're having a great week. Because then it's a worthwhile investment. If you don't need it on Friday, you don't need to send the you up text to her, it's fine. You just checked in with her and said hi to her. But if on Friday you send the hey you up, she's gonna go, you know, I know what this is, but, you know, we did say hi on Tuesday, you know. I said, like, if you had just
Really smart.
this weekend called me and said, hey, man, how you doing? Just wanted to, like, check in, see how you're doing. If you sent me a meme, if you said, hey, I saw you on blah, blah, blah on my TikTok, da-da-da. Then today, a couple days later, when you said, hey, Dad, can I borrow some money? I'd have been like, yeah, you know what? Like, we're close. Like, we just talked the other day. So, like, nothing wrong with a booty call. Just know how to do it.
Sure.
And all it is some small indication of value that you're giving to this person, like the I was thinking of you.
Well, you got to cultivate the soil before you plant. I mean, it's like, it's always, the I Ching talks about that. You got to warm a relationship before you ask for a favor. Like, you do it the other way around, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, see, like, when you were telling that story about the hey, babe, I'm at Starbucks, how you doing? I thought to myself, well, if he didn't know her that well, that feels unhinged. Like, I would be like, why are you sending me? But if you've been dating a person for a period of time and they send you that, then it's like, oh, okay, they're checking in, they want me to sort of see what they're up to today.
Now, it's going to be a little crass, but, like, I would much rather have gotten nudes.
Sure.
But I think women might send men the, hey, I'm at Starbucks, because they respond better to that kind of stuff.
Well, that's the equivalent of nudes. Like, women don't want, I have never met, when I have a lot of women who work in my office, and I have to tell you, they make so much fun of dick pics that I've never sent one, because I get to hear them going, yeah, and then he sends, look at how many they send. Like, it's a shocking number of dicks that get sent to women. And the truth is, like, and by the way, you know, dicks aren't that photogenic, guys. I don't think anybody realizes, like, and you're a photographer, Mark, you probably really bring out the best in the dick.
No.
But I have to tell you, I still don't think there's much you can do with it. But you're absolutely right. There is something about, like, I do think that, hey, you know, I hope you're having a great day. I was just thinking, I just heard that song and I was thinking of you.
Send that to a woman.
Is the female equivalent of nudes.
Yeah, it is.
Like, it really is, because when we get nudes, we're like, hey, all right, I'm feeling tall today.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I can't wait to get home. And I think that when you send the, like, oh, what are you up to? I was just thinking of you, or oh, I just ate that, blah, 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 the leftovers of whatever that you made, it was even better the second day. Like, that's such a, like, oh, you know, like, if that's true, right? If that's true, if we all three of us just went, oh yeah, that. Okay, so we all know it's true. Like, how many women right now are watching this and going, oh yeah, that's totally true. Like, that's totally, okay. So why are we saying this out loud?
Men and women are different. It's like, you know, you go to a gas station.
I mean, that's a hate crime.
When your car needs gas, you go there not because you like gasoline, it makes the car run.
Right.
It's like you try to put food in your tank, your car is not gonna run, it's gonna break down. You have to know what the other person wants. And usually out of ignorance and naivete, both men and women try to give to the other person what they would like to receive. And that's like putting food in the gas tank. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
This is exactly the gold I was hoping for when this happened.
It's like when guys go to the gym and they're going to build this perfect body thinking women are going to love them.
Yeah, and you're building all the wrong things.
It works if you're gay. I mean, the best.
Well, that's what I mean. But see, that's what I mean when I say, wouldn't it be great to be gay? Because it's like I know what you're talking about. Like, I get it, because it's me. Like, I want the same things. Like, I get it, you know. So I think you're absolutely right, and that's why. You know what's funny is that some of the genesis of this was after I sat for the hour and whatever of your first interview, and I texted Mark and I said, "Man, this is so good." I said, "Orion is incredible," and he was like, "Yeah, he's great, right?" And then he called me. He actually called me because we both were up at insanely early hours, which is even more insane because I'm up early and you're on the West Coast and you're already up.
I'm 3 hours behind you and I'm up.
Does he just not sleep? Yeah,
I don't think
I'm
he
up at
does.
4.
I mean, he's a machine.
Yeah, it's pretty
Mark
amazing. But and then the next time it was on, or your second interview was on, and I sent him again and I was like, Jesus, man, it's all killer, no filler with Orion. And then I said, you know, we should talk. Orion and I should talk. And he was like, it's interesting, I was about to say the same thing. And he said that, you know, he was like, Orion had said he liked you and that we should do it. And it's so funny because I feel like we've now known each other a really long time.
Isn't that interesting?
It's so interesting. It's so interesting because there's so much ideological common ground and there are so many moments where something comes out of your mouth and I go, yes, that thing right there, he just said it.
And nobody else says it.
And no one else says it. And then I actually will rewind it and I have in my phone in the notes app, like things that someone says that I go, oh, that's so good, and I'd like write it down.
Orion has said
There are so many Orions in there.
so many things Orion has said since I've met him. Which
Yeah.
Since just what's like earlier this year.
A few months, yeah.
Yeah, that no one else has ever said.
Yeah.
No one else has ever realized.
Yeah, I feel like he's like Darwin in relationships. He's like,
Yeah, what did I call you on that one time? I called you like the Charles Darwin of romance.
Man, I have to tell you, it's honest praise. Like, because I deliberately, you know, I get more offers these days to do things than I could possibly do. I have a very full-time job.
You do a
And
lot. You appear
do a lot.
so many
Yeah,
places.
I do a lot. I try to do a lot. I try to do as much as I can do because I enjoy it.
Well,
Like,
what is your angle here? Because you don't have your own channel, as far as I know,
no,
right?
I've been offered all kinds of things. I had a very impressive podcast deal offered to me on turning down.
Do you have a like a mission
No.
here? You're just doing it for your
No,
own
I think I'm learning from it. I think
are you
I'm
learning?
I'm learning how to be better at relationships. I'm learning how to be better as a human being. I think I'm enjoying it. I think that I spend a lot of my time weaponized in people's relationships. Sometimes defending good people, sometimes defending less than. And there's something really rewarding about the number of people that I cannot now stop at Starbucks and just stand there waiting for my drink without somebody going, "You're the divorce lawyer, you're that guy." And they'll come over and a lot of them, the things they say to me, I get emails from people about how like I went through a divorce and like I watched your stuff and I found it so, it taught me so much about relationships, and I find that really humbling, especially too since we've been talking for I don't know how long now, and it feels like it's 5 minutes. Like I could do this all day, and it doesn't exhaust me at all. Like when I sat down with Lex, we talked for 6.5 hours with 2 15-minute bathroom breaks, and he edited it down to like 4 hours, but we could have kept going. Like we could have just kept going. Like I think we could do this another whatever many hours, because this is there's no thing but this thing. Like this is the original thing.
But this is why we work as men. It's why we work. It's why we try to be successful or dominant or whatever. It's all for this.
It's actually true. So let me tell a little bit about my story with Psychax, because there's like 2 reasons why I started the channel. The one I think I've talked about before, it's an honest reason. It's that I was in private practice. I was working with 20, 30 folks a year. And I saw them improving their lives. I figured these 30 people aren't necessarily special or unique. If it works for these 30, it might work for 30 million. Right. What a shame that these strategies or interventions are kept in this confidential room. Scale it, exactly. Let's solve some unnecessary suffering in the world. And that's kind of like the higher calling for me. And it gets me really excited and focused.
That shows through.
But there was also a personal reason. And to be honest, I started the channel because I was lonely. And I started it during COVID and during the shutdowns, and I couldn't teach my classes anymore. I had to close my offices, so I wasn't seeing anybody. My family wouldn't interact with me. My spiritual community wasn't meeting. Like, I was in a very kind of isolated place. And I knew that there were people out there that would resonate with this and I could connect with. But if I just called you up and said, hey, you know, I really resonate with your stuff, I have all these ideas, I bet we could really get along, I doubt I would even get a response from you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm weird, you probably would, but yeah, most people, you'd be surprised how many people
No kidding.
I just can't. But I think we're odd animals, you and I.
I guess
we're we have different.
Like, I'm having a lot of fun meeting people that I get really authentically excited talking with and connecting to. And I think the secret as a guy, we were talking about the loneliness epidemic before, is it's actually pretty tough to just cold call somebody and say, hey, you want to go have a beer because I think we might be simpatico. Yeah. Like, those sorts of friendships and connections are like a man's 8th priority after his money and after his woman and his children and his fitness. And it's nice to have friends, but it's number 8, which means it gets attended to once or twice a year.
Oh, 100%.
So the secret, I think, as a man to have kind of those relationships is to provide value. Like, we get to have this actually interesting, authentic conversation in the context of providing value.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would happen otherwise.
Yeah, I think we've created a culture where, like, I've as someone who's been very involved in the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu community for over a decade, like, I think a lot of men, like I jokingly refer to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as struggle cuddles, because it really is like men having a certain intimacy with each other.
Sure.
And it's a physical intimacy. Like I have to trust you. I have to trust you that if I tap, you're not gonna break my arm, you'll let go. Like, so there's a tremendous amount of trust, and there's a tremendous like play, and you're interacting in this non-political way, but it's still competitive. And so I think for men, yeah, it's really hard to, and we put very low on our scale of priorities, like building connection with genuine, authentic interest or fascination with what the other has to say, or a sense of like I know if you were to have a room full of women and say, how many of you have called one of your friends this week just to say hi or tell them that you had a rough day?
All of them.
All of them. And if you say to most men, how many of you just called a buddy of yours just to say hi, or because you had a shit day and you want to call them and say, hey man, I had such a rough day? Nobody.
Yeah, it doesn't get you laid, doesn't make you money.
Right, you don't get laid or paid, what are you gonna do it for,
Right.
you know? And I think in a long-term way, that's incredibly toxic. I mean, you wanna talk about toxic masculinity, that's toxic masculinity. And I think the struggle of where I think divorce sometimes gets so ugly is that I think for a lot of men, when you've allowed yourself to be vulnerable like that and to say like, hey, here's what I'm really scared of. Here's, like, I need to hear at the end of the day that you like me. I need you to tell me like that I'm handsome or smart or successful. Like, to be vulnerable like that and then to have it weaponized against you is like such a betrayal. Like,
Sure.
It's such a like, oh, really?
But there's also a point to dovetail on what you're saying on why divorce seems to be uniquely difficult for men, is that as the relationship progresses, a lot of guys just fall into that workhorse role, and they go to work and then they come home. And it's the women that control the social environment. A lot of guys, if they socialize, it's with their wife's friends.
Sure.
And who are those friends going to stay with when the couple gets divorced?
Oh, sure.
And so the man realized, I haven't built any relationships in years. I used to have friends. I've seen them twice in the last decade because I've been too busy attending to my work and my family. Yeah. Suddenly, I'm 40, I'm 50 years old, and it's like I'm completely cast adrift in the middle of society. And I might be cut in half financially, which is a really difficult thing because that's part of their status, and it has to do with success in the sexual marketplace. So it's harder for men when they're cut in half materially to enter into new relationships with women in particular.
I had a friend who got married some years ago, and I remember at the wedding, I thought to myself, this isn't really a wedding for me, this is a funeral for this friendship, because I'm not gonna see this guy again. Every weekend is gonna be well, I'm going here to do this now, and I'm gonna do, and we're doing this, and we're doing, and I was totally right. Like, it was totally like, all right, and like, it wasn't unhappy. Like, I was like, it's good. Like, he's gonna go do what you do, which is he's gonna go, he's gonna go like, well, what she wants to do is what I'll do, and it's unfortunate because you look at it and you go like, shit, that's like, it's interesting that marriage has become that, because I do think that, my staff used to joke with me that I used to do jiu-jitsu in the mornings, some mornings, and they said they could tell which mornings I'd done jiu-jitsu, not just by the bruises, but by the fact that I was like calm as a Hindu cow. Like, I just would come in and they were like, yeah, nothing on those days would get you, because if you're doing life and death struggle at 5 a.m., everything else seems easy for the day. And I think, I wonder if people really thought more about investing in a real way. Like, if we were all just sort of value investors, if we all were sort of, all right, you know what, I'm gonna send the text in the middle of the day, or I'm gonna send him the nudes, or I'm gonna make the call to the friend and make sure that I do that at least once a week to like check in. And if we just invest, it's just like if you didn't have 1 cup of coffee a week and put it into this instead, or if you just bought this index fund, like, if we just had an investor's mindset when it came to our relationships with ourselves and others, and maybe that's where we're coming into normalizing therapy, because maybe to some degree, I've always found it very interesting as someone who, like you, wrote a relationship book, that if you came to my office and there was a book about, like 7 Habits of Highly Effective People or things like that, like, you would look at it and go, oh yeah, look at Jim, like, he's successful, but he still wants to sharpen the sword, But if you see a relationship book, you go like, oh, boy, what's wrong, And I think it's very interesting that we're not, it's either perfect or it's shit when it comes to a relationship. Like if it's not the movie and it's not perfect, then it's like, well, it wasn't great. Like it's not that great. And I just don't know. I don't know that should be this, like if we can, you know, what is now that we're not perfect, we can be good, you know?
I hear that, but I think it also has to do with, let's say, the microeconomic climate in which relationships occur. Like if you didn't need money, if you were independently wealthy from some sort of inheritance, you won the lottery, but you wanted to work, you'd probably put up with less shit than the other person who needs the paycheck.
Yeah.
Because you don't actually have to be there.
I do a lot of divorces for trust fund people, and I have to tell you, they have a high degree of dissatisfaction in their lives.
Right? So if men and women don't need each other in the way that they did even 70 years ago, let alone 700 years ago, right?
They probably never will. I mean, unless there's a zombie apocalypse. Like then making a fucking apple pie is going to be hard.
Then I'm only here because I want to be here. And when the wanting goes away, I don't really have the patience, especially when I live in a culture with at least the illusion of infinite abundance and optionality, where there's probably something that's more attractive or more exciting or more supportive or more whatever I want.
So zombie apocalypse 2025. We solved the problem. That's what's going to have to be. I think we've come to it. I think what we've come to is that if it takes 8 hours to make an apple pie, then we'll start to value each other again. But as long as the dishwashing is easy to do, or as long as it's easy to go out and make a living, you know, then we don't necessarily.
And we do it even less. That's what's interesting, is that now that it's become kind of easier to do these things, I think people just dispense with doing it. I think some things aren't even worth the trouble if they're too convenient.
Orion Taliban, by the way, is currently inadvertently,
That's all right.
Orion is currently reciting the Unabomber Manifesto. I just want to be clear. Like if you read Industrial Society and it's like if you read The Future of Industrial Society, which was the Unabomber Manifesto, the fundamental message of it was things have gotten so easy that we're creating all of these surrogate activities that are distracting us. And to read it, Industrial Society and its Future. It was also called the Unabomber Manifesto. It's Ted Kaczynski's seminal work that he said, I'm going to blow stuff up until you publish this. And it is available online. You can order it on Amazon. It is a fascinating.
Well, just to be clear, because I talk about this in the book, where I do say that maybe the return to necessity would require like nuclear war or some sort of protracted civil conflict, that no sane person would prefer that to the current situation.
Well, that's what the Unabomber's position was, is that we needed to have a Luddite situation. Like we needed to destroy the machines.
And I disagree with that. Yeah. So the point about
he disagrees with
maybe more necessity would be good, but like what is going to catalyze necessity, I don't know if we can really pray and hope for that. Like I think we can kind of move forward, and we don't want to go backward to the Stone Age.
No, I like apple pie.
Right? But that might mean that we also have to adapt, we have to evolve, we have to change, we have to let go of some strategies or concepts, even if they're cherished or beloved, because they may not be applicable or at least as relevant anymore. And I do think that there are ways for men and women to get what they want and have satisfying relationships in today's day and age, and probably in the foreseeable future. But it might not look like it has in the 70s, and it might not look like it was in the 19th century. And we have to be willing to, I think, examine our prejudices and preconceptions and beliefs and say, okay, let's focus on what works as opposed to what we believe should work. I don't think that's a good idea.
It's the Bear Survival course, coming soon. Coming soon to this channel. That was something.
That seems like a
That's
natural
a good part.
conclusion.
Yeah.
Good to meet you, Jim.
So cool,
This
man.
was awesome.
So fun, yeah. And I really said to him, I'm like, I don't even want to see you until we do it.
We did it.
And we did it. Yeah, we did it. Yeah.
That was a fun way to start it. Because you guys met literally on camera.
Yeah, but you see how quick it was like, because we're so familiar with each other's thought, you know? Like, it really is so funny. I'm such a fan, I really am. I think you got... I said it to Mark, if you're ever having a down day, have him send my text to him. Because I'm always like, dude, Ryan gets it, man. Holy cow. And like, it really is. You're doing great work.
Well, you're so charismatic, Jim.
I appreciate it.
It's so much nice to...
I have a lot of bright ties and bullshit, but you have a lot of substance, which is really something.
Yeah, but you shine, and it gave you a lot of space here, and
it was
came
great.
out.
It was great. No, and I tried to kind of throw it back in your direction too, because there's so much of what
I mean, how big an issue is the people not understanding the things you say, or being opposed to it, because they're not as romantic maybe as people would like.
Well, I don't mind if people are opposed to what I have to say. That's okay. Like, sometimes it takes a while for people to realize that you're right.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good attitude.
Are we rolling?
I am rolling.
So
I can start out whenever you like.
I mean, that's actually something that I've discovered as a therapist. Like, it's happened many times in conversation with a patient where I would give an insightful intervention and it would just sort of get brushed off or shrugged off. But it's almost like it planted a seed. And then 2 or 3 months later, the person comes back to me and says, you know what, I was in the shower the other day and I was thinking, and they say exactly the fucking thing that I said 3 months ago. And it's like it needed to come from them. They needed to have time to chew on it, to forget about it, to remember it, to have themselves be the source and origin of that insight. That's the only way that it really works.
Yeah, when they think of it themselves.
And it doesn't matter if it feels like it comes from me or if it comes from them. Like, I don't need the credit. But I do think that you need to give people time to realize that you're right sometimes, because it can be somewhat embarrassing in the moment to acknowledge that another person might have a perspective that is closer to the truth or to reality than you, or has a point. Like, that is, on some level, difficult to save face for the individual. And so when you work with people, you gotta always give them a chance to save face. It's really important to give people outs so that it doesn't escalate into conflict and resistance, which is, at odds with what you want to do anyway.
So many people like to spew these truths and tell you how it is and all that kind of stuff, and it just makes a lot of us back off.
Well, it can be too much, for sure. Yeah. It's like drinking from a fire hose.
Yeah. We were just talking about the feminization of men.
Yeah.
What do you think of what's going on in our society? With women are much more empowered now, and they're making more money, especially women under 30 are making more than men, I think.
Under 30, childless in urban contexts, yeah. It's not a statistically significant difference, but it's like 1 or 2% in New York and London, a couple of different places.
But I've also seen it seems like more and more women are unhappy and dealing with mental issues and anxiety and things like that.
Yeah, I have a couple of episodes that are coming out that touch on both of those things. Why, there's kind of 2 issues. Why are women seemingly more unhappy given the fact that they have more advantages and power than they ever had historically? And why are there so many, feminized beta males all over, and even in positions of power and authority? Because that's sort of like a contradiction in terms. So if the alpha is supposed to be at the top of the status hierarchy, like by definition, why are so many leaders and politicians and celebrities and billionaires why are they still so feminized? Like, where are the strong masculine alphas at the top of status hierarchies? And you don't even see that very often these days. Like, there's definitely a swing back towards traditional masculinity as a positive, because it's been seen as a negative for at least the last 10 or 15 years.
That's right.
In the last election cycle, but we'll see how that pans out. I have a few theories about it. The theory about what's going on with men, the best analogy that I could come up with is from the TV show Survivor. Have you seen Survivor?
I've never seen it.
I've never really seen it either. I've seen just a couple episodes. I'm not a super fan, but you're familiar with the premise,
Yes.
right?
Yes, I am.
And it's almost at 50 seasons now. And in one of those 50 seasons, they decided to do a men versus women contest. So they put 2 teams of men over here and women over here, dropped them into some sort of difficult tropical environment, give them a bunch of challenges and see who was going to survive. And the only people left at the end were women, which was, I was surprised to hear that outcome, especially if you watch the first several weeks, the men were dominating every single competition. Like, the women weren't even close. They lost every single time, no matter if it was a skill thing or a strategy thing. Like, they just could not beat the men. And how did they go from that situation to being the only ones left and winning the game? It was really interesting. Do you have any idea how they did that?
I don't.
So,
Software Underbelly is about giving people a space to tell their stories, even when these stories challenge what we think we know. Ground News shows us different perspectives in the media, which is why Ground News is a perfect sponsor for my channel. In a world where algorithms censor much of the information we receive, some of the most important stories get missed from our news feeds. Ground News highlights local news from around the world, giving you an on-the-ground perspective that national coverage might miss. The app and website empowers you to form your own opinions by presenting you with every article published on any news story worldwide. My favorite part of the app is the data it gives you on each news source as you read it, such as where it leans on the political spectrum, a factuality rating indicating how subjective their printed reporting tends to be, and who funds it. I particularly like their blind spot feed, dedicated to showing you news stories that are underrepresented in the mainstream media. You can check this all out by scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link below. It's easy to forget how much bias can shape the reality we live in. And in a world where our attention is constantly being fought over, my Vantage plan easily helps me keep up with more important stories slipping through the cracks. So I encourage you to check them out at ground.news/SWU. Subscribe through my link to save 40% off their Vantage plan. And by subscribing or even gifting it to someone you know, you're helping hold the media accountable and helping my channel directly. Thank you for watching.
basically, what the women realized is, on some level, that their days were numbered, that they couldn't beat the men. But they also understood that the victories on the other camp weren't evenly distributed. Like, there were a few men, the alphas we could call them, at the top of the status hierarchy in the men's camp, who were responsible for the disproportionate majority of their successes. And so they came up with a plan. Basically, what the women did is they kind of cornered the lower status men in the men's camp and said basically, look, you got us. We're screwed. We're not going to beat us. We're not going to beat you. Our days are numbered. We're going to get out of here soon. But just think about it, my guys. As soon as we're gone, who do you think is going to be next? Like, you can't beat the alpha dudes. We can't beat them either, but you sure as fuck can't. So why don't we team up against the high status, competent, accomplished men that neither one of us could beat individually? They also threw in a few emotional enticements. I think that they damseled a little bit. Like, the infrastructure of the men's camp was sound. They had shelters, they had fire, they were eating game. The women were basically like cold and wet, huddling under rocks. Like, nothing was working in the men's camp. And so the men, seeing the women suffer, began to sneak them food, began to sneak them fire, even though they were in competition with them. I think the women also suggested the possibility of a relationship with these lower status men if the higher status men were voted out. It's like, you know, there's going to be room in that camp after those guys leave. Wouldn't it be nicer to have some female presence there instead of some sweaty old dudes? So through manipulating pity and desire, and by playing on their fear, their insecurity relative to the higher status men, the women and the lower status men formed a kind of a block. And at first it was operating in secret, and they began to sabotage the higher status men and got them voted out of the game. And then as soon as those alpha guys were gone, then the women just broke with the lower status men and voted every single one of them out of the game. Like, those lower status men, they were only useful as a kind of majority with the women in order to get rid of the higher status men. Because remember, those lower status men weren't responsible for the vast majority of the men's successes. Like, women can absolutely outcompete beta dudes and lower status men, but it's very hard to outcompete the alphas. Even other men can't do that. Like, those guys are kind of unstoppable, which is what makes them scary, which is what makes them threatening, which is what makes them intimidating. So I do think that the reason why we're kind of in this stage is I don't think this is the end goal. I think it's a step in the process. And it's a stage in the process towards women gaining more power and ascendancy. I think this is a power play. And I think that women are in competition with men. And a lot of the competitions, especially for specific goods, are zero-sum. Like for more women to be CEOs, there have to be fewer male CEOs. For the woman to be president, we can't have a man in that position, et cetera, et cetera. So I do think that the women are kind of banding together with a block of men. To be more aligned with their ideology and their interests, and to kind of move against any kind of trait associated with traditional strong masculinity as morally reprehensible. That's the weapon that's been used for the last, 15 years, 20 years or so, last generation, is that all of those principles of traditional masculinity, the stoicism, the strength, the confidence, the power, are toxic. At least when they come from men. As we were just discussing out there, those things aren't toxic when a woman manifests them, but they're scary and intimidating when a man manifests them. So the idea is to get rid of that so it's easier for women to compete. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to beat these really competent, powerful, high-status men. So we got to get rid of them. And we get rid of them slowly over generations. How do we do that? Well, there's the falling apart of the nuclear family. More people are being raised by single mothers. There's a variety of reasons for that. Like 90% of kindergarten teachers are female. A sizable majority of elementary school teachers are women. It's like and their children, boys and girls, are being instructed in what masculinity is by women for the initial part of their conscious lives. Now, there might not be anything inherently wrong with that, but if you ask a woman whether she believes that the traditional definition of femininity, which historically was created by men and imposed upon women, was absolutely in women's best interests, I don't think that they would agree with that. So I don't think that we can say that when women create definitions for manhood and masculinity, that it's absolutely in the boys' or the men's best interests. Like there might be some kind of gendered bias in the expression of the opposite archetype, right? On some level, maybe elements of traditional femininity that men created with respect to docility made them easier to kind of manipulate or make them easier to keep down, potentially. That's definitely a historical interpretation. And maybe there are elements in today's modern definitions of masculinity that women are creating that serve a similar purpose. Maybe not exactly the same, but a similar purpose. Like women are in competition with men. They no longer want the things that women have historically wanted. They want money, they want power, they want careers, They want status. They want fame.
Then why are they so unhappy?
That's an excellent question. That leads me to the second one, which has to do with what women want. So this is the age-old question. What do women want, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
Even Freud said that this was a mystery, an enigma that he had no answer to. I'm going to be hubristic and propose one. Do you have any idea? I
mean, yeah, I do. I think if you ask women what they want, they'll say they want, like in a man, they'll say they want somebody who's kind and compassionate and funny and supportive and nice to kittens and puppies. But they want those qualities in a guy who is dominant and a good leader and has a strong frame.
I talk about that in my episode, the part that women leave out. So that's not exactly what I'm getting at here, but let's take a little sidebar. Yeah, absolutely. I remember when I was in my 20s.
And before you start,
sure,
a female's ability to manipulate and coerce or whatever, and those are negative words, but I don't mean them negatively. But a woman's ability to kind of get a guy to do what she wants is just the female equivalent of a guy who's dominant and maybe use the threat of violence or intimidation to get what he wants. So they're ugly qualities that are at the extremes of the male and female thing, but not all females and all males do.
Oh, absolutely. The ability to get other people to work towards your goals is power. And if I can achieve my goals indirectly through other people, that's an even safer form of power. Because what if things go sideways? It's not going to be my head on the chopping block. So the ability to get your needs met through men it's a secret form of feminine power that has existed for millennia. It's the Lady Macbeth archetype, is that behind many powerful men through history is a wife or a mistress who said, you could be greater than you are, sweetheart, don't you do me proud, and kind of through the traditional overt channels of power in the shadows, which is actually safer and more powerful, enacted their designs and desires. I think that there are pros and cons to being the agent of action. There are pros, there are cons, right? But to get back to your point about what women want in men, yeah, I remember in my 20s, I would ask a whole bunch of women, what are you looking for? Just tell me, because out of a good faith desire to just give a woman what she wanted. I thought that if I did that, it would increase my chances of getting into a fulfilling relationship with one. That's what I wanted. And I would get those. I like loyal men. I like kind men. I like to feel safe. I was thinking, well, Jesus, I'm fucking those things. Like, why am I having such a problem? And I realized the part that women always leave out is they do want those qualities, but they want those qualities from men that they're already attracted to. It's like if they're not attracted to a man, him being kind and gentle and committed and loyal is not going to transform her indifference into desire. The attraction always has to come first. And what's interesting is she can't possibly know if that attractive man is loyal or kind or gentle. So that she has to interact with him and relate to him to figure out kind of those personality characteristics. So whatever factors go into determining female attraction, they don't have to do with what she says with her mouth, because on some level she's already decided, I'm attracted to that guy. I sure hope that he's kind and loyal, etc. But the attraction comes first. And so that's why, and this is the part that women always leave out, which can kind of mislead men, because it can make men think, well, I'll just be romantic, I'll be kind, I'll be patient, I'll help her. And they don't understand that these kinds of nice guy tendencies don't work to transform indifference into desire. They have to work on being attractive. And there is a burgeoning subculture on the internet that is devoted to teaching men how to become more attractive. That information is now out there, and it's often disparaged, I think inappropriately, because it's like, why wouldn't we want to have more attractive men in the world? Like, how's that bad for women?
What do men want?
Oh.
See, our men's list is very short, I think. We're not looking for so much kindness or compassion or intelligence or financial success or any of those things, really.
Some of us are. I was looking for all those things when I was younger.
Yeah.
I've had to attenuate my list, especially when it comes to women.
I think most men are just looking for a sexy, attractive female.
That was certainly my highest criterion, if not my only criterion when I was younger. It's like the personality didn't matter. I mean, it's not very...
That seems to drive a lot of men.
Yeah, it's not nice to say, but it's true. And, I'm glad that I don't feel that way anymore. It's like being possessed by a demon on some level.
It is.
Like
young,
there's
young men have it bad.
Another, if you're interested, great video series to watch. Go on YouTube and search for F2M testosterone. And it's a series of interviews of women who are in the process of transitioning into becoming men, and they start taking testosterone for the first time. And they're sharing their experiences on T. And almost universally, the response of these people are, oh my God, I understand men now. I have so much more sympathy and compassion for them. It's like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't stop looking at asses. I can't stop looking at titties. Like, I don't know how to get rid of it, especially because these people they still have the biological substrate of a woman. Women don't have refractory periods like men do. Men think about sex, I think, a lot more than women do until they actually get to orgasm. And then for at least 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I don't know, an hour, they're like, oh, there's this blissful release from that hideous, unrelenting impulse. Women don't have a refractory period. So these transitioning people, they're really horny. All they want to do is fuck, but they get no relief from fucking. They say it's like torture. But why don't you start talking about this?
You're asking about what?
There's something in testosterone that I think just programs individuals to be very keyed towards sex, sexual opportunities, sexual characteristics in the desired sex, etc., etc., etc. That could also be why there are fewer relationships. We know that global testosterone levels in men have dropped significantly over the last 3 decades. I don't know why. Maybe there's something in the water, something in the air.
Cell phones, plastic.
Who knows? It's got to be something. It's probably a conflagration of things.
Yeah. Fewer fathers around.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we can put our finger on any one factor and say this is what's responsible. But it's been a dramatic drop.
It's interesting, and I'll probably ask this question again tomorrow when you're going to be sitting next to Sadia here. But to get her perspective would be interesting. But it seems like men have worked for decades to try to understand women.
Millennia.
They have studied, I mean, not decades, probably centuries, eons. But men have worked so hard to understand and be what women want. But women don't seem to have any ability to understand men. It's like they haven't even tried.
I don't know if that's always been true, and I do think that there are some women who do care about...
Oh, definitely there are some women who get it.
And who do care about what men want. It's certainly as...
I think they care about what men want, but they're just not putting in the effort. Whereas you see all the crazy lengths that men will go.
Oh, sure. It's possible.
From the, what do you call those groups of guys who are like trying to game girls?
Like pickup artists?
Pickup artists, yeah.
Oh, yeah, those are applied psychologists. I mean, they make a art or a science out of how to increase attraction on the spot, so to improve their chances of having a sexual encounter. Et cetera,
which is not the way to do anything productive in life, but it just shows you the extents that men will go to try to understand and get success.
I made an episode about that. It's called A PhD in Men, and it's like the lengths that men will go to attract and secure female attention are considerable. They'll spend thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. They'll spend years of their lives becoming something that a woman might be interested in. And it seems that some women are, maybe they'll take a weekend course at a community college on what men might want, and I think that's a stretch sometimes. And I think that has to do with the power imbalance in the sexual marketplace right now. That wasn't always the case. I think that in most traditional literature, for example, you don't really see the trope of the man pursuing the woman. Like there's the Shakespeare play, All's Well That Ends Well, that I think embodies this idea, which is there's this sort of like charming, happy-go-lucky soldier. He's a bachelor. He's loving his life. He's got his friends. He goes out wenching. But there's this one woman who just is like, I want that guy. And he blows her off and travels, leaves the country to avoid her, and she just keeps doggedly pursuing him, orchestrates some weird body swap on his wedding night with the woman that he thought that he was married. It's like, it's a comedy. It's insane. But the point is that was kind of how it is. You've seen those old toppers on wedding cakes. It's like the woman dragging the man to the altar. Like, that's kind of how it's been for a very long time. And for that to happen, the women had to use their wiles and figure out, well, what does it work to get man's, or that particular man's, attention? Because that's what I want. I want to lock down that guy. And that kind of worked because that man was kind of indifferent. He wasn't looking for it. He was soldiering. He was having fun with his buddies, etc., etc. Nowadays, it's like the women are in the spotlight, the men are looking at them, the men are pursuing the women, and so it gives them an opportunity to become more indifferent, and the power imbalance has shifted considerably. Like, it'll probably shift again, back and forth. These things are probably historical pendulum swings.
I found it interesting. In one of your recent talks, you talked about how frame was so important in relationships. And initially, the man has the role of being he pursues the woman, and he's in charge initially. And then slowly but surely, that power dynamic switch flips around, and the woman, you told me, you said in that talk, 99% of the relationships you see, the woman is in the power position.
Yeah, it's not a hard and fast statistic. I'm just saying that I've seen personally and in my clinical practice thousands of marriages and relationships up close. And I do believe that in 99% of them, the woman is the more powerful person in that relationship. And it might not have started that way, right, but it became that way. I think part of that is that most guys don't really have relationship goals. Like, they probably never thought they were going to get this far on some level. Their goal was maybe to get laid. But the woman had other designs. She's the one who says, okay, I have a timeline, and after a certain amount of time, I want to move in together, and then after a certain amount of time, I think you should propose to me, and then in another, have you thought about the wedding venue? Here are 3 that I researched, and she's like driving the relationship forward. And in most cases, the guy's like, okay, I guess if that's what you want, sure, I'm okay with that. Or she threatens to leave if she doesn't get what she wants, the marriage ultimatum. And then the guy, out of scarcity mentality or fear or even love and attachment, says, okay, I'll give you what you want, even though it might not be a self-motivated desire on his part. And that over time, the power shifts, and she's the one on some level dictating the direction of the relationship and the operation of the relationship on a day-to-day level. It's to the point where the husbands are asking permission to leave the house, which I think is just incredible. Like, if the roles were reversed, we would think that was incredibly oppressive of women. You can't tell me where I can go and what I can do, what I can wear, who I can relate to. Who do you think you are? They'd have a lot of righteous indignation about that. But let's get back to, I guess, why women are so unhappy, according to the research, given the fact that they have all this power and status and opportunity and privilege these days. So what do women want? I've thought about it a lot, and I think the answer to the question is women want what other women want. That's the answer to the question. Women want what other women want. That's not very satisfying on the surface, but let's kind of get into it. What I think about, how do I give this as an example? Female fashion is changing all the time. Like every 6 months, there's a new fad, right? Men's fashion more or less kind of stays the same over time. But women's fashion is always changing. And yet, given the fact that it's always changing, in any given time and place, the vast majority of women are dressing alike. Isn't that kind of strange? Especially given how quickly female fashion seems to switch? I think that's because women are looking very closely at other women to give them signals as to where it's safest for them to be. So let's think about this for a while. So if we were to graph all kinds of things, like maybe intelligence or kindness or all sorts of personality traits, and we were to separate the graphs of men and women, the vast majority of the graphs are going to overlap. Like, men and women have more differences than dissimilarities. But regardless of what the graphs are graphing, there appears to be a consistent shape difference between men's graphs and women's graphs. Okay? Women's graphs tend to have what's called more kurtosis, which means they're kind of peakier. That means that more women are congregated around the mean. Men's graphs are a little shaped more like this, which means that there's actually more men on this side and on this side. You put two and two together, it means that relative to men, more women are average. And relative to women, more men are either abject failures or rampant successes. So the fat part of the curve is the safest place to be. And there might be some evolutionary reasons for that. I think that on some level, women have kind of a flocking instinct. And the safest, it's like fish in a shoal. They're going to be watching very carefully about where the movement of the shoal is going, because if they guess wrong, they might find themselves a little fish on the outside, and that exposes them to all kinds of potential danger and risk. The safest place to be is in the middle of the shoal, right? And I think that women are constantly observing other women for signs and signals as to where that fattest part of the curve is. Where's the thickest center of the shoal, as it were. And that shoal is always changing and moving, just like the female fashion. But women are scanning very carefully because it's actually related to emotional, if not physical, survival. So let's think about that. So if women want what other women want, well, we therefore have to answer that question more specifically by examining what women are doing in a given time and place, because that will reflect what their desires are. So 70 years ago, we can answer the question, well, what did women want? Well, what were women doing? Well, when a woman looked at her sisters and her mothers and her girlfriends and her grandparents and her aunts, what were they doing? They were getting married and having children. They were housewives. I mean, you go back to the yearbooks in the 1950s, and the most common career path that these senior girls wanted was to get married and to be a housewife. So we could also argue, well, there weren't a lot of paths open to women at that time. It's like, okay, fair enough. But we also have to say, well, is it true that women are just like biologically predisposed to thrive in domestic environments? Is there a biological argument here? Or did women do that all the time because other women were doing it all the time, etc., whatever. Okay, so what do women want today in 2025? Well, to answer that question, we have to look at what are women doing in 2025? And how are women looking at other women in 2025? On the whole, they're looking at other women in 2025 through social media, which is already problematic because social media, especially things like Instagram, are really highlight reels. They're very edited, they're very curated peepholes into lives, into the successful, attractive corners of people's lives, right? And then looking through that peephole, what do women see other women doing? Well, some of them are getting married for sure, but maybe later on in life. They're getting master's degrees. They're starting businesses. They are traveling to the Seychelles. They are eating in Michelin star restaurants. They are going to skydiving. They are scuba diving in the Caribbean. They're with their girlfriends in Cabo, etc., etc., etc. So what women see other women doing is everything. Women want everything. because that's what they see other women doing, especially through social media. So what the signal is coming to women in 2025, where the fattest part of the curve is, the safest part of the curve is, I have to be a woman who does everything. I need to have a career, I need to have a family, I need to have girlfriends, I need to look fit and hot, I need to do this, that, the other. Because that's what apparently all the other women are doing. Okay, and I think this is connected to why so many more women these days are depressed, are anxious, or on psychiatric medication, because it's not fucking possible to do everything. It's not. Like, that's for a vanishingly small amount of women, and they are usually extremely wealthy and incredibly attractive. For the vast majority of women and vast majority of men, it's just not possible. You have to make choices about how to spend your limited time, and you have to prioritize certain things, right? But what that means is that these women are not measuring up to what they see other women doing, which means that they're getting this constant signal that they're no longer in the fattest part of the curve, because the fattest part of the curve, the center of the shoal, are women doing everything. And they're looking at their own lives and their own selves saying, I'm not doing everything. And so that's giving them a signal that they're drifting out of the center of the shoal, which exposes them to risk. And so they're constant, I think there's a lot of unnecessary suffering that's going on in women these days, because they're getting a signal that they're not measuring up to other women, which is like a threat signal. Because when they're not in line with that, they're drifting out of safety and security. And so I do think that I don't know, like, women are setting themselves up to fail on some level. Like,
but that's only the women that are on social media.
It's true. which is a lot of them,
which
though.
Which is 99%.
I don't know the statistics, but you know, it's a rare woman who doesn't have any social media presence.
Or at least is on Instagram and TikTok and all that stuff.
Yeah, some of them don't post, but they still watch.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And so I think that's part of the reason, is that women feel like they're not measuring up to other women, and they have this constant pressure to have everything. And I don't think that women want everything in a material sense. There are some women who do, but most of them, I think they want everything in the sense of, I want to have every relational, emotional experience that a person can have. Like, I want to feel that. I want to have that experience. And so I think what drives a lot of female behavior these days is FOMO, the fear of missing out. If she's doing it over there, well, I want that too. Like, why is it fair that she gets that and I don't get that? And there's also the safety signal that I was discussing. But that's interesting, because if you're trying to do everything, then one of the questions that you always have to ask yourself before you make a decision, consciously or not, is, will doing this thing close off my ability to do that thing? Right? And if so, I should do this thing first before I do that thing, right? Which I think is a big part of why we're seeing women get married and have children less frequently and later on in life. Because they realistically see that if they're at home with 2 little kids, they're probably not going to be going to Cancun with the girls, or going to be 30 under 30 on Forbes. You know what I'm saying? Like, for better or for worse, I'm sure there's lots of joys and meaning that come out of raising children, but it will close off other opportunities and experiences that they see other women having. And so they think, well, I still want to have the kids in the marriage. Yeah, because that's an experience I don't want to miss out on. But I'll do that later, after I go to Cancun, and after I start my business and get my master's degree, et cetera, et cetera. And so they kind of kick that can down the road, which leads to suboptimal outcomes because of their declining sexual marketplace value, et cetera, et cetera.
Men and women both have it hard, but in very different ways, don't they?
Oh, sure. It's
like
hard to be a
like
human
for men,
being.
You know, was it Chris Rock who said that women, children, and dogs are loved unconditionally, but men they're loved based on what they can provide? Something like that?
Yeah. I was talking to a woman the other day.
But then women peak out in their youth, and then they fade. Their marketability, or whatever word you want to call it, desirability, fades as they get older.
That's generally why the people who are most opposed to my idea of sexual marketplace value or the sexual marketplace entirely are generally middle-aged women. And that's because most women have to go through a process of accommodation to the loss of power that comes from the loss of youth and attractiveness. No young women who are generally more privileged in the sexual marketplace really have an issue with what I'm saying, because I'm saying you're way more powerful. You're punching in a higher weight class than all the other guys your age.
Everyone loves hearing that.
Yeah, they don't have a problem with that. And usually by the time they get into their 60s, most women have kind of accepted, I'm in a new stage of life and those days are behind me, and they can see that what I'm saying might have some truth to it. But the women in the middle are sometimes actively in the process of feeling the power slipping away. And that's a very hard position for any human being to be in. No one willingly surrenders power. It's stripped, whether it's through a coup or through a takeover, or in this case, through time. And sometimes people go gracefully, but usually they fight to retain what power they can for as long as they can. But men and women do have it hard in different ways, for sure. I was talking to a woman the other day. I went to acting school with her, so I've known her for a very long time. She revealed to me that, you know, when she was broke as a young actress and she needed headshots, she just took her clothes off. And the photographer was willing to give her headshots for free. And I was like, yeah. And of course, she's on some level upset that she'd have to objectify herself, she'd have to sexualize herself in order to get her needs met. And like, that's the complaint that especially young women tend to have. It's like, I don't want to be objectified, I don't want to be sexualized against my will. I get it, it's uncomfortable. But what's interesting is she also admitted, it's like, yeah, it must have been hard for you too. And I was like, oh, I mean, it was, but why do you think so? And she says, well, you couldn't do anything to get the headshots. Like, you couldn't take your clothes off to get the headshots, and you didn't have the money. So you just had to figure out something. And I was like, yeah, nobody was willing to help me, that's for sure. And that's the plight of most men, young men. They're useless to other guys because they don't have any skills or experience or networks. And most women don't want them because they don't have anything yet that most women look for, especially in a long-term partner. If you're cute and you're a young man, you can get laid. But that's, most guys are not that good looking.
Mm-hmm. There's a great Nietzsche quote that says, sometimes people don't want to hear the truth because they don't want their illusions destroyed. And that kind of sums up what you're saying. Really.
Yeah.
It's hard for us to accept some of these truths that we'd rather look around.
Well, you can't dispel with illusion entirely. Like, straight truth is like looking straight at the sun. It's blinding and very uncomfortable, and I don't think we could survive. Like, we all need illusion to some degree, in my experience. Like, maybe that's from Thus Spake Zarathustra. It feels like it might be. And in that character, he lives alone in the crisp, clean air of the mountain, but it's a rugged individual existence, and very few people could survive up there. So I think that Nietzsche kind of prided himself on dispelling as many of those unnecessary illusions as possible, but very few people can live that way. And I'm sure that there were even some illusions that Nietzsche was loath to dispense with.
It's always been hard for men, and it's also always been hard for women, just in different ways.
Well, I would say that I've noticed that, it's kind of shitty to say, but people often put their dreams ahead of their partners. Like, I've dealt with a number of couples that have been married for quite some time. Seems like the relationship is good, but then they have difficulty conceiving, and they both want children. And maybe they find out that the man's sperm isn't working, or maybe they find out that the woman's eggs are problematic or something. Sometimes it's like the biological problem is in one partner, not the other. And you might think, okay, well, we still have this dream of having a family, but we can adopt. We can get a donor or a surrogate. But what so often happens in that circumstance is they get divorced and they break up. Because they basically say, yeah, that's changing my dream too much. I want my own children. I have always dreamed of having my own biological children. And I love you, and I know you're my partner, but like, I don't want to give up on my dream, even if it means changing my dream a little bit. And very often that relationship falls apart, when really just adjusting the dream could keep that relationship together and create a happy family. But people are very loath to dispense with their relationship dreams. And they absolutely tend to put them ahead of the individual that they tend to be relating to. On some level, both men and women see that other person as a means to the fulfillment of their own dream. And it's a rare individual who says, I love you more than I love my dream. And if you are lucky enough to find that person, you should do your best to keep them around.
Do opposites attract?
Sure, they just don't stay together.
Is that right?
I think so. I mean, there's something very exotic, mysterious,
Sure.
other, unknown, taboo sometimes.
But then when you get to know the person, you realize there are some deep differences.
Yeah, and differences can be navigated, but the greater the differences, the more numerous the differences, the more work and patience is required to kind of overcome them. And that's an expense. Like if you have to spend time getting on the same page with your partner, that's time that's not spent accomplishing whatever the relationship was designed to accomplish. I think that I've been in some relationships when I was younger, like we spent more time talking about the relationship than relating. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a waste of time. That's like you're working for a company and you're just in meetings all day. It's like, well, what are we actually doing here? Are we creating a good? Are we providing a service? All I'm doing is talking about the good and the service. This is a waste, in my opinion. So this is why sometimes when you date within your culture, it tends to be a little easier because it's not always justified, but you can make reasonable assumptions that I kind of know what the relationship should or is supposed to look like, and you have kind of the same idea. It's not always the case. That's a mistake that many straight people make. But
the attraction is not as strong, though, when you have that opposite, as compared to when you have an opposite.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's also definitely some biological components to that. They call it sexual dimorphism. Mm-hmm. It's like it's not an accident that men tend to be taller than women, and that men tend to be more muscular than women, and men grow hair in certain places and women don't. So there's all of these biological signals that say, this is this gender, this sex, and you could actually reproduce with that person. And so we're biologically programmed to look for specific signs that say it's not my sex, it's not my gender, so I can do something with that person if I so choose. So I do think that there's a biological component to opposites attract.
Are we just trying to recreate let's say you had a traumatic, or we all probably have some form of a traumatic relationship with at least one parent. Are we looking for partners to kind of revisit that and heal it?
That's what Freud said. He basically said that we can either repeat or we can remember.
What's your take on that?
I think that there's some truth to that, for sure. Because the greatest victory is to achieve a different outcome in a problematic relationship from our past. So let's say that we had a father who was very withholding, and he never told us that he loved us and never gave us a hug and was kind of mean or absent. Then we unconsciously or not might get in relationship with cold, aloof, withholding men. In therapy, we call that a reenactment. So we're kind of creating a psychodrama by casting a new actor in the same role. Now, why would you do that? Well, because there's this desire that I'm going to set up the scene exactly as I remember it on some level, but I'm going to get him to love me this time. I'm going to get him to recognize me, to acknowledge me, and to have a happily ever after. And that new ending, people believe, will resolve the trauma associated with the previous relationship.
Does that ever work?
Generally not. And it's pretty easy to understand why, is because the person who sets up the psychodrama only has experience with the bad ending. They might not know how to have a different ending. This is what they've lived, this is what they've learned, this is what they've rehearsed.
They could almost reject the person then when they've gotten them.
Sure, that's possible.
I can see that.
People break up with and turn down folks who might otherwise be very good partners for them, and they can have very loving, stable relationships with all the time. People are very complicated. Mm-hmm. It's good to be simple as much as you can and to resolve some of that complexity. Complexity for its own sake is not a good thing.
Does therapy even work?
It can. It's worked for me.
Yeah.
But I had to find, I've worked with 2 therapists in my life that I think have really helped me, but I've worked with maybe a dozen therapists. So what's that, like 2 out of 12? Maybe a 16, 17% success rate. It's not terrible, but it's not great.
It's hard to find a good one.
Yeah, it's hard to find a good mechanic. Just like any other profession, the vast majority of people are going to be kind of mediocre. Some people are going to be just bad faith actors. It's going to fuck up your car. And there's going to be a few people that are just incredible, exceptional professionals at what they do. I've had some therapists, after a year or 2, I didn't feel any better or worse than when I started. I think 1 or 2, I did feel worse. So maybe some of the bad mechanics, right? And there were 2 that really, really helped me.
Sometimes you're just becoming aware of your tendencies or what your behaviors are, right? And it's up to you to decide to act differently.
Well, sure, insight is not enough. You actually have to start living in a different way outside the therapist's office. That's where the magic happens. But it can be useful to prepare for that with the therapist. Another good use of therapy is to really examine the scripts and narratives that might be detrimentally affecting your health and happiness. And we all are running scripts and stories in our minds. I don't think it's possible to live without them, which goes back to the illusion quote from before. It's like all stories are more or less false. Like some stories are more true than others, but they're all stories at the end of the day. And I don't think we can dispense with stories and storytelling entirely. Like the story of my life, who I believe myself to be, how I order certain memories, why I block others. I'm crafting an autobiography in my mind, generally unconsciously. And on some level, that autobiography is designed to support how I choose to live in the present moment and where I'm going to go into the future. And some people have really shitty autobiographies. They have terrible stories that they're telling themselves that aren't useful in the sense that they're not helping them make good, happy decisions today, but they're also not really true because no story is objectively true. So the way I think about this has to do with like the constellations in the sky. You know what a constellation is, right,
Sure.
Mark? So it's like Orion is a constellation. It's
Yes.
like there's a group of stars and we draw the lines and we say, that's the hunter. Have you gone someplace really dark without any light pollution and just seen
Oh, yeah.
the vast, isn't
Amazing.
it? It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Do you know anything about astronomy and the constellations?
Not much.
Yeah. Apparently, according to the astronomers, there are 88 constellations in the sky. The vast majority of them don't look anything like the stars in the sky. Like the fact that you could look at those stars and see a scorpion, or over here a half goat, half fish entity, it's like those people, I don't know what they were smoking, but I don't think that we have that anymore. The point is most of the constellations do not look like the figures that we project on them, right? So what's the point here? The point is that there are certain things that happen to us in our lives. Those are facts. We can't deny them. We can't ignore them. We can't pretend they didn't happen. They are like the stars in the sky. They are fixed. They are immovable. They are bright. They're not going anywhere. However, we can choose how to connect the dots, how to draw the lines between the stars and what constellations are actually going to exist in the heavens. And we could just as easily take that set of stars and draw a bull, or draw a hero, or draw a victim, or draw a starfish. It doesn't matter. Like, we can take the same set of dots and with enough creativity, have it represent any figure that we want. And that's really our fundamental powers. On so many levels, we can't control what happens to us, but we can control the meaning that we make from that. And so a great part of therapy is to really consciously examine the scripts, the beliefs, and the stories that people are running in their minds, and to say, okay, which part of that is true? Which part of that is useful? And is there another way that we can draw the lines between those stars, those things that happened in your life that we can't ignore? And I think it's certainly possible to take the same set of facts and to create a different story that actually empowers someone, that heals someone, that encourages them, and gives them hope about their ability to be happy and healthy moving forward. And I do think that's one of the best uses of therapy in a traditional sense.
Why is it that some people seem to be resilient enough to recover from their traumatic childhoods, their whatever they went through as kids, and others escape with drugs or other kind of vices? What is it that separates those that thrive from those that suffer?
Yeah, we use the term resilient, and it's been studied to a certain extent, but I don't know if anybody truly knows. I will say that I've really trying not to use the language traumatic experience for that precise reason, which is that it seems that experiences cannot be traumatic. That isn't to say that bad and evil and catastrophic things don't happen, but two different people can go through the exact same experience and one will be traumatized and the other will not. If the experience itself was traumatic, that shouldn't be possible. Like poison is poison to everybody on some level. So I think that trauma doesn't exist in the experience. Trauma is the act of being frozen internally. It's as soon as we clench and stop growing, that's the trauma. And we're like frozen at a stage of emotional development because we've been terrified on some level. It's the fight, flight, or freeze response, and trauma is the freeze. And that's in the service of survival. Like it's a very interesting way to respond to threats. The fight, the aggressiveness, we need to believe on some level that we can win and that it's safe on some level for us to aggress. This is why you have the violent protests in the Bay Area but not in North Korea. It's like it's not safe to go out on the street and protest there, and so people keep it under wraps. I don't think they're all happy there, but it's like the safer people feel, the more likely they're going to express aggression and anger. It's paradoxical. If I don't feel like I can master the threat, but I still think there's a chance for me to escape or to avoid it, I'll run. But if I don't feel like I can master the threat and I can't get away, I'm just gonna freeze, I'm gonna play dead. And that's a very deep survival instinct. It's one of the best things to do against a bear if it actually starts to attack you, is to not run away, to not fight back. And the predatory instinct sometimes loses interest in this seemingly dead carcass. They're not scavengers, right? They're predators. So that's a way to escape predation, is playing dead. And on some level, the trauma, the freeze response is like an emotional playing dead. And so time passes, the body matures, chronological events happen, but the person is still emotionally frozen in that state. And that creates difficulties for people because emotions are one of the major ways that we navigate through reality. We get our information through our senses. We have our memories and our experiences and our beliefs and heuristics, but we also have our emotional reactions to what's happening to us. But if we're frozen, then whatever emotion, we might not feel any emotion at all, so it's like we've had that limb more or less amputated, we've been blinded, we don't have access to that sense anymore. Or it's firing bad signals, like it's telling us that we're not safe when we are, because that's the last thing that happened in that emotional moment before it got frozen. So it's either our emotions are sending us no signal, which is problematic, or it's sending us bad signal, incorrect signal, which is potentially even worse. So the work of therapy on some level is to unfreeze that emotion, which is terrifying, because we're basically saying, I mean, it's frozen because I can't deal with this, we'll kick the can down the road on some level. And the unfreezing, on some level, I don't think it's avoidable. You have to experience the emotion that the trauma response was trying to protect you from, which is fucking scary, man. It's really hard. But I do think that there's some truth to that old therapeutic adage, you have to feel it to heal it. And I think the feeling of that emotion is the experience of that emotion finally leaving you. And until you feel the emotion, it's like frozen somewhere in your body. I don't know if that's very scientific. I think that's basically the argument in The Body Keeps the Score, which is a book about trauma. I think the author makes the argument that it's somatized, it's put in the body. I don't know how, maybe he does. But it's the feeling that is the signal that the emotion is finally getting expelled. And once you feel it sufficiently, it's been thawed, the river of emotion starts to flow again, and eventually you get out of that emotional debt, and your emotions are now reacting to the here and now. And so now you have like a sight, you have a sense that you didn't have before, or since you've been traumatized. Imagine getting a cochlear implant after being deaf for 40 years, or like being able to see if you were born blind. Like, what an amazing experience that might be. Sometimes when I'm feeling sad and I need a pick-me-up, I'll watch that on YouTube, man. You can just Google like cochlear implants. If you want to just feel good and have a nice like faith in
their hearing is
human
restored.
Yeah, and they haven't heard ever, and they start to hear, and they're just like, they just start to cry, and I start to cry. It's like the joy of just being able to hear, which is something that you and I and most people just take for granted, right? It's a beautiful, pure expression of joy. So sometimes I watch those videos when I'm feeling down.
That's great. What do you see for the future of romantic relationships with AI and with technology?
Oh, it's going to be a brave new world, Mark.
Jesus.
I was just talking to Eric Sue the other day. He's an acquaintance of mine. He has a YouTube channel as well. He's really knowledgeable about AI, and he's saying that like a new thing is coming out, not every week, it's like every day. You can't keep up. There's a new AI company launched every day of the week that's offering some other new incredible product and service. And we're still in the earliest infancies of this. I mean, I think that it's going to lead to fewer relationships between men and women.
Already has, it seems.
It has. Not because of AI, but for other reasons.
No, because of
right?
technology.
Yeah, and the technology is just going to improve that. Like if you think that porn is somehow responsible for some of the decline in relationships, from the withdrawal of a sector of men from the sexual marketplace, because they're not going after women anymore, they're just looking at women online. Well, imagine if we couple that with AI and robotics and virtual reality. It's like, that's in 10 years max. It's a brave new world, man. Yeah. Like Aldous Huxley's The Book. He actually predicts that, where there is no marriage anymore. People aren't born vaginally, they're born in jars through like state-sponsored embryo reproduction plants. There is no marriage, everyone belongs to everybody else. There's mandated orgies to get rid of like the sexual tension that people might experience. People go to feelies, which are basically like sensory enhanced pornography films where they're hooked up to all these different devices and they get to experience whatever's going on the screens. And they don't get paid in money anymore. They get paid in soma, which is a perfect drug. You take a little bit and it's just a pleasant intoxication. You take a bit more and you got a 3-day holiday. There's no hangovers, no side effects. People don't need to work. And behind the scenes, there's a few world controllers who are making sure that everybody is docile and happy. So I think that the future is probably some combination of Brave New World and 1984, which is a bleaker, more totalitarian vision of the future. Brave New World's future is totalitarian. It's just the softer side of totalitarianism, which if dictators are smart, that's how you achieve that end. If you're too forthright, people will rise up and resist. Like the dictators of the future will come with smiles. They'll look completely innocuous and harmless. That's my prediction.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much for coming in again.
I hope it went well. Thanks for having me, Mark.
You're always great. Thank you so much.
When I was designing the first Soft White Underbelly book, I realized that there were so many great portraits that weren't going to make it into that book. They just wouldn't fit. And once I saw how well that first book sold, I knew I'd have to design a second book. This second book is finally ready to ship. Like the first one, this book has a collection of some of the best portraits from Soft White Underbelly, accompanied by a quote from that person's interview. This book features another group of Rebecca portraits, as well as a collection of color images of the Whitaker family, and plenty of others. You can order yours for $125 or $150 for a signed copy at softwhiteunderbelly.org. Again, like the first book, Once this book is sold out, I will not be printing more of them. The portraits are what Soft White Underbelly is all about, and these 2 books contain the best of all that work. Thank you for watching.
I'm a connoisseur of heartbreak.
You're a connoisseur of
Let me say this. They're all 7. Lust is the biggest one.
Yes.
And greed is the second biggest one.
Perfect.
Of your tattoos?
Yeah. Oh, well, it's because it's 7 deadly sins. The 7 skulls are the 7 deadly sins.
Your tattoos on your left arm are all...
Is all the 7 deadly sins. So this is wrath. So it's an anatomically correct skull with a bullet hole. This is gluttony. So it's all the extra teeth. Envy is back here because envy is actually, it has no eyes because envy is blindness to God's gifts. Greed is, it's a skull with the collection box and the coins are falling through.
Wow.
This is pride, and what it is an anatomically perfect skull, and that's the Lucifer sigil, which is Lucifer was the angel that was thrown out of heaven for the sin of pride. And then up here is lust. And so, like, I have the seven.
I love lust.
And wrath was the bullet hole. Yeah, lust is my favorite.
Lust with the little...
Lust is job security.
Yeah. The lust with the Viagra is great, except when you're alone at home and no one's come over.
Yeah, and then you're sort of like, well, I guess I could hang a hat on this, you know.
You never roll up your sleeves in court, do you?
No, I don't. You know what? One time in the summer, I did because it was like hot. And I was like, you know, fuck it. Like, people know I have tattoos. I don't care. And I just like took my jacket off and rolled up my sleeves. And one of the other lawyers was like, oh, you're not wearing a jacket, Mr. Sexton? I was like, what are you wearing? I'm fucking cold. Like, yeah, no. This is like, people know I have tattoos. Like, calm down, you know. So, yeah. I have to tell you, I'm more recognized on the street when I have this. Like, if I go out with like just a sweater and stuff is covered, like I don't get recognized as much. I'm just another white dude with a pointy nose. Yeah, it's become sort of part of my brand.
Where was this guy 20 years ago?
Practicing law in New York, mostly representing W-2 wage earners. Like a cop, we used to call like the New York special was like a cop and a teacher, 401k, house.
Yeah.
There's nothing boring, like typical divorces. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, so Ashley, you've been married twice.
Yes, thank you. That's how good the drugs are in LA. Yeah.
And you probably could have used James's...
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, certainly on the second one, the prenup I could have done.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
totally.
Like, that would have been good.
You were married to Shannon Doherty.
Yeah, Shannon Doherty, yeah,
And
when I
then-
was...
and then Angie Everhart.
18, yeah, Angie, yeah.
How old was she? You were 18? She was.
Which one?
Shannon Doherty.
She was like 3 or 4 years older than me.
Oh, wow. So that's like peak Shannon Doherty.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well done. Yeah.
Yeah, that was...
That's like Billy Bob Thornton, Angelina Jolie. Like, he got like peak Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's really good.
I went to school with Angelina. She was great. Yeah.
That's a rarefied air.
But it's funny. I felt like, for me, I think when you come from like we talked about this too with Mark, like when you come from an unstable home, sometimes you start looking for stability in a relationship. That's what you think, okay, getting married and having this family, it'll be okay, and then you realize that's not the case at all.
Well, I think I've said before about money, because I grew up without any money and I grew up with economic instability, and I was like, because I didn't have money, money came to symbolize everything I didn't have.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, I don't have money and I feel unsafe and I feel useless and valueless and frightened.
Yep.
And so if I have money, all those things will go away.
Yeah.
Like what's interesting about that is that like I grew up without money. Like I didn't have resources, we had economic instability. And so for me, like money came to symbolize all the things I didn't have. And I was absolutely certain like, oh, like I feel unsafe, unstable, worthless. But if I have money, I'll feel safe, I'll feel secure, I'll feel stable. And then I got money and I was like, oh no, like I have money, it's better than not having money. But I still feel unsafe. I still sometimes feel unworthy. I still like it didn't do that. And I think the same thing like you're saying is that you don't have a home that feels calm and like connected. And you're like, oh, if I have another person who loves me, who's present, who's like all the things that my family might not have been, or I could build a home that has none of those, like then I'll have all that because I'll have all of those things. And I see that with a lot of people who grew up with wealth. Okay, they had wealth, but they didn't have like warmth and love and stability and consistency, predictability. And you're like, oh, if I have that, then I'll have everything I need.
My dad was giving me a hard time about not watching the news enough, so naturally I gave him a hard time right back. I told him most of what we're shown is designed to alarm us, not inform us. And that's why I asked Ground News to sponsor my channel. Ground News is an app and website that helps you form your own opinions by showing you every article published on any story worldwide. My favorite part is how it breaks down each news source's political bias, reliability, and even ownership, so you can actually see where your information is coming from. Let me show you how it works. Here's a story about the Palisades fires in Los Angeles. Ground News shows that 13 outlets covered it, most leaning slightly right. You can instantly see who owns these outlets, how reliable they are, and how differently they frame the same event. Some headlines focus on firefighter decisions, others on weather and risk. Same story told through two very different lenses. I also like their blind spot feed. It highlights stories that are covered heavily by one side but ignored by the other. It's a simple way to step outside your own echo chamber. So if you're tired of being told what to think, check them out at ground.news/SWU. You'll get 40% off their Vantage plan, and by subscribing or even gifting it to someone, you're supporting independent thinking and this channel directly. Again, that's ground.news/SWU. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, I think also like sometimes chemistry gets confused for recognition, for patterns of stuff that you felt in your life or earlier childhood stuff. Mark and I were talking about that. Like a lot of stuff happens from childhood that obviously shapes your life, and how you act. And I think that's the whole thing. Like I would confuse intensity for intimacy.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, for me, like it's so funny. I'm 53, and like
How old are you, Ashley?
51.
51, 53.
53. And I've been in therapy. You're holding up good.
Okay.
I've been.
A rough life.
Listen, we both. I don't want to die without any scars.
Yeah.
I really like. I've been in therapy for probably 20 years. And like the first times I went to therapy was because like my fucking life was on fire. Like I think that's how a lot of people get in therapy. It's just like, oh fuck, my life's on fire. Like I'm getting divorced, or my mom died, or whatever. So that was like what therapy was for me. And only like 5 or 6 years ago did I like get back into therapy, but like my life wasn't on fire. It was just like, all right, I just kind of want to like figure this fucking thing out, maybe be better at it. It's so helpful. It's even more helpful when you go into it and your shit's not on fire. And you're like, I just want to like figure some things out, like, and figure out truths. But what's funny is like the thing that you said that made me think like, is that like, what I realize sometimes now is that like somebody who winds me up, or like someone who I find super attractive, or like how much of that is like 7-year-old Jim? Like reacting
For sure.
to like what my mom didn't give me, or my dad. And I actually said to my therapist the other day, I was like, I'm fucking 53. Like I'm still trying. My mom's been dead 10 years. Like I'm still trying to get my mom to love me by giving this woman everything. Like I'm still, really? Like I have come nowhere in this process. Like I'm still, but the truth is like, yeah, those are like formative fucking years. And you can spend a lot of time trying to rebuild that, but.
Yeah. I mean, it's simple Freud 101, that we chase these patterns in our life to try to fix them. We go after women sometimes that, remind us of maybe a family member, and we try to fix that and heal that relationship, but it doesn't work that way.
I've also found too, for me, I don't know about you, but like I always found in my life, I was attracted to women that were like my mother or her total opposite. There was nothing in between. Yeah. And by the way, like too far south is north. So like my mom's like coldness and like absence and like making me feel ashamed for wanting or needing anything and like lack of comfort, because my dad was a bad alcoholic, and she was very like dealing with him, and it was kind of like, I do not have time for you right now, I'm dealing with this fucking child, and so I found women that were like that. And then I went the other way, which is like, I'm gonna find women that are like wildly overcorrectedly super invested in me to the point where they're just like, and then I'm gonna get annoyed by that because I don't even know how to react to that. I don't know how to handle that energy, even though it's like appealing to me.
And neither of these is the answer.
Neither of them, because the answer is like in the nuance of it.
And by the way, just for those people that are saying, oh, well, my mom was this way, my mom was, it's not always the mom. Because like with me, I've been attracted to women who are representative of my dad. They treat me the way my dad treated me, which was kind of...
It's either parent, it's either parent or they're opposite. Yeah. Like, so it really is. Like, I don't think that I think it really is. Because my point with it was how those early years are so important. And it's actually taught me why, like, someone hurting a child, someone abusing a child, like, this is why this is such a reprehensible thing to do. Because, like, you will spend the next 40-something years, 50-something years, like, still dealing with the after effects of the way that these people engaged you, because they're so formative, they're so foundational.
Well, yeah, it changes your brain pathways at a young age when you have like trauma like that or PTSD for forever. And I had stuff happen in my home too, and I love my parents. They did the best they could do, but that stuff sets you up. And I think a lot of me, because I grew up in a family that was, a lot of people looked at them, and, you never knew what people wanted, and you kind of just wanted your own identity. But then there was this part where you have this low self-esteem, and you have this low self-esteem, and so you start picking women that, like, look good on the side of your arm, so you feel better about yourself. You know what I mean? Like, the guys say, oh, he's with her, and then it's really about just yourself trying to, that low self-esteem,
Yeah, and it's the sense of like, if she sees I'm valuable, and people see that she sees I'm valuable, then they're gonna think I'm valuable, and then I'm gonna feel valuable. Which, by the way, each of those steps along the way is like so fucked up, because if she finds me valuable, well, she may find you valuable because she feels superior to you. And if she finds me valuable, other people will see I'm valuable. No, they might just be like, oh no, like she's just fucking crazy that she likes that guy. And also then on top of it, and then I'll feel valuable. That's the biggest delusion of all time. Like, if anything, no, I'll just feel completely empty because I'm standing there. Like, you want to feel, like I live in Chelsea in the city. You ever want to feel like super like fat and out of shape? Hang out, live in a building with a lot of gay men. Like, they look fucking photoshopped, these guys. So like, put me in Disney World, I'm the hottest guy there. Yeah. But like even being around here, LA, I don't know how you all survive. Like, everybody's so fucking good looking, And New York City, same thing. Like, talk about the two cities where people are peak hot. Like, but the truth is, like, you want to look skinny, hang out with fat people.
You're like Pacoima 10, LA 1.
Right, right. And I guess, but what's so funny is that you actually thought, oh, I'm going to marry this incredibly popular, successful, gorgeous woman, and it's going to make me feel better.
Yeah.
Like, no, actually, no. Like, it's for like a minute, But, falling feels like flying for a little while.
But that's the same, that's the same repetition of that same thing of this time this is going to fix me, make me feel okay. It's the same as addiction, right? Almost, okay, now if I take this, I'm going to feel okay. And my friend, I was saying to Mark earlier, Brad Renfro, is an actor, and he died. And we were talking in the car one day, about addiction, but then he said, man, the hardest shit to kick is two-legged dope. Because I'm like, well, yeah, for like,
I have never heard it put that way, and that is so spot on.
Yeah,
it's so true.
And I'm like, for drugs, you can go into rehab and they give you some pills and detox you, but the two-legged dope, that ain't nothing.
Dude, not only is there nothing for it, like, everyone's a pusher.
Yeah.
Everyone's a pusher. Like, if you were like, you know what I'm thinking about doing tonight? Some heroin. Like, most people, except junkies, are going to be like, that's a bad idea. But if you're like, I found the woman of my dreams, people are like, good for you. Yeah. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to marry her without a prenup. They'd be like, what a leap of faith. That's fantastic. Like, it's the only dope in the world that people are just going to be like, I'm so glad you're getting hooked on this. Yeah. Like, and if you were like, maybe this is bad for me, people would be like, what are you, a quitter? Like, come on, man. It's like, and by the way, there's absolutely no metric or statistic to suggest that this is good for you. And by the way, like, if you're going to make this metaphor, which that's amazing, that metaphor. I mean, honestly, like talk about chasing the dragon.
Yeah.
Like, the first days of love, what is more intoxicating than that? It's the first shot of heroin.
Yeah.
It's the first bump of excellent coke. Like, I didn't know I could feel like this.
And then it gets progressively worse.
Yeah, well,
Like
you
drugs.
need more. You need more to get the same feeling.
Yeah.
You have to start doing shit you didn't want to do in order to get it. Like, and it never quite ever matches that. But you're like, hey, if I don't keep doing it, I'm gonna feel worse and worse and worse. So it's absolutely the two-legged dope, like chasing the dragon of that two-legged dope. Wow, we gotta start setting up rehab centers for this.
Yeah, I mean, they have SLA, sex and love addiction, places and stuff. But I think we all have that. It's human nature. When I just went through cancer, I was in a 6-year relationship and was going through radiation, and we split up. Not that I'm a victim in the whole thing, but it was hard. It was the hardest thing. I mean, I'd rather kick dope any day of the week than kick the two-legged dope. It was tough, and then it brings in all the abandonment issues that bring in causes and condition and your core childhood. And it's always comes back to that, and that's where, if you're saying therapy is the work that it takes time. It's not an overnight thing, and I think a lot of our brain pathways, the voices get less, but they never go away.
Yeah, and you know what I'll say as a divorce lawyer is that, like, I'm like the substance use counselor at the rehab center. Like, you come in and you're like, all right, I've been rapidly detoxed off of this because I got thrown in prison. She came home and said, I'm in love with somebody else and I'm out. Or like you start to go, okay, my life has become unmanageable. Okay, well, that's what a lot of people come into my office. They're like, hey, my life's become unmanageable. So kicking the two-legged dope, my problem is as the person who facilitates the demise of the unhappy marriage. Like, I'm not, just like dope, like, drug dealers don't have to sell drugs. Like, they don't have to go out and be like, hey, would you guys like to try this? Like, drugs sell drugs. Like, drugs sell drugs. Like, there's never been someone sitting around going, what am I going to do with all this crack? Like, drugs sell drugs. You don't have to make ads for it, So divorce, it's like the same thing. People are like, oh man, like, how do you feel like society, like what you're doing to society? I'm like, guys, like, I don't make it rain. Like, I'm the umbrella. Like, I'm not capitalizing on people divorcing any more than like a pediatric oncologist is like, oh man, I hope kids get cancer. Like, I'm sure he'd be happy for kids to not get cancer and have to do something else. Like, but the truth for me in doing what I do for a living is, like, people, when they get into my office, all of that abandonment stuff that they're feeling, all of that anger that is not just at this person they're divorcing, it's at their mom. It's that they're dad. It's all because, like, okay, we've all done some therapy here in this room, but like a lot of people haven't, a lot of men haven't, a lot of women haven't, or they had therapy. Like, not all therapy is created equal. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of people that just have like an unconditional positive regard Rogerian therapist who's like, they go in and say, well, here's what I'm feeling, and they're like, it's good that you recognize
that. How does that make
like,
you feel?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you get to be Woody Allen. You're in therapy 5 days a week for 40 years, and you marry your daughter. Like, that's not like great therapy as far as I'm concerned. Like, good therapy should be about what is it you don't want to feel.
Yeah.
What is it you don't want to look at? Let's look at that. Because what is addiction but anything you do to get away from what you would have been feeling if you'd done nothing at all?
But I think you'd be a hard client because sometimes as a therapist, we can run around them, you know what I mean?
Totally.
Like, and all of a sudden we're kind of like lying to ourselves, but not really realizing that in the moment, you know? It's like...
My therapist gets right out in front of me, it's great. Because she's like, you're intellectualizing this.
Yeah.
She's like, and you know when you do that, you're doing it because you don't want to look at it. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
I couldn't imagine where the hell I'd be today without good therapists. I don't know, like I've been deep into it before.
I've had so many therapists that cheated on them. Sometimes I wonder, like, you know, in marriages, do people want a partner or a therapist they can sleep with? You know?
Yeah. You know, I made a conscious decision with the therapist. That the therapist I saw for like almost 20 years basically like retired, and I couldn't work with him anymore. And so I had to find somebody else. And that was like the weirdest feeling in the world, because I was like, okay, wait, no. Like, this person knows all this background. Like, they were there. Like, they were there when I got divorced. They were there when my mom died. Like, they know like all this history. I gotta start over? Like, but the interesting thing about that is when I started over, what I found was, like, when I was getting divorced, it was like the only thing in the world that was going on. Like, it felt so big to me, and I was so worried about my kids, and I was so worried about like how that, you know, 20 years later, describing that divorce, it's like this much of my Wikipedia page of my life. You know, like, I was like, yeah, I was married, and then we had 2 kids, and then we split up, and I'm like, oh shit, this thing that was like the center of everything was just like 4 sentences in the summary of my life now. And that's a really, like, it put a lot of things in perspective. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I found that the older I get, the more I see how things fit in the timeline. And I had all these things that I was like, there's no fucking way I'm surviving this. Like, there's no way I'm getting out of this with like my sanity intact, or there's no way I'm getting out of this without my heart being just irreparably broken. And now I look at it and I'm kind of like, oh, yeah, I've been through a lot of things. Like, I got through a lot of things.
Yeah, it's funny. I spoke to this professor at Harvard, and he was saying to me, because it was something similar like that, a relationship, and he said, you know, the good news is every crisis has a beginning, middle, and end. And when I heard that, I'm like, oh, you're in the middle stage. I just, you know, you don't think that. Like, you just think this is going to be forever. And I'm like, crisis, there's a beginning, middle, and an end. And I was like, it just hit me hard when I thought about that, because I knew at some point there would be relief from this. You know, like you said, we look back, it's so, you know, it was nothing, it's trivial, but in the moment, it's like, you know.
You know, I think it was George Orwell, or Orson Welles, no, maybe it was Orson Welles, who said that whether a story is a comedy or a tragedy depends on when you end the story.
Yeah.
And like, I think when you're in it, like, there's just no end. Like, and then when you've gone through it and then you look back, and the more distance you get from it, you just sort of go like, oh, okay. And I feel that way about love. Like, I feel that way about, like, I don't know how you feel about your ex-wives, but like, you know, at the time, and then when it's first acute and you're splitting up, and then like 5-6 years later, and then, man, like, the further and further distance I get from it, the more that I'm kind of like, oh, like, there were some lovely things about this person, and like, I don't know, things just don't hurt the way they did. I don't feel angry the way I did. I also get far enough from that version of me that I don't identify with him so much anymore, and I kind of look at it and I go like, oh, I was so fucking, like, God, she deserves, there should be champagne for the survivors, man, of that. Like, that fucking guy, like, were married to him, like, I don't feel like him anymore. That's me 30 years ago.
Yeah. What do you think, like, doing what you do obviously has changed your views on marriage or relationships or love.
And those are three totally different things. Like,
Yeah.
I think on marriage, I'll go in reverse order on that question. It, if anything, has very much deepened my faith in love and my belief in love and my belief in how important love is to all of us, what we're willing to trade for it, like how much it means to all of us. Like, people say to me sometimes, like, oh, you know, doing what you do you believe in love? And I'm like, that's like, do I believe in gravity? Gravity exists. I don't have to believe in it. Like, I'd say I don't believe in gravity. I'm not going to fall up. Like, love is all around me. I feel it. It's in my heart. I see it all around me. It's the only thing that matters. So love, I completely believe in.
Yeah.
Do love and marriage correlate in any way? I don't believe so. Like, I don't think that the people I know that are like really deeply in love, if they didn't have this governmental agency built around it in the form of marriage, I think they'd still be madly in love. I don't think that maybe it bolstered some aspect of it, and I don't think it really did. Relationships, in my opinion, it's taught me that relationships can get very complicated very fucking fast. You sign on for something thinking that this is like, you sign on for the simplicity of it.
Well, they also send their best representative in of themselves. You know what I mean? That's,
Of course, they have
that's like
Spanx
the
on their
KGB.
personality,
Yeah.
and so do we.
Yeah, of course.
You know, like,
Yeah.
we go in and we're like, oh, I'm going to present my best possible self. And by the way, you are your best self at that moment. Like, because when are you your best self? When you're like, because I don't think you fall in love with this person exclusively. I think equally, you fall in love with the person this person makes you feel like. Like, every time I've ever fallen in love, I love who I was in that moment. Like, I looked at myself in the mirror and felt the best I've ever felt. Because she thinks I'm so hot. She thinks I'm so smart. She's so enamored
Those
with me.
roofies really work.
They really work. But she's so like enamored with me that I feel like that. I feel like I'm that person. And the truth is it's like, no, I'm just still me. But I've projected all this stuff on her. She's projected all this stuff on me. And now I like who I am. And who am I getting mad? I'm getting mad because she's changing, because she took the Spanx off her personality. And I had to see her without the makeup, emotionally and physically. Because, like, again, emotionally she took it off too. And also, I've stopped, you know, like that two-legged dope, like, it doesn't, you know, you got to have more to feel, you know, the same rush, and it'll never really be that rush. Like, you're chasing that dragon. And the dragon that you're chasing is the dragon of, like, how I felt about myself, how this person made me feel. And it's really easy to go, you're failing me, you don't make me feel the way you used to. But part of it is that, okay, I don't feel when I'm around you. I don't make me feel the way that I used to feel when I was around you. And I think that those are different things. But see, the problem is we don't have a world where we get to talk about this until it's too late. Like, we don't, I don't think, you know, I was saying to Mark the other day, like, that, you know, I don't know about you, but like, people spent a long time in school teaching me how to divide fractions.
Yeah.
I've never fucking used that once in my life. But nobody ever said to me, like, hey, when you fall in love, whatever world you live in, whatever culture you're in, whatever, when you fall in love, you're gonna be drunk as fuck. Like, you're gonna not be seeing things clearly. Like, and when you're wearing rose-colored glasses, all the red flags look like flags. Like, you're just gonna be like, whatever. And no one ever told me that. And, like, you know what? That was way more important than how to divide fractions. It would have saved me a lot more money. I wouldn't have given away a house and a 401k. Like, if someone had said to me early on, or maybe I would have still done it, because people tell people don't do drugs all the time, and they do them anyway. But at least I would have gone, oh, that's what's going on here. I wouldn't have thought, oh, I failed, I suck, or oh, she sucks, or whatever it is. Like, I would have understood, oh, this went the way that somebody said it was going to go.
Why do you think, because I always wonder this, why do you think when we're in that place and we see those red flags that we continue to move we delude ourselves in a certain way. You know what I mean? Like start making excuses.
I think we overestimate our capacity.
Yeah.
Like I think we just go like love will conquer all, or maybe this person will change and I'll change them with my love.
Yeah.
Like, oh, she's this way, but that's insecurity, and maybe if I love her enough, she won't have that insecurity anymore. I think some of that, or I think we overestimate what we're gonna be able to put up with. I also think too, like what we like about someone when we're dating them, what excites us about them, the type of relationship that a marriage is, like we're gonna live together and we're gonna build a home together. Like the things that make someone a good girlfriend or a good boyfriend are not necessarily the things that would make you a good husband or wife or roommate or co-parent or any of those other things. Like, oh, you can cook. Like, that means you can farm? No. Like, those are two fucking totally different things. They both have to do with food, but like, they're totally different skill sets. So I think that's a piece that people, you know, we look at this person and think, oh, we'll just get better and better at this with time. Like, because most things, like if I practice at it, I get better at it. But I don't think relationships is necessarily like that. That like if you just hang in there, you'll figure it out. The problem is like, how would we teach? I mean, first of all, I think there's a lot of adults that still haven't figured this shit out and wouldn't want to say out loud what you'd have to say out loud. Like, we live in a culture currently where it is a controversial statement to say that biological sex exists. How do you propose we're going to discuss, here's how you should be in a relationship with a man or a woman without everybody disagreeing on the core component? We can't agree on the definition of a man or the definition of a woman. We'd also turn into, well, isn't that a very heteronormative discussion? Because you're talking predominantly about heterosexual couples because they outnumber same-sex couples. So we would be talking about the majority but excluding the minority, which would be heteronormative and homophobic. Like, it's so fraught of terrain.
I'm not homophobic.
Oh, good. You play gay chicken with me, you know, we'll snuggle right up, man. Listen, you know what? I have to tell you something. I never used to like broccoli. Now I love it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'd do the second half gay. I don't know. I couldn't be any fucking worse at it. I'll say that. You know what I mean? Like, I've always said, actually, I would be awesome at being gay except for the gay sex part. Like, I'd be like hanging out with other men,
and you have to be in better
going
shape.
to the gym. That's the problem. I can't have that.
You know?
Yeah, I like carbs too much to really do that. But yeah, I mean, there's so much of like when men get together like this and have a conversation, an honest conversation. And by the way, like no matter what I represent like some Fortune 50 CEOs and some incredibly famous actors, musicians, athletes. And I used to represent like, you know, mom and pop, like a cop or whatever. You know, we all suck at this. Like, it's the greatest commonality ever. Like, you could be the world-class surgeon. You could be, and you suck at this. Like, you just suck at this. Like, because everybody sucks at this. We're equally like, well, I mean, I see a self-selecting group. I see people getting divorced, but 56% of marriages end in divorce. So that's how many catastrophically fail. So let's say there's another 10, 20% that stay together for the kids, but they're miserable, or stay together because they don't want to give away half their shit. All right, now we have something that fails 76% of the time. Like, across all demographics of wealth, of everything, yeah, it crosses all of those lines. People who are, I have clients who are like world-class financiers, surgeons, athletes, actors, quant people, PhDs in molecular biology, like brilliant by any metric, skilled at any metric, thinking long-term, disciplined by any metric. They're terrible at this. They're as terrible at it as the postman.
Well,
yeah. Keeping love and finding love, keeping love, maintaining it, being happy in it.
I've seen some of the biggest businessmen in the world be destroyed by a woman, and they're such powerful businessmen in business, you know, like sharks. And then you see the two-legged dope or the woman come in, and it becomes a whole different ballgame. Yeah. You know, and I always wonder what you think that would be about.
I think sometimes it's also that, like, you know, they don't want to acknowledge. Like, the thing about the two-legged dope is that it you know, mental illness is the illness that tells you don't have an illness. You know, and I've had a lot of friends that have like serious substance use issues, And a lot of times when they're in their addiction, you're like, dude, this is the fucking drugs. And they're like, no, it's not that. It's this and this and this and this I'm dealing with. And you're like, dude, it's not that. It's the drugs. Like that's with this. Like when you got to a guy, listen, man, your life's fucked up because your relationship is fucking bad. No, it's not that. It's this has been going on at work and also this and the kids this. And you're like, dude, I'm telling you, you kick that dope. And you're gonna see like everything else is gonna get better in your life. Like this is, and then they invariably do eventually get divorced. And then they go, oh my God, I didn't realize how much drag that was. Because a good relationship and like the height of, like when you're first chasing that dragon, like when you're in that, like, or if you have a really healthy relationship, it's a superpower. It's a superpower. Like I've always said, marriage is like winning the lottery. You're probably not gonna win. You're probably not, but if you win, what you win is so fucking good, man. If you see somebody who's got a really fulfilling, healthy relationship, it's a superpower.
Yeah, I would say if you wanna find out what your character defects are, get into a relationship.
Yeah. It holds up a mirror.
It is. It's a huge learning block, and it's not like in most things in life. It's hard. Nothing comes good without hard work, And I feel maybe there's a certain percentage of marriages that just go, happy. But I think there's also a lot of, stuff because people are bringing their family stuff to the table, and you're bringing your family core stuff to the table, and I think that stuff has to be worked through, and then you hear, well, you just got to figure out the person that's worth doing that for, doing it with, So
what's interesting, like, I was talking to a buddy of mine, Max Lugenbear, a couple days ago, and he said something really interesting to me that I'd never heard before. And when he said it, I was like, oh, that seems so obvious, but like I'd never thought of it before. Because whoever discovered water, it wasn't a fish, And I would be interested to hear what you guys think of this, because he said it, and I was like, oh shit, that's really interesting. He said that he thinks that your next relationship is usually a reaction to your last one. I don't know, like that, when he said that, I mean, maybe it seems like self-explanatory. When he said it, I was like, oh shit, that's really interesting. That like the partner you choose for your next relationship is very often a reaction to the last one you had. So it's either like, oh, I like this, but I got it wrong, so I'm gonna try again with the same one. Like I'm gonna get a same one, but this time I'll do it right. Like this time I'll build it right, or this time I won't let these things go off track.
The definition of insanity, right?
Right, but this is, or you go, you know what, this one was so soft, I'm gonna take one that's really hard. Or this one was so demure, and I'm gonna take one who's a wild child now. Or this one was such a wild child, and now I'm gonna take one who's like super virginal. And so you're actually letting your choices be dictated as a reaction formation, essentially. I don't know, what do you think of that? I thought it was such a cool thing. He said it, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to like digest that.
Yeah, I've seen that in Friends. I've seen it happen over and over again.
I've done it.
I think I've done it.
Yeah, I think I've done. When he said it, I was like, I think I've done that. Because sometimes you go like, what? Why did I choose this person in that moment? Because I think sometimes we just think like, oh, this person just wandered into my life, and then that was it. It's like, right, but no, you made choices, and why did this choice appeal to you? It's really interesting to think if it was like partly a reaction to the prior one.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is, and at a certain point, if the same things keep happening in relationships, you gotta look at yourself and try to recognize, why does this pattern keep happening? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about like romantic movies. They're an hour and a half, right? If women see them and love them, I go, if they were 10 hours, you'd see the whole story. You know what I mean? It's like,
and by the way, like rom-coms are porn. They're porn. That's all they are, is porn. Like, what's porn? Porn is idealized, stylized, like what you want to see, the best parts, right? But it's idealized, it's stylized, it's not actually what real sex looks like, unless you're imitating porn in your sex life, which I think a lot of people are. Like, a lot of people's sex education is porn, and then they go, oh, that's what fucking supposed to look like. So then they try to recreate porn. But the reality is like, I don't know that that's actually, it's a idealized, stylized. Like, I was talking to a dude who shoots porn, he's a porn director, And he said, he's like, oh, like no one really enjoys reverse cowgirl, but it looks great on camera. Like it looks great on camera. Like fucking in the shower, washing off every natural lubricant that you have and standing in a slippery surface, it's not, but it looks great. So in film, everybody's fucking in the shower. So like it's what looks good. Well, rom-com's same thing. Like here's an idealized, stylized, perfect version of what a great relationship looks like, and then it ends usually at like a moment of ta-da, and it's perfect, and then they kiss, and now we end it. Yeah. And it's like, we ended the story there. You think that in the movie Titanic, that if Leonardo DiCaprio didn't die, that like a year later, she would have been like, you know, in a year later, she'd have been like, dude, enough with painting the fucking French girls. You got to get a job, man. Like, what are you doing? Somebody's got to pay the rent around here. I broke up with that rich fiance because of you, the Billy Zane guy. Yeah. Like, we got to figure this out. Like, but you end the story with him dying, and he's got, you know, he's got a halo, and it's a love that lasts forever.
Yeah. That, you know, now I'm going through the same thing too. So it's.
What kind of cancer are you dealing with?
I have mucosal carcinoma, which is a very rare cancer. There's not a lot of clinical trials on it. It's like a 1% thing. Wow. So the last 2 years, my life turned completely upside down. And
I've had some family experience. My mom had leiomyosarcoma and dealt with it for many years. And she had an excellent outcome. You know, she had a lot of surgeries and things like that. But she lived into her, you know, late 70s, and when she didn't pass from that, thank God. But it was touch and go. There was bad prognosis.
It takes a lot of toll on you, you know.
Dude, it's hard to like keep your sense of humor. It's hard to keep your like, you know, I know when I'm sick or in pain or nauseous or whatever, like it's hard to fucking find the joy in life, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. When you don't feel good physically, it's very hard to feel good emotionally.
Period.
You know?
Period. Yeah, man.
And all the stuff about cancer, it's so weird, is that like everything they try to do to each treatment to save you, it kills a piece of you. You know, after radiation, I wasn't the same. Or after the third surgery, now it's checkpoint inhibitors, IVIG. You know, it's
they're taking pieces.
Yeah, and it's funny because I just was dating somebody, but I said, listen, you know, you don't know my world, and I don't think it's fair for you
to come in this.
Yes, you know, because you only seen the outside of it, but to bring a girl, you know, into all this stuff, it's very almost. I feel selfish in a way, you know.
Do you think that's true? I don't know, man. You know, honestly, one of the things that's best, I think, about women is like, I think a man would feel that way a lot. I'm generalizing, but like, I think a lot of men would feel that way. Like, it's like if a woman was like, had cancer and going through chemo, and you're like, we're gonna start a relationship. I think a lot of men would be like, ooh, that sounds like I'm a lot to sign up for. But like, I know a lot of women that would be like really into like being a supportive person for someone who's going through a struggle. Like, I really do. Like, I have to tell you, like, it's what I've seen in like when people divorce with children, men fare better, because like a man sees a woman with a couple of kids and goes like baggage, you know. I mean, again, not every single man, but I think a lot of men go, ooh, baggage. A lot of women see a guy with kids who's divorced and is like, oh, cool, instant family, just add me. Like, that's great. Like, I'll be a cool stepmom, you know? I'll be like a supportive partner, I'll get along with his ex, like, we'll figure it out, you know? And I feel like when you see someone who's going through something as intense as what you're going through, like, and dealing with like such a serious health thing and all the shit that comes with it, like, I think it brings out something in all of us that's a little like, oh man, like, I want to like bolster you, I want to support you, I want to like give you some moments of peace if I can, make you laugh, like, you know.
Well, there's a caveat to that too. When you know, a woman you're dating is like, I want to have kids and have a marriage in the future, and you don't know if you're gonna live or die, you know.
Well, you're definitely, we're all gonna die.
Well, yeah, but
you know,
on a fast track, you know, they had said to me, okay, you have 30 to 50% to make it 5 years, you know. So like, but who knows, stats or whatever, different things can happen. But when all that stuff's going through your mind, you know, it's hard to be there for somebody else in a relationship. And I was saying to this girl that I you know, just very nicely split up with, I go, all your demands and everything are all reasonable. You know, I just can't. I can't do it. You know, because of you get sick, and the treatments and all that stuff. You know, so
would like 20-something-year-old you have had that approach to it?
Probably not.
Yeah.
No.
Like I think that's a function of it. Like it sounds like, because that's a lot of like empathy.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of like putting yourself in the head of this other person and being like, hey, like I've got to rock and roll through this, and like you don't have to, and like you deserve to. But I just don't think that's a young man's game. Like I don't.
Yeah.
Like I don't.
For sure.
Yeah. Like I know I've gotten better at it. Like I don't know that I've perfected it at all, but I've like definitely gotten better at it, because I think I'm much more patient than I used to be, and I see the long view in a way that I didn't used to see the long view, and I don't know, that just feels to me like such a testament to like your growth as a person, that you would say like, hey, you know, this is great and you're awesome, but like I'm wrestling with this thing, and you don't have to wrestle with it, and also like the things you want, like I want you to have those things.
Correct.
You know, and then if I'm not going to be able to be the one to give them to you, I would like you to have them anyway, even without me. Like that's, I don't know, that's a very grown-up way to handle it.
Because thank you. Because also, like you know, like I said to you earlier, your outside world's being crumbled too, financially, how you get hit on everything, and you know, if someone tells you that's what they want, you know, like. You know, in the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, it says, you know, selfish, self-seeking, that we think is the root of our problems. We must get rid of the selfishness. We must, or it kills us. You know, and so I think that's a lot of what, you know, addiction and stuff is trying to move from selfishness to selflessness, you know?
And isn't that at the root of, like, why my profession is thriving, is that I don't know that, to go back to your question from before, like, because I think marriage is an institution that we created to bolster something, but I think in fact what it does is it's become something where we're very selfish, because we're like, how is this person failing to meet my needs? And how is this person like failing to make me feel the way I want to feel? Like we're approaching it from a place of selfishness. And in fact, at its best, what a marriage would be, what a relationship would be, is like, how can I be of service to you?
Correct.
And you would equally be, how can I be of service to you? And therefore, we're both getting our needs met, but we're not being selfish in that process. And like that selfishness is like, because I think that selfishness is the most metastatic thing there is.
Yeah.
Because it spreads into all the aspects of our connection and starts eating away at all of them.
Yeah, because everybody wants to be served. Nobody wants to serve. You know what I mean? I think that's one of the biggest things. Like in relationships, it's what you can bring to the table. You know, it's not just being a taker, and you know, it's work and stuff. And so, like, that's what I was saying. Going through the stuff going through, I have enough awareness at this point to, you know, not affect another person that could change their life and hurt them with something they want and told me up front. Like you said, when I was 20, I'd be like, whatever, but you know, when you look into, you know, I'm speaking to, you know, UCLA right now, the therapist there, about assisted suicide in case, you know, the next surgery or, you know, treatment goes upside down, you know, and they have to do it when you're, I'm sure you know, like in a sound state of mind. California gives you 6 months.
Yeah,
and
Netherlands, same thing.
Yeah, it's a very weird place and mindset to be, you know, and
it must call into like, you know, that's the thing about any kind of like serious illness, life-threatening illness. Like it reshapes your focus really fast. Like it changes everything in terms of what was your levels of importance and scale of importance. Like it just drives home and sharpens and focuses right away. Like all of those things, because you know, there's a finite number of times you're going to see the sunset. It's true for all of us. But when you start to feel like, oh, that might be a number that I could count on my hands and toes, like then you start taking that shit seriously. But the truth is, it could be true for any one of us. Like, like Mark and I could both go way before you, just because we get, you know, hit by a bus. Like, there's so many things that you could, you know.
Yeah, which is interesting, because I hear people say that, you know, we're all going to die, and I used to say that, you know. But then when death shows up on your door, and you have no control over. outburr it, it becomes another monster.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that you try to wrestle with. And yes, we are all going to die, but like my prayers in the morning aren't like, okay, God, take this away, because that may not be the case. Mine is, please help me get through this with grace and dignity, and also like, that's the thing about AA, is like, I'll call my sponsor sometimes and he goes, who have you helped today? I'm like, what? It's about service and helping others too, and it's, especially like facing something like this, it just changes your whole view on relationships and how important they become to you,
It's interesting because, if you don't mind me asking, like, how long have you been in recovery?
On and off for 18 years.
Okay.
I had 7 years up until I got cancer a year and a half ago. My drugs of choice were heroin, but opioids, and so it was surgery after surgery, radiation. My partner left, and I was stuck here not knowing if I was going to live or die, and had all this pain. It was so dark at that moment. I was just like, fuck it, what I mean? Like, so it was, retrospect, I wish I didn't do that, but I felt so alone when she had left, and so scared.
Yeah, and relapse is part of recovery, that. But
of course.
The reason why I was asking it is because you're talking about, mortality and learning to sort of navigate serious illness and mortality. And you're using a lot of the things you have learned in recovery. And I guess what I was thinking is it's two separate questions that merits two separate answers. But the first one is, what has being in recovery and the tools and ways of looking at things that you got from being in recovery and being and working a program done to change the way you approach your romantic relationships? That's question one. And then second huge question too is, how has that informed the manner in which you're approaching serious illness and the prospect of mortality?
And Jim, you worked in recovery before working as a lawyer, right?
Yeah, well, I in addition to being a lawyer, I have my CASAC certification, which is Certified Substance Abuse Counselor.
Yeah, me too.
And
That's
so but that was because I grew up in a serious alcoholic household. Yeah, I've never had substance use issues personally, but I am like, when I was like, I moved out when I was 17 because
Me too.
My dad was, like a Cutty Sark in his coffee mug kind of an alcoholic, and there was just so much chaos that came from that.
Yeah.
And I remember I was like probably my sophomore year of college, I was in a bookstore and I saw the Recovery, the Adult Children of Alcoholics book.
ACOA.
Yeah, and I remember reading it. And I actually like felt like a chill down my spine, and I was like, are they reading my fucking diary? Like, this is, because the description of like all your fears and control and your necessity of control and like always feeling unsafe and feeling like love is only something you get if you earn it, and all of it. I was like, oh my God, this is like me. Like, this feels like, holy shit, I didn't know that this was a thing. And of course, as life has moved on, I've learned like how much of my personality came from my father's alcoholism and growing up in an alcoholic household and the ecosystem that is an alcoholic household. But although I know a lot about the recovery community and I've been to lots of meetings because that's part of that process, like I have never had substance use issues that I needed me to work a program and be in recovery. So I know, as someone who had you got married at such a young age, and like you had like these marriages that failed somewhat quickly, which is good, because you didn't have like, let's have a bunch of kids in 20 years and then like divorce. But I guess my question is like, how has being in recovery, when you first started working a program, has it changed or shaped the way that you look at love and how you should approach love, or how you date a woman, or how you lock in?
My uncle, when he was on his deathbed, he was dying, and the last thing I asked him before he passed away, he had cirrhosis of the liver, drank himself to death. So I grew up in an alcoholic family. It's funny, we sit down and have so much in common. Yeah. But the last thing he said, I just said, what do you wish you would have done different? And he stopped and looked at me and said, "I wish I would have loved more." I was fucking heavy, you know?
Yeah, that's heavy.
And it's like, you know, love is not just a sentence, as we know, it's an action.
It's a verb.
Yeah, a verb.
It's a feeling and it's a verb.
Yeah, yeah. And that was heavy. And so that doesn't necessarily mean with opposite sex, you know, it means with people around you, you know, and I think I took a lot of relationships for granted, but when this stuff changed me, and I'll go to your question now, but AA has been a phenomenal thing for me to deal with cancer, because you hear things like a day at a time. You know, and when you really put that into practice, if you were just to meditate on that and get that perfect, your life would be radically different. You know,
and I think in relationship too.
Yeah,
like if you looked at your marriage, you looked at your connection with this partner as, okay, all right, I don't have to think about like what she's doing right now. Well, in 5 years from now, am I going to be like one day at a time, like 1 hour at a time, you know, like keep it simple. You know, I could see a lot of those things extrapolating into how you do anything is how you do everything. Yeah. And I just feel like, I don't know, it's interesting to me to think that like you had a lot of like very public flameouts in relationship, and then have had, you know, all of these tools that a person who's working a program starts to get handed, and you're like quoting the big book and things like that. Like I'm willing to bet there's like a bunch of stuff in the big book that would be really useful in sustaining a relationship.
Yeah, for anybody.
You know?
No, it's fascinating. There's actually a chapter called Two Wives, but yeah, I mean, it's a difficult thing, you know. When so I always think about too, because I have beautiful people around me, friends. You know, my family's in Florida, so I had long-term friends in AA who show up. That's what we're taught to do. You know, communities show up. And that service thing, you know, you interviewed my friend Justin the other day, you know, there's like people you can count on, you know, and who aren't like full of shit. And that's rare.
And don't have an agenda.
And don't have an agenda.
That's the biggest thing. I think that, you know, when you come from celebrity, or you are in the orbit of it, or you're wealthy, or you have fame, it's very hard to like, you know, why is this person really here? Like, why is this person in my orbit? Is it something that they need from me and want from me, or is it like genuinely me? Because like I don't want to eat with people who wouldn't starve with me. You know, like I want people that are like there. You know, that it's like not what I can do for them. Like, by the way, because I would do anything for the people in my life. Like if you love me and I love you, I'll do anything for you. I'll give you a shirt off my back, but I don't want you to sign on for loving me for that reason. Like I want you to sign on for loving me because you love me with no agenda, you know, because it's for me, the reason I love someone is because I love them with no agenda, you know.
Yeah, and it's so true that you bring that up. It's, you know, it's hard to know what people want. Growing up in the family I did, like I said, I didn't know, you know, what people wanted, or, you know, because celebrity changes. Yeah. I mean, you've dealt with it, you've seen it, like, you know, and in a family like that, it changes, you know, and then you like you said, you don't know if people's relationships with you are genuine, or they want something, you know. And then the other thing to that, you know, as well, is that, like, you know, I was very good at putting up smoke and mirrors, because that's Hollywood in a family. So I could be with a woman long enough, but I couldn't let her get close enough because I was too afraid for her to see past all the smoke and mirrors. Oof. You know, and that's been
well. And you know what that is too, and it is you just made a recipe that you'll never feel anyone's love, because if you do that, right, which we all do, like. But certainly in the ecosystem you were in, which is where you're with a family that's got fame and all these things, and you're like, okay, I'm going to put up all this smoke and mirrors. Then even if she loves you, and she loves you for real, like she really loves you, it's not you. It's this character you're playing. Mm. You don't love me. I'll never feel your love. You love the version of me I sold you on.
Correct.
If you know, because like I would tell you, I'm not religious, like, and I'm not, you know, I believe in God, but like I don't know that I can define him, and I don't believe in the devil. But if there was a devil, I'm certain that the devil's principal function would be to convince us that we're so awful and bestial that God couldn't possibly love us.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I know in my life, like all the worst things I've ever done to hurt myself and other people, it was when I went, well, fuck it, I'm a piece of shit anyway. Like I picked up anyway, fuck it. Like I picked up anyway, I might as well keep going. Like, cause I'm a piece of shit. And I think what we're most afraid of, like most terrified of, is that we're not worthy of love. Like we're not worthy. If you knew me, if you knew all the horrible shit in my head, if you knew all the things I've done, if you know how selfish I am sometimes, if you know how broken I am, you wouldn't love me. You love me because I'm a really eloquent speaker and I'm dressed up kind of nice right now. But like if you knew me, and what's funny about that is like you're laughing, but the truth is, the truth is, right, but like, you know what, Meg? It's funny because it's not true.
Yeah.
Like, it's not true. If anything, the more you show me of how fucking messy you are, the more I like you. The more that I'm like, dude, that's just, you're human. You're not evil, you're human. Like, it's totally, like, you're not, like, if there was a person in my life who talked to me the way I talk to myself,
I'd kill him.
I'd have beat the fucking shit out of him years ago. Take it a step further. If I had someone in my life who talked to my kid the way I talk to myself, I'd murder them. Because again, like, we hardly know each other. But I'll tell you right now, like if somebody talked to you, if I saw you over there and you were talking, someone was talking to you the way I talk to myself.
Yeah, of course.
I would interrupt.
Yeah.
Like I was breaking up a fight. And I would be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Who the fuck are you to judge this guy? You don't know him.
Yeah.
You don't know what he's been through. Give him some grace or you're
That's
perfect. You know? So the truth is, like, I really feel like that dialogue you just described, like that reality you just described of those early relationships where you're like, oh, I'm gonna throw up as much smoke and mirrors as I can so that this person loves me. It's like, well, that's a recipe for this person maybe loving you, but like you never letting that love in.
Yeah, of course.
Like I found that letting it in is the hardest.
I'm the biggest piece of shit the world revolves around. It's that double fucking, low self-esteem and huge ego. They don't match up.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah.
Jesus, you got 1 million of them. That's really good. That, the two-legged dope, that's about, I gotta write these down. I gotta steal
take
them.
I don't know how long I'm gonna be around anyway.
All right, cool. Well, listen, until then, I'll send you a residual. That's really fine,
You copyright it quick,
Jesus, be around, man. Be around.
Yeah. No, it's just such an interesting thing. It's funny because we didn't know each other when we sat down, and I started watching your stuff and everything.
Well, then you knew me.
Yeah, but
because that's me.
But we didn't get to connect like we are now. Now we're having a connection. The human condition. And that's what becomes above all that stuff. Which I always love because we're talking to two different types of growing up, all different places, but yet we still feel a lot of the same
well, because we're
things,
both human. One of the things I always liked about the channel, because I was a fan of the channel before I even put my monthly money down, and I still do. And I did it because what I liked about it is, it just felt real and honest. And in this increasingly performative society where everyone's just like showing this character, like putting up that smoke and mirrors. And so like when I saw your interview, I was like, I know you a little bit now. Like, and you've seen mine and you know me a little. So this is the first time we're sitting down. But you know a bit of me, I know a bit of you. And sometimes when I watch interviews, like when I watched his, I'm like, oh, I want to like talk to that guy. Like I want to just say to him like, no, man, don't like, or like, oh dude, you're a good dude. Like don't, And I feel like there's something really, that's the thing I like about the channel is I've always said that there's like, it's sort of, it's forcing a radical kind of empathy on people. Because I feel like if you just like sat down and listened to people for a little while, like share their pain and the shit that informed all the terrible decisions they made. And like, cause I would tell you, man, like you judge, if you look at, like use my parenting as an example. Here's what, because we both failed at marriage at some point, if you want to look at it that way. right? I don't look at it as a failure. I look at marriages as like relationships are chapters in a long book.
The other thing too, I think about marriages, I just want to ask you really quick, is that sometimes when that thing gets signed, I sometimes feel like now they've got you locked in. And then all the shit comes out.
Yeah,
and they push the
ring comes on, the mask comes off.
Yes.
Like, it's sort of like, oh, cool, I can take the Spanx off my personality now. Like, I can just let this shit go, because you're here.
Yeah.
You're locked in now. Yeah, I get that. I mean, look, I think it's totally real. That's totally fair. Like, I think that people do that. Because anytime we feel like, okay, I've got that taken care of, like, because we're saying it like it's a nefarious thing, like it was a plan. But I don't think it's that. I think what it is there's just so much shit to deal with.
Yeah.
That you go, oh, good, I got that now. Like, I got that covered. I don't have to worry about that anymore. I can start worrying about this other 1,000 natural shocks the flesh is air too. Like, I can start dealing with all the other bombs falling out of the fucking sky. But the truth is, like, that's a big thing. And you also have to water the plant or it's gonna die. You know, so I feel like you, of course, like, thinking that this thing's locked in now probably makes you just forget about it and not honor it and not think it's important, put it in a list of priorities, build some habits. Like, you know, you take your recovery seriously, so you build your schedule around it. Okay, I'm gonna go to meetings. Okay, I'm gonna call my sponsor. Okay, you get married, and it's not like you're like,
some of them don't like that.
No, I mean, I get it. But, like, I think that's, if it's gonna work, the way a relationship has to work is you've got to do preventative maintenance on it. You've got to make a point. It's got to be a feature that, like, hey, let's keep checking in on this thing and let's get it right.
What do you think the biggest thing, being in the profession you've been in and dealing with all the marriage stuff, has changed your thoughts or views on things from compared to when you first started?
I think I've become actually way more compassionate.
Wow.
Because I feel like, man, you spend enough time, like, because I represent victims of domestic violence, and I represent perpetrators of domestic violence. Like, I don't wear the white hat.
Yeah.
Like, I represent my client. Like, I represent the client and I represent the system. I may not always believe in or like the client, but I believe in the system and I like the system. Like, I like living in this country. Like, I think our legal system is the worst, except for all the other ones. Like, I think it's we get a lot right. Like, the truth has a way of coming out despite my best efforts sometimes. So what it's taught me is it's taught me a very similar thing to this channel. Maybe that's why I was drawn to it. It's like, if you spend enough time talking to someone, you just see that, like, it's not evil. People mistake it for happiness. And they're chasing the wrong things. Like, God makes you take the stairs. The devil sends a limo. Like, these are just people. They're hurt people hurting people. Like, and so when you spend enough time, like, I represent the cheater and the cheated on. I represent the person who wants alimony and the person who does not want to pay alimony. I represent the person who's a really amazing parent by any objective metric. And I represent the person who's an absolutely atrocious parent who just wants to weaponize the kids and put them in the middle and could care less. And by the way, has tactical advantage because of it.
Yeah.
Because the person who doesn't give a shit about the kids has tactical advantage. Just like the bank robber has tactical advantage over the cops because he doesn't care if he shoots innocent bystanders.
I've seen it make friends of mine just break. My one friend, big musician, I'm not going to say his name, whatever, but it was kind of out in the papers, and she smeared him, had the kids, and said he was a molester and all this shit. And this dude, I know that this dude well. He's a much better father than I. And I look up to him, and she was slandering him so hard that he was on the verge of killing himself over it.
Oh yeah. I've seen good people at their worst.
Yeah, and just taking the kids as hostage. And that's all he cared about.
Yeah, and so that's the effect it's had on me. But again, it hasn't made me jaded.
Yeah,
it's just made me realize how, I see good people at their worst, but to know a thing, push it to its limits. Like when you push something to its limits, its real nature emerges. Like its real constitution comes out when it's put under stress. And so I think that I see good people at their absolute, one of their hardest moments of their life.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, like, it's taught me a lot about what we're capable of. Like I've seen people, like we're capable of atrocity and we're capable of beauty. We're capable of redemption. Like it's just taught me like human emotional complexity, and it hasn't made me hate people. It hasn't made me like not believe in love. It's made me very skeptical of the value of marriage. You know, personally.
Yeah.
Like,
Me too.
but not the value of like long-term
Relationship.
connection
Yeah.
and love and
Yeah.
having like a partner who is like, man, like you're my favorite person and I'm your favorite person and we're gonna see each other's
Yeah.
blind spots. And like I hadn't got rid of that at all for me. I think that's still the coolest and best thing in the world. But yeah, I mean, it's made me, you know, there's a poem by Joseph Brodsky where there's a line in it that he says, I wish I knew no astronomy when the stars appear. Because when you know astronomy, like they're not just beautiful lights in the sky anymore. You understand that this is like a ball of gas that light is projecting. But like, I don't know, it doesn't, to me, like, it doesn't, seeing how love ends and seeing how bad we are at it, like it hasn't made me believe in it less or crave it less or see how beautiful it is less. I think that we all want it more than anything in the world.
I think there's that Orson Welles quote too that said, everything that's happened bad to me in my life is either because of an agent or a lawyer.
Hey, listen, people hate divorce lawyers until you're going through it. And then they're fucking calling daddy. They're like, Dad, I need to, you got it. But like, there are people who like move the world and shape the world, and I'm daddy to them because they're like, I need sex, I need to talk to him because they're going through it, like they're in it, you know, and they're terrified. Like you don't, and you know what? Like it's, you know, it's better to have a gun and not need it than to need a gun and not have it. Yeah. Like it's better to have a good divorce lawyer in your contacts than to not.
Now I got
Because if
one.
you need me, now you got
Lucky
one.
number 3.
You got one.
Three times the charm.
Third time might be. I'm not good at anything first time I do it.
I know.
Everything takes practice.
Well, that's the other thing too is I think guys get really scared of prenups, you know, because of the love the woman has and they take it the wrong way or something. Or you're already saying it's a failure.
Yeah, but
you know?
I see. I have a hack for that.
Yeah, which is
I have
great.
a hack for that. I'm trying to write. No, write it down. I'm trying to sell this to the world. If this is my legacy, if they write something on my tombstone that changes the world, I hope this is it. Every marriage has a prenup.
Yeah.
Every marriage has a prenup. It's either one that was written by the state and can be changed by the legislature without your knowledge or consent, or it's one that the two people that like each other more than the other 8 billion options have written. Who do you think is more qualified to write it? Like you have a prenup. You're married, you have a prenup. It was written by the state, okay? And if it was written by the state, you're actually saying, like you've been to the DMV, you walk in there and go, these fucking people should be in charge of everything.
Yeah.
This is great. Like they should definitely make the rules for my marriage. These are highly qualified. These are the best and brightest people in the world. Like you can be left or right or like the angry moderate. We all agree that politicians get it wrong a lot of the time. Yeah. We can all agree that, like, you know, 8 years ago, I knew a lot of people thought the president sucks. 4 years ago, people thought president sucks. Presently, a lot of people think the president sucks. So why would you say, you know who I'm going to let write my prenup? Politicians. So you have a prenup. So that's an easy conversation. Yeah. It's a hard conversation if you go like, well, we'll either not have a prenup or we should have a prenup. No, we have a prenup. The government wrote it. Your relationship, your rules. Like we should make our rules. What is it you need from me? What are you afraid of? Like if I love you, I want you to feel safe. So if I want you to feel safe, what do you need to feel safe? Like you've been married a few times, you're in relationships. Do you want the woman in your life to feel safe? I do.
Of course, and that's what a woman wants. They want to feel safe.
Right, but we're men. Do any of you in any romantic relationship you've been in not care if that woman feels safe? Strangers, women. When I see a woman in distress who I don't even know, something in me wants help.
Yeah.
If you saw a woman standing next to her car when we walk out of here and she was like this, like looking like she was gonna cry, you're telling me all three of us would have gone up to that person. You okay, ma'am? Is everything all right? Can I help you with
or if I
something?
see someone put hands on a woman too. You know?
Yeah.
Even though you represent them.
100%. But listen, but again,
Equal
do it by their
opportunity.
worst moment,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
No,
that's,
of
see, that's
course.
the other thing. Like look, we're three men that at some point in our lives have done some fucked up shit.
Correct.
Okay? So do I look at your worst moment, my worst moment, and go, that's the totality of who you are. That's definitional of who you are. If I do,
sure.
I'm giving you way too little credit. Now, we're three men that at some point have shown up for someone so amazingly. Like we just fucking crushed it, man. Like we did, we stopped and went, dude, I did a really good job there. Like I should be proud of that, okay? I'm sure you have a moment like that. We all have a moment like that. Is that, if you use that moment as who I am, you're giving me way too much credit. You're giving me way too much credit. That was just my best moment. That's my greatest hit, you know?
Yeah.
So the truth is, what we really are is like all of that in the aggregate.
Yeah.
And so ideally, when we die, like the average is you go, you know, he was more better than worse. He got it right more of the time than less. He helped people more than he hurt them. Like that's my goal, that's my hope. You know, because I've already fucked it up about being perfect. I'm definitely not gonna die perfect. So if that's the truth of it, like, why wouldn't we in relationship, why wouldn't we in a prenup be able to have the conversation of like, hey babe, you know what, like if this thing ends, what would you need to feel safe? What is it you want from me? Because the truth is, I want you to feel safe in this relationship. I want you to feel safe if this relationship ends. I want to be here for you if somebody hurts you, even if that somebody's me.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, sometimes the mistakes you make when you're in the public eye add more shame to you, you know, because it's not, we all make mistakes. I mean, if we all judged each other for what we've done, none of us would talk to each other.
Yeah,
you know, we'd all be terrified of each other.
Well, we certainly wouldn't do it out in public. Because we'd be like, oh shit, people saw me talking to
I
them.
know.
You know, but that's the other thing though, but see now, here's what's funny. So you were in the world of celebrity and growing up in the world of celebrity. When the world of celebrity, there were fewer portals, there were fewer cameras pointed, right? Or fewer places for the world to see that. Now everyone's a celebrity.
It's
Like now everyone, like any person now, there are cameras everywhere, and if you fuck up, it is gonna get published everywhere, potentially. So like it used to be, oh, if you're in the Beatles, you know, or if you're in the Who, you know, like, okay, people are following you around, watching what you do, and if you fuck up, it's gonna make the news. Well, the news is now the internet and social media. So how many people, like all of us now, there's cameras on us all the time, and if we fuck up, we become celebrities by the fuck up. You know? And that I think makes the stakes even higher and makes it even scarier. You know, because especially like to be in a good relationship, you have to like show the person your soft white underbelly.
Yeah.
See what I did there?
No, and that's the thing, Mark, too. Like, for me, I grew up in that world, and I always felt very uncomfortable. I don't, you know, like from the get, I just felt uncomfortable. I felt that there wasn't a realness to it, and it was all judgment, and I felt like, you know, that's kind of why drugs helped me feel okay, but I ran to the other side, to the soft white underbelly, you know what I mean, like that side of the street, because I felt better there. I felt normal. I felt like these people were like me, and especially sober addicts, you know, we have so much in common, but I felt that world was more real than this world where I felt so uncomfortable in, you know?
I think that's the big thing that people are struggling with in the moment, and I think it's affecting relationships too. It's just the feeling that like everything's a performance now, and nothing's real anymore. Like when you say like growing up in that world, like you really struggled with growing up in that world, like what is it about that world specifically that's hard to grow up in?
Well, people are dying to get into it, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, and I was dying to get out. But what's difficult about it is, you know, everything you do is judged. You know, your family, any mistakes you make. Like I said, you don't know, you know, if they like you for what, or all this stuff, and you know, and then, you know. Listen, I have had a great life. I'm not complaining. But when you know, your parents and your stepfather and your father have had success at this level, and then you see your mom loving people with this type of success, somewhere at a young age, you start thinking, I have to have this type of success to be loved.
Yeah.
And it's fucking impossible.
Yeah.
You know, that's 5%. You know,
that's in this culture too. Like, we really have turned, because like even without the celebrity thing, like we really turned love into something you have to earn. You know, like, oh, you got to be a really good singer, or you got to be a really good whatever. Like love is, and not that like love is your birthright. Like that, because I tell you, like I have 2 sons and they're adults now. I never loved them because of the shit they were able to do. Like, one's a really good guitar player. I was never like, man, I love him because he plays guitar. Like, I don't fucking care what like, I just love him. Like, he was born, he didn't do anything. He was useless when you're a baby. Like, they're just like a pet that doesn't even do anything. They just like shit and cry and keep you up at night. And man,
it's
I
like me
loved
when
him.
I'm drinking.
Like, yeah, I loved him like the minute I held him. I loved him. And he didn't have to do anything. You know, if anything, all he was doing was disrupting my life. And I loved him more than I'd ever loved anything. But somewhere it starts to turn into, oh, you're a good boy. You're a good boy because you did that right. You're a good boy. Like, you're good at baseball. You're a good boy because you're good at baseball. And all of a sudden that you're a good boy turns into, I love you because you're good at baseball.
Yeah.
And by the way, other people definitely love you when you're good at baseball. You scored the winning run, I love you. You sold 1 million records, I love you. But the truth is, like,
it's
no,
the validation. You know,
right, it's validation,
to be loved, you know.
but validation and love, like, it's like,
Two
dude, I
separate
could
things.
just love you because I love you. I could just love you because you're human, you're worthy of love. You have beauty in you, you have God in you. Like, you deserve love. Like, somebody comes in to the rooms with you and they're struggling. You give them your love.
Yeah.
You don't know them.
Yeah.
They've probably hurt people. They're a mess. They've made mistakes, but you give them your love. Like, love's a verb.
yeah.
You're giving them your love and telling them you're worthy of love. I don't care what you've done. I don't care who you've hurt. You could tell me, I'll still love you. You don't have to tell me, I'll still love you.
Yeah.
Like, you're worthy of love. You don't have to earn love. You're entitled. Like, I think the most I'm not, Christian. I wouldn't identify as Christian, but like, I think the most radical thing Jesus was suggesting is that we are transformed by the act of loving. Like, that we are transformed by radiating love. Like, that the kingdom of God is within you and all around you, and that everyone is worthy of your love. Your enemy is worthy of your love. Like, we're all worthy of love.
Well, that's the thing with the AA too. It's about love and service, and it's like many people have said that too. And what's interesting is, like, when the Buddha came out from the Bodhi tree and had his enlightenment, the first, for the Noble Truths, the first speech he said, the first thing he said is, all beings are suffering. And I was like, wow, and that's because of the attachments to what we have. Attachments to getting old, attachments to dying, attachments to losing people.
Well, and suffering too and pain are different.
Yes, correct.
Like, pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional.
Correct.
Like, suffering is our reaction to pain. Like, pain is happening. And so that's what I try, like, in my work. Like, I try to show my clients that, like, yeah, you're in pain. Like, you're in pain, and pain is part of life. Like, life is pain. Anyone who says otherwise is selling something. So now the question is how much suffering are we going to let that pain create? Because I know when I'm in pain, like an animal in pain, I'm more likely to lash out at others or myself. I'm going to hurt others, I'm going to hurt myself because I'm in pain, and I'm going to turn my pain into suffering that way. And I don't, I think if we were, again, if we created if we created a way for people to understand that or be told that, but some of that is a function of like, again, like the idea that, because I have to tell you, I think it's easier to love than to accept love.
Yes.
Like I'm really good
Absolutely.
at falling in love.
I was just going to say
I'm
that.
really good at falling in love. I'm really bad at accepting that someone really loves me. I'm convinced that if somebody loves me, they just don't know me that well.
Or
yet.
I'm like, I'm convinced they love me, I'm like, what's wrong with them?
Yeah, right.
That's
like, how are you so fucked up that you love
Yeah.
me?
I mean, that's-
there's 8 billion options. This one?
Yeah.
You signed up for this one?
Yeah,
Like,
what's wrong with you?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like-
You must be fucked up too. Yeah.
and that's the work, you know, that doesn't happen over frickin' night.
Yeah,
you know, it's,
but isn't it funny that that's the hardest part?
Yeah.
Is not loving, but accepting love and being loved and letting yourself be loved. And yeah, I mean, that's fucking hard, man. That's hard. I don't know that, like I said, I don't know that that's not a struggle that all of us will just continue to wrestle with for the rest of our lives. And again, maybe, you know, what is the, like, to turn it back to the two-leg dope, you know, like, because you know what is opiates but a cure for pain,
yeah.
you know,
It's all
and
reaching
it's
for an outside
it's all
thing,
it is.
for
Yeah,
an
like
internal
just get
problem.
rid of the pain. Okay, so what is the pain that the two-legged dope is trying to numb for us? Like, what is the pain we're trying to escape? What's the high that it gives us?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes chaos feels like love because you don't know what calm love felt like because of maybe your childhood stuff, you know? There's just so many deep layers. And you said that the other day, Mark, and I'm bringing it up again, but you're like, most everybody you interview, it's because they had a bad childhood, you know? And not that everybody's had a great one, but there's some more than different. And, you know, you start seeing those patterns as a kid and you know, and you trust in the parents and this and that, you know, and we all have our growth. And like you said, it's harder to accept love, you know, than to love or what I think is love, you know, like, am I getting a hit on this two-legged dope, you know, or is it like, you know, that's the other thing. That's why I have SLA, that Sex and Love Anonymous, because people, there's the sex thing, but then there's the love thing, you know, and I've always been kind of the romantic, you know, the fantasy of, oh, this is going to be great, you know, you know, that's that second date, yeah.
But I've always understood sex and love addiction, particularly love addiction, as being about like that level of codependency of if you love me, then I could love me, but if you don't love me, I don't love me. Like my
Yes.
worth is determined by your assessment of me.
Yes.
And so that's, you know, that's tricky, and that's the you know, that's what the dope is for, you know, like that's what that is this shot of like, it's a shot of very powerful, because those first days of every relationship, like you're interested and you're interesting. You know, you're like so turned on intellectually and physically. Like it's such a flood of like hormones and emotions and pleasure and fear and like all the heightened senses are all just coming at you all at once.
It makes heroin look like Flintstones.
For real, for real.
Vitamins.
And it's been around a hell of a lot longer.
Yeah.
And it's been making people make bad decisions since the dawn of
Wars,
time.
you know?
Wars. I say to people all the time, people are like, I can't believe that case got so ugly. I'm like, people have fought wars over a woman.
Yeah.
Like 6 inches rules the world.
Yeah.
Like we will do anything
5.5.
for this thing, you know?
Yeah, it's so true. It's so funny to sit down and just like I said earlier that we relate in such a way of, you know, we watch each other's things, but we never met. But I can feel your authenticity and your pain that you've gone through. You know, and the same thing I have, and I think that's one of the most beautiful things is what AA is too, is we're sharing our pain with each other so we can kind of grow and realize, because the worst thing is when someone's going through something like cancer or whatever it is, or addiction, the worst thing that can happen to someone is to think that they're alone. You know, that's the deadliest place a person can go.
Yeah, and I think that's what like I said, I think that's what the devil wants to do to everybody, is make you feel alone.
Yeah.
Because I think if you feel alone, you're more likely to just like make the worst of decisions, to just believe the voices in your head that tell you that you're awful. Like, and I think, but that's, I guess what I was, like, I think we break in relationship and we heal in relationship. Like, and I think that like when, you know, you get your heart broken, if someone cheats on you, you're not gonna heal thinking about that. You're gonna heal by like trusting someone again and having them be worthy of that trust. Yeah, like it just takes, like we break in relationship, we heal in relationship. Like you don't learn how to swim by reading books about swimming. Like you learn how to swim by being in the pool, you know? And like I'm telling you, like I think that's why I still very much believe in love, because I still think that it's the most transformative healing thing.
Yeah, which is interesting because from an early age it comes from trust. So, you know, when you're molested in a household, you start losing trust, right? As a child, you know. Then my first sexual relationship was with my dad's girlfriend. You know, he laughed about it later. She was Miss Universe, so it was okay. But I was 14 and she was 26, so they would call that rape. But I was like, this is winning the lottery, you know. Like, but that's around secrecy again, and not
right. I was
you know,
say, like that teaches you so many lessons that, like, and what's interesting about that, and I'm not downplaying. Like, I think, of course, it's worth, like, and sometimes the best way to heal anything is to find the part of it that's funny and laugh at it. But it's also like, yeah, you know what? That's also like, there's a lot of lessons learned in there. Yeah. Like, oh, your first love, like your first experience of this beautiful thing that you're going to experience for the rest of your life, and it's the thing that creates life. Like, sex is amazing. It's the most phenomenal feeling. It's all those things. Your first experience of that was a secret.
Yes.
Your first experience of that was something that you're supposed to hide. It's something that you shared with a parent that should not be shared with a parent necessarally. Like,
it's a lot of the same with molestation too.
Right,
though,
right.
as a
But
kid,
there's so many things in there that you just go like, wow, like what all the lessons that taught, good and bad. And by the way, like again, like all of these things, I told my dad, my dad got sober like 9 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Like in his late 70s. And yeah, it was crazy. It's crazy. And I remember.
That's hard to do.
Yeah.
People say it's harder to get sober when you're younger. It's not, because when you're older, you're so stuck in your ways and all the wreckage you've created that it's hard.
Yeah, and when he got sober, like for me, it wasn't easy, because I at first I was like, oh, this isn't real, this isn't happening. And then it was real. And then I was mad, because I was like, where the fuck was this guy?
Yeah.
Like, where were you when I was 7? Where were you when I was 14? Where were you when I was 30 and getting divorced? Like, and he all of a sudden had like an emotional vocabulary, and all of a sudden he was like, hey, I love you, I'm proud of you. Like, words I'd never heard from him before. And instead of hearing them and going like, oh wow, thank you, like I've wanted to hear that, I was mad.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, what, you want to go out back and have a fucking catch now?
Now, I know.
Now?
Yeah.
Like, I'm 40-something years old. Like, I learned how to not need this.
Yeah.
I learned how to not have you. And now you want to go back and have a fucking catch? No, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Like, now you're like a beggar with a cup out. Like, you want me to hang out with you. No. Like, I wanted that my whole life so fucking bad, I would have given up a fucking leg for it. And now you have it and you're offering it to me? And I don't, and then I went, okay, I got all that out kind of in my therapy and in my head.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I actually really kind of want to have a dad.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice to have a dad, you know? And ever since then, like, I made room. And like, all of a sudden, I have this person, and he's in his 80s, and like, I don't know how many more years I have, but man, you know what? Like, he's a whole different person. Like, he's a whole different person.
Also beautiful that the work you did on yourself, because I relate to that too. Like the being molested, all this stuff as a kid, I'm like, well, where was my dad? You know, he was never around. And so that same thing you're saying, you're like, oh, now you want to show up? You know, that's stuff that I've had to work on through the years.
But that's our stuff.
Yeah, that's our stuff.
And that's our stuff that we're carrying around, and that stuff you will crush yourself under the weight of.
Yeah, it's like shame on you once, but if I continue to live in that, shame on me, you know. And we've worked out, like, you know, over time, the relationships and stuff, you know, because I felt like I had no protection, you know, and what I realized is he was having to support a whole family, brothers, sisters, you know, work, you know, and my mom had remarried, and so I didn't realize as a kid, you don't realize that, but now being a father and seeing that, you start to change your, you know, like it really humanizes.
But I think like still understanding that like it's okay to feel all of those things.
Yeah.
Like I like it was okay to be mad at him for that, and then it was okay to let go of that, and it felt really good to let go of that, and it felt really good to like say, okay, you know, I'm gonna let go of that, and also like my dad when he was first working the steps, you know, he was trying to like look at all the ways that he'd hurt people and try to make amends and things like that, and you know, I could tell that he was really like wrestling with that, because he would say to me sometimes, you know, like, yeah, like I wasn't a good dad a lot of the time. Like I really feel a lot of, like I have oceans of regret about that. And what I had to sort of acknowledge and was happy to say to him is I was like, Dad, like I love my life. Like I love my life. Like I love who I am. I have 2 amazing sons. I have deep, fulfilling relationships. I have a career I fucking love. Like, my sons have a father who's deeply emotionally present. They have a father who's never had substance use issues. They have a father who is incredibly supportive of them. They are soft as fucking Wonder Bread, my sons. Like, they are, but I wouldn't be me. And I love me. I love my life. I wouldn't have this life if I hadn't had a dad who drank Cutty Sark in a coffee mug. Like, so I said to him, I'm like, I'm not saying if somebody said, you know, how do you produce really wonderful children who have a great life? I'd be like, well, first of all, be a fucking drunk, you know? Like, I wouldn't say that, but I wouldn't be me if it wasn't for all this pain. It wouldn't be me if it wasn't for all this loss. Like, you wouldn't be you if it wasn't for all of the shit that happened to you. And like the people that love you, they kind of have to love everything that happened to you, because you wouldn't be you.
Correct.
Right here, right now, you, if it wasn't for them.
What do you think from your dad is the biggest thing you learned? Like that you know, if there's a thing that...
From his sobriety or from his alcoholism or from
all of
his
it,
totality?
his whole life from that, you know.
I think from his alcoholism I learned that, I mean, I learned a lot of really painful lessons. I learned that you can't trust your own experience. I learned to be vigilant, hyper-vigilant. I actually learned all the things that made me a good courtroom lawyer.
Yeah, did you also have the not knowing what you're going to get when you walk in the room?
100%, 100%.
So
but also, like, more than that, like, it's what made me such a great trial lawyer. Because I can one sentence and I would know if he was drinking and how drunk he was.
Yeah.
Like, I could call the house and just the hello, how he said, if it was hello or hello or hello, I knew, okay, how much has he had?
Yeah.
You know, and like, so I became so hyper vigilant and so close, and I had such control issues and such hyper, that I tell you, in a courtroom, on cross-examination, it makes me a fucking weapon, because I can watch every minutia of what you do, and I know what's going on. Like, and I that's all from growing up in an alcoholic household. And so he gave me a huge skill set with that. What did I learn in his recovery? I think I learned about redemption. Like, I learned that I was certain that there was nothing inside of him that was introspective, that there was no, that he had no emotional vocabulary and he never would, that was missing in him.
Generation.
Yeah, listen, my father had every reason in the world to drink his pain away. He graduated from the Naval Academy in 1966 and went right to Vietnam. All of his friends died, everyone. Like everyone, every man in his wedding party died in Vietnam. Like, when I was a kid, you did not take out my parents' wedding album because all of these beautiful 21-year-old gorgeous young men in this white uniform were all fucking dead in a rice paddy. And he came home and got spit on at the airport and called a baby killer. And this is a man who grew up poor in Virginia with nothing and went to the Naval Academy because it was the only place you didn't have to pay to go to school. And he went and lost everything and then came home and there was nothing for him. And the only thing he had that made him feel better was the cartons of cigarettes they gave you for free and booze.
Yeah.
And so I have zero right to judge him for what he went through. Like my father, and his father beat him and locked him in closets and was a drunk.
Yeah.
And so, like, my father had every reason in the world to be the person that he was. I say that now, I see that now, but as a kid, I just wanted my dad. I just wanted a dad who loved me and wanted to hang out and tell me he loves me. It's all you want. When you're a kid, it's all you want.
But he's done better than his dad, and now
So
he's
much
done
better
than your dad.
And I have
You know,
to tell you,
that's
and
the-
I said that to him in our post-recovery connection. Is I was like, Dad, like, you move the ball further.
Yeah.
And then I moved the ball further. And you know what? I really hope my sons will move the ball a little further.
Yep.
Like, I hope, because I have lots of flaws. I'm a workaholic. Like, you know, work is my favorite narcotic.
Yeah.
Like, every time in life I'm feeling something I don't want to feel, I go to the office. Because I'm so good at it. I know all the rules. I know just what's expected of me. I don't know what the fuck to do in my living room, but man, I'm good in a courtroom.
Yeah.
So that's just an addiction. That's just something I do to not feel what I would have felt if I'd done nothing at all. And so
you're so aware. It's amazing.
But I that is hard-won introspection.
Yeah.
And my father, my sons, I've said to them, I'm like, I hope that you now will move the ball a little further. Like, you won't hide from your feelings in your work. You won't define yourself by your career. You won't feel that you're worthy of love because you're really good at this thing. You won't think that if you could get money, you're gonna feel good. You'll realize that, there's only two amounts of money, enough and not enough. And that's it. Like, you won't. So I hope that's what happens, is if we can move the ball a little down the line, that's all you can hope for.
Yeah, it's never enough, anyway, with financial stuff or money or work. Work, like you said, it's just a thing for me to get high on, but I love it, what I realize is, like, for my family, they did the best they could, but I'll tell you, I don't know what to do, but I definitely know a lot of things not to do as a parent.
Right.
So it was a great lesson and helping me.
Yeah, well, my mom...
And I'm not perfect, like, that's a hard thing, especially when you went through cancer and a relapse and addiction, that's, you start, like, judging your parents less and less and less, and...
Well, or you look at it like, you are perfect, we're all perfect, and we're with our imperfections, like that we don't have to be flawless to be perfect.
Yeah.
Like, I think we're human, and it's okay to be human. A lot of my clients are rich, and they're not happy at all. And a lot of my clients are famous, and they're not happy at all.
Yeah.
Like, and fame is the mask that eats into the wearer.
Yeah.
Like, you really believe that, like, if the applause stops, that you're no longer worthy of love and affection and all those things. And my God, like, it's intoxicating enough. Like, we've talked about the two-legged dope. Like, it's intoxicating enough to have one person like you a whole lot. Yeah. Imagine if you can fill a fucking stadium.
Yeah.
Imagine if, like, I have this much celebrity. Like, this much. Like, I walk down this street, someone will stop me and go, "You're that divorce lawyer." That happens, for sure. And I have to tell you, it's fucking intoxicating. It's amazing. It is a great drug. Like, it is so... Random people call you by name and say shit like, excuse me, I don't want to bother you. I just want to tell you you're awesome.
And you get a great table too. I mean, if you
Absolutely.
restaurant,
But I mean, think about just the like, if people just walked up to you a couple times a day and went, excuse me, I don't want to bother you.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you you're awesome. You're like, thank you very much. Like, that's lovely. Like, that's, yes, I am, you know? Like, that's a really,
finally someone who
really good,
understands.
yeah, finally you see value, you know? But like, I get emails from people every day. Like, I just want to tell you, I think you're so great. And how do you not let that in? It's amazing, but it's a fucking drug, man. Like, it's a drug. Like, and then you start like, okay, how do I have it? How do I keep it? How do I keep it? How do I hold on to it? You know, and you can't. Just like you can't hold on to beauty, you can't hold on to youth, you can't hold on to health. You can't hold on to anything because they're all going away. Everything is ending all the time. It's all ending all the time. 100 years from now, no one who loves you will be alive.
Yeah.
And 100 years from now, no one you love will be alive. 100 years used to feel like a long time to me.
Yeah.
Until I crossed the halfway point of it. Like 100 years doesn't seem so big anymore to me.
No.
So when I think 100 years from now, no one I love will be alive, that's fucking crazy. That's terrifying. And everything in the world is designed to take that out of your line of sight.
Yeah.
Because if you had it in your line of sight, like, you wouldn't buy what the fuck they're selling.
Yeah.
You would focus on other things,
Yeah,
like more important.
In the East, they say meditate on death. You know, everybody's like, that's so morbid, but nobody's ready before it comes on your door, like we've talked about. You know.
And it comes for everybody.
Yeah.
It comes for everybody. It
I
knocks on your door all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. What an incredible talk. No, really. I mean, that's been like,
it's good,
honestly, like the connection, you know, to have that with someone you just met, you know, and what I love about you is you have such a, you know, deep understanding of yourself, you know, and
Thanks,
a
man.
lot of people.
I think you do too.
Thank you.
I think you do
Appreciate
too.
that. Yeah.
Like, I think, I actually don't think it's at all surprising to me that we would connect like this, because I think that how many opportunities do we have to be like so one-on-one, honest, afraid, raw, flawed, and to go, so here's all my stuff, and to have somebody go, you're good, man. Like, you're good. Like, you're a good person. Like, you're, like, I'm cheering for you now. Like, I'll be cheering for you now, and I know you'll be cheering for me now.
Absolutely.
And like, we've built this society where we're fucking surrounded, and we're totally alone.
Yeah.
Like, and this is the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's the whole thing. Like, and we, you know, maybe, I'm not saying for sure. Maybe this is the methadone for the two-legged dope. Is that maybe, I'm not saying it'll get rid of it completely, because there's some stuff that they could do for me that you can't.
Yeah, of course. Well,
I mean, you could, but it just wouldn't hit the
Be a
same.
little weird.
Right, it wouldn't hit the same. I never used to like broccoli, and now I love it, though.
Yeah,
Who knows?
exactly.
So what I'll say is, but maybe if we did, as men and as women, right, like, make more real connections with another person that includes being physically present with them and looking in their eye and like touching them, maybe we wouldn't be so desperate for that. Like, we wouldn't be so I'm not saying we would just like, it would hold no appeal, but like, maybe we wouldn't put everything on it. Like, we wouldn't be like, oh, finally, someone knows me, someone gets me, someone everything. Like, we would be like, oh, I have people like that see me completely and honestly. Because you know, how many conversations have you really had? I mean, other than you've had some because you're in recovery, but like, even then it's a group.
Yeah.
Like, how many times one-on-one have you just sat across from somebody and like just been really raw and honest 100% with who you are?
It doesn't happen in the real world with, you know, like, hey, how you feeling today? Oh, I'm a little insecure. I'm kind of depressed. I'm thinking about blowing my brains out. How are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, but with people.
Actually, it does in Vermont.
Okay.
Have you ever been to Vermont? No,
Yeah.
it's fucked up. My son went to college in Vermont. And I remember in Vermont, because I'm from New York, nobody fucking talks to anybody. Like, somebody can just have a heart attack and fall, you just step over them.
That's terrible.
And I remember I went to the grocery store in Vermont, and the girl's like checking me out, the items, and She said, "How you doing?" I said, "Good, good. How you doing?" She goes, "Oh, my cat's been sick." And I was like, "Wait, what?" Like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't say that, but I was like,
exactly.
what the fuck was that? Like, no, I gotta carry that around?
Everything's
like, now
fine.
I'm worried about, here's how this is supposed to go. How you doing? Good. How you doing? Good.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all we were supposed to do right there.
Yeah, people don't want to hear more than that.
I don't want more than
freak
that,
out.
but the truth is, like, what if? Like, what if you could say to another person, like, because here's what I'll tell you. And maybe I'm weird. I definitely am weird. Like, if I said to somebody, I was sitting down at a coffee place and somebody sat down across because they were like, oh, that's the only place to sit. And I said, hey, you doing? And they said, I'm pretty miserable. I'm thinking about blowing my brains out. I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't be like, well, that sucks, and just go. I would be like, dude, what's going on? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't know you, but like, maybe the fact I don't know you is a superpower. You want to tell me all of it? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Like, you can tell me all of it. Because here's the thing, I don't know anybody you know. Yeah. You're safe. You're safe to tell me every single thing about you. Also, I'm a lawyer, it's attorney-client privilege. Tell me whatever the fuck you want to. Because here's what I'll tell you, I don't know what's going on in your life. Like, I guarantee killing yourself's not the answer. Guarantee. So, talk to me. Talk to me. Like, I have time, I'll make time for that. There's almost nothing I could do in the day that would be worth more than that or more important than that. If I could save you, if I could save your life, let's go. Let's go, tell me it. Tell me what's going on. Tell me why you think you're so awful that you need to be deleted. Tell me. And I just don't think, I don't think we've created a society like that, but we also have the right to change it. Like, we can just do it different.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing too. Is like I was saying, like, desperation is a gift to change, and like
it's an invitation.
For me, AA, it's like you have to be. I always say to people, you have to be desperate, enough to do this, because change is hard, and that's the one thing they always say. The one thing you have to change is everything, Like, what the fuck? How did I do that? So my behaviors are the things that get me loaded or back into toxic relationships, and those are the main things that I have to start working on on behaviors, becoming aware of yourself, which is amazing for me to see, because you haven't had to go through the books and the AA, but you're so self-aware of knowing this stuff, going through your own journey of pain and stuff. I kind of had a booklet. AA was like a roadmap for me to teach me.
But I think that's just even like a tool. Like, look, I think what you just said is true, which is it's like wisdom born of pain. I think we all have wisdom born of pain. And I think that because of that, I have to be grateful for my pain.
Yeah.
Like, I have to be grateful for my pain, because like all of that wisdom's born of pain. I think all of the wisdom you're spitting right now is all born of pain. And so I have to be grateful for my pain in that regard.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Well, I'll be cheering for you, man.
Thank you. I'll be cheering for you.
Now you got a lawyer on speed dial, too.
Yeah, that's great.
It's like, listen, it's not a bad thing.
I hope we get to continue the relationship.
Yeah, for sure. We will. I'm not a guy who, Mark will tell you, I'm not a guy who's like, yeah, we should hang out sometime. No. And I legit, I'm like, oh no, if you come in the circle, you're in the circle.
He was singing your praises, and then I like I said, I watched you, and I was really just impressed with
We got a lot in common, man.
Yeah, I know.
We got a lot in common.
That's what's
listen,
so funny.
I'll never have enough people in my life who I have things in common with, who I like. I don't know. There's something so like I really just love people. Like I feel love very, very deeply, and I feel a tremendous like joy in showing up for somebody. Like, I still, like, all kidding aside, like, I love my job and I'm really good at it, and there's a side of me that is the sociopath you want on your side.
Yeah.
But there's also a part of me that's like, I think the reason I love this job is it's an opportunity to be of service.
Yeah.
Like, it's an opportunity to help somebody navigate something incredibly terrifying, and I have a God-given talent for, like, hand me a pile of chaos and I'll figure out how we can turn this into something.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you're in the club now.
Yeah.
All right. Ashley, a lot of people are praying for you.
Oh, yeah.
And James, a lot of people love you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you putting this together and doing this.
I thought you were going to say a lot of people are praying for you in the gym. A lot of people are praying for your demise.
Exactly.
And I was going to like, you know, like a lot of people are going to be like, please, Lord, take Jim.
Yeah,
What did Ash do? For
don't
God's
know.
sakes, you know?
I think you're better off than me.
I don't know. Opinions vary.
Your mistakes aren't public.
Not yet. Whether a story is a comedy or a tragedy, it depends on when you end the story. Like, it's early in the day. I could still really fuck it up.
I would say,
I'm in LA.
Yeah, I always say LA, every actor is a six-pack away from sucking a dick.
That's it. That's it. That's it. $20 is $20.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for bringing us together.
Yeah,
What a great
awesome.
talk.
It was really cool.
Thanks to you guys.
Yeah, you got it.
Awesome.
Woo!
Yeah, man.
That's a good one.
That was awesome.
Almost 2 hours.
You got me in there? All right. Yeah. There it is. You know, and so, yeah, you're in the club now.
All right. Ashley, a lot of people are praying for you.
Oh, yeah.
And James, a lot of people love you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you putting this together and doing this.
I thought you were going to say a lot of people are praying for you in the gym. A lot of people are praying for your demise.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was going to like, you know, like a lot of people are going to be like, please, Lord, take Jim.
Yeah.
What did Ash do? For
don't
God's
know.
sakes, you know?
I think you're better off than me.
I don't know. Opinions vary.
Your mistakes aren't public.
Not yet. Whether a story is a comedy or a tragedy, it depends on when you end the story. Like, it's early in the day. I could still really fuck it up.
I would say,
I'm in LA.
Yeah, I always say LA, every actor is a six-pack away from sucking a dick.
That's it. That's it. That's it. $20 is $20.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for bringing us together.
Yeah,
What a
was
great talk.
awesome. It was really cool.
Thanks to you guys.
Yeah, you got it.
Awesome.
Woo!
Yeah, man.
That's a good one.
That was awesome.
Almost 2 hours.
You got me in there? All right. Yeah. There it is. I mean, I have to tell you, I never thought that I would ever be able to add cover girl to my resume. You know what I mean? Like cover model of Soft White Underbelly too. When I saw this, I was like, wow, I made the book. You know, like that was very, very exciting. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is. I have to tell you, I have in I have a house upstate, and I have a lot of. I don't collect a lot of things, but I collect signed first editions of like books that have changed my life and that are my favorite things. And on the bottom of the shelf, I have volume 1 and volume 2 of this, both signed by you. And it's great, I have to tell you. I mean, they keep getting better, these books too. But I mean, and not just because I'm a cover model on them, but I don't think it hurts, you know. And I also now I'm just going to start telling people that I'm a model. That's going to be.
Well, you've been such a huge part of this channel. And the internet for in general.
You know, I will tell you, Mark, I was a fan of the channel long before I was featured on it, because I used to tell people that it was what I think the world needs, which is radical empathy. I think that if we got, it took me working as a divorce lawyer for a long time to figure out that if you hear people's story, a lot of the things that you would look at and say, oh, that person's weak or bad or evil or whatever, that you would go, oh, yeah, okay. Like if I was raised in that situation or that had happened to me, I would be very different than I am. And I remember the first times I watched your channel thinking, oh, yeah, this is like, this guy gets that. Like he's figured that out, and maybe he's going to try to like let us see it. Like, and maybe if we see it, we'll start to go like, oh, okay, yeah, like maybe I shouldn't be like so completely callous and like pass a person on the street who's sleeping homeless here in the city and go like, oh, get a job, they're lazy or they're a drug addict. It's like, right, but you know, you start to hear the backstories on this stuff. But I also think too, in recent years, I mean, some of the stories you've managed to get from people, some of the characters I feel like I've gotten to know on the channel are like, they're like people I know. I mean, it feels like I know them, you know, and I'm cheering for them. And I have to tell you, I think
Dating apps are a network of people who don't have anyone in their life that can connect them to anyone they know, so they are desperate and alone and afraid. And then they have attachment issues. Then they go on the app and they try to market themselves like a product on Amazon for impulse buys. So they misuse the app, and they're already afraid and desperate in the first place. So it's a hunting ground for people with attachment issues or personality disorders to find somebody to give them the chemicals they're looking for.
Adam Lane Smith, you are a relationship coach.
I am the attachment specialist.
So attachment styles is your kind of specialty?
Attachment science is everything I do.
And you are licensed?
I was licensed as a marriage and family therapist for years. I gave up my license specifically so that I could coach.
Is that right?
Yeah, I had to, unfortunately.
And tell us about attachment styles. I think this is one of the most interesting parts of romantic relationships, and it's not really delved into that much.
No, it's not, unfortunately. Attachment theory was developed back in the 1950s by John Bowlby. Attachment theory really is just the way that we as humans connect to each other to give and receive love. It's to get our needs met. It's to feel safe. It's everything that we do between us. And we can either have secure attachment, where we learn that people will work with us. They will take care of our needs. They will share with us. They'll be honest with us, and there are second chances. Or we learn that people will not do that. We learn that we are not safe, and so we have to fight for safety. Either we have to pull back and stay away from other people and solve everything alone ourselves. That's avoidant attachment. Or we learn that we are not good enough. There's something wrong with us deep down on the inside that no one could ever love. And we go looking for validation, looking for safety. That's anxious attachment. And we have a blend of the two, unfortunately, disorganized attachment style, which is excessive trauma. It pushes you into both anxious and avoidant based on whatever situation you're in. You're highly adaptable.
And typically an avoidant person will attract an anxious person.
Like magnets. Yeah, it's hard to keep them apart is really what it is.
Yeah, that's what creates these unexplainable attractions.
There's no wall high enough to keep an avoidant person and an anxious person apart. The avoidant person loves the free love and energy and connection from the anxious person, and just this unfiltered adoration. It's an endless dopamine fest for about 5 to 7 months, and they luxuriate in it. They love that there's no demands. They love that there's no price tags on anything, because the anxious person is too afraid to demand a price tag for anything. And the anxious person loves that the avoidant person can just give so much validation, so much attention, so much connection. They can just binge that dopamine, which for the anxious person is oxytocin and dopamine. So they feel safety, they feel addicted. It's a biochemical addiction, very similar to gambling addiction, actually, in the brain. And it's this endless drug fest until about 5 to 7 months, when the novelty dopamine wears off and the avoidant person craters, their pleasure goes away, and they stop finding the same joy in the anxious person. And at the same time as the anxious person is now kind of starting to push for commitment and connection and bonding, the avoidant person begins to pull away. The anxious person freaks out and panics, believing they're going to be abandoned. They start chasing, and it begins this ugly dynamic of chasing, desperation, fear, withdrawing, running away. It's a horrible cycle that people go through.
And the solution would seem to be the anxious person should hook up with another anxious person, but that won't work.
That almost never happens, because then they just sit there waiting for somebody to give them oxytocin, like a flower waiting.
Those are the situations where somebody goes, I just don't feel it.
No, yeah, it's.
He doesn't have anything for me, or she doesn't have anything.
No, it's two bottoms in a relationship. It just doesn't work that way. The real solution is for both of them to sit down and have a conversation about the issues, but their brain says that will never work. No one would ever work with me. No one would ever be peaceful. No one would ever be kind. I can't talk about it, so I have to get my needs met secretly.
And I've watched some of your videos, and you seem to speak mostly about men being avoidant and women being anxious, but I think it can be flipped the other way too.
It can absolutely be flipped the other way. I talk about like that for two reasons. One, in the past, for most of history, we have found that women tend toward anxious attachment and men tend toward avoidant attachment. Some of the research lately is actually suggesting that might be flipping. Women might be more avoidant, men might be more anxious lately, but A lot of the women coming to me are anxious and they want information. Now avoidant men are finally coming to me too, so that's why I do that.
How can somebody tell if they have an avoidant or anxious attachment style?
That's a great question.
Today's video is sponsored by BetterHelp. After my recent loss, I was completely thrown off. I couldn't sleep, my mind was scattered, had a hard time working and focusing, so I started seeing a therapist. And just having a space to talk with someone who helps you see things from a different perspective helps you to feel grounded again. And slowly I started coming back to myself. And that's what therapy gives you, the ability to meet yourself with patience and compassion, especially when things don't go the way you expected. I think therapy is one of the best investments a person can make in themselves. BetterHelp makes starting therapy easier. You just fill out a short questionnaire and get matched with a therapist in as little as a couple of days. And if it's not the right fit, you can switch anytime at no extra cost. With over 7,000 reviews and a 4.3 rating on Trustpilot, it's a platform you can trust. Click on the link in the description or go to betterhelp.com/soft white underbelly to get 10% off your first month of therapy. Thank you for watching.
First, look at your relationships and say, am I actually fully satisfied in my relationships? Do I feel at peace? Do I feel safe? Do I feel at rest? Do I feel like I can open up about anything and I'm good and the people around me, they've got me? If so, that's more secure attachment. If no, you probably have an attachment issue. Then you stop and ask, do I fear abandonment all the time? I'm anxiously attached, I'm afraid of being abandoned, almost like a child. Or am I more afraid of betrayal and being trapped and controlled? That's more avoidant. Do I feel like to solve a problem I have to find someone to rescue me? That's anxious. Or do I feel like I have to pull away from other people and solve it myself? That's avoidant. Do I feel in my relationships like I can talk about my emotions with the other person? If so, you might be anxious if you're overwhelmed by it and you really dump on it. Or if not at all, you might be more avoidant. And if you say, do I believe I have the ability to move other people with my behaviors and I can make them do what I want them to do? Anxious people will say no. Avoidant people will more likely say yes.
In a romantic relationship where you don't have this push and pull or somebody self-sabotaging or something like that going on, it just gets boring, does it not?
In a securely attached relationship, that's what I get. It'll be boring. It'll be terrible. Let me ask you if this feels boring. Imagine you have a partner that when you walk in the door, they're just happy to see you. But they ask you, do you need some space to breathe? You good? Can we spend time together? Where are you at? No, you know what? Give me 5 minutes to decompress. Not a problem. You go, you wash your face, you decompress, you come back, they greet you with a warm hug. They ask how you doing, what you want to do tonight. They have everything planned out, but they have some options. You can lay them out together and talk about it. If you don't feel it, you can tell them, I'm not feeling it right now, and here's where I'm at. And then you can make additional plans for another time. If you are feeling it, great, you do it, right? You spend the rest of the day together, and you're never guessing. You're always fulfilled. Now the fun comes from the experiences that you get to share together. Now you have other biochemicals, oxytocin, vasopressin, GABA, serotonin, rich relationships biochemically. That's why you don't get bored. You feel fulfilled. It's a very different experience. You're not looking for a dopamine binge, which is what most people are looking for, of fun, 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 endless stimulation. A relationship should not be endless stimulation. It should be a soothing, warm, fulfilling experience. Very different from a dopamine binge.
Are romantic relationships basically just chemical reactions?
Chemical reactions are an important part of it because we are biochemical creatures and we can't get away from that, but they are also more than that. We have our body, we have our brain, we have our mind. The chemicals are incredibly important because they are changing based on where you're at in your process, but it's not just a chemical experience. It's all of it.
And can you change or repair your attachment style?
Absolutely. 100%.
Really?
People will say you can't, but yes, you can. It does take time to reprogram the pathways of your brain. If you grow up with an avoidant attachment style, your prefrontal cortex will overdevelop and squash your emotional expression and make it harder for you to feel your feelings. But through time and experience, you can grow those areas differently and remap and understand your thinking and your feeling. It takes time and effort, but yes, you can. Secure relationships are necessary to do that, though.
And what kind of childhood does one have to endure to end up as a avoidant or anxious?
Good question. Right now, we know that 65% of Gen Z has attachment issues, and more than that in the next generation, Gen Alpha, have attachment issues. So it's not the horrific nightmare that most people might think. The worst childhoods generally either create disorganized attachment style, the blend of the two, or personality disorders, which are the extreme version of attachment issues that have taken over a person completely. For a person to have attachment issues, you can be in the NICU as an infant and learn that no one will ever care for you or help you in that first 3 weeks of life because you're just scared, crying all the time, hoping someone will come rescue you. You can be in daycare for way too long, way too early, okay? There can be abuse, sure. There can be a lot of family stress. Your parents can have attachment issues. They might not know how to nurture you, how to regulate you. Back in the 80s and 90s, they had the cry it out method. Leave your child for 6 hours to cry in the crib and eventually they'll leave you alone. That can do it, right? It's consistent, though, consistent messaging that when you call for help, no one will help you. When you have emotional hurts, people will make it worse. When you ask for things, people punish you. If it's consistent messaging like that, that grows the attachment issue.
So what's like a typical childhood scenario that will create an anxious person?
That is a good question. We are trying to figure out exactly what causes anxious instead of avoidant. And what we seem to find is that people who felt helpless, truly helpless in childhood, and they reached a point where fight was gone, flight was gone out of their nervous system, so it's fawn instead, a people-pleasing, approval-seeking. And that was their only recourse, was please somebody rescue me, I'll be happy and I'll be kind. That seems to lead to the anxious tendency. It's also, like I said, an oxytocin addiction. So you are addicted to the feelings that you have. What I've noticed with most of my clients that I work with, if they're avoidant, they've never had the oxytocin connection. They didn't have that rich, warm bond with their mother or their father. It was tainted because if their mom connected to them, she would then inflict huge emotional stress on him. He was over-responsible for her anxieties, so he shut out all of that intimacy. So it does seem to be helplessness and high levels of oxytocin deprivation will seem to lead to avoidant. Okay.
And as far as serotonin and dopamine and...
It's really hard to get serotonin when you have attachment issues because you're chronically in your sympathetic nervous system, fight or flight. So you're always on, always ready for something bad to happen. You don't really go into parasympathetic rest and digest mode. Your vagus nerve is tight most of the time. You have breathing challenges. And so what you're not going to do is generate much serotonin, either through sleep, because you're going to have insomnia. Usually that's a problem with attachment issues too. You're going to have chronic insomnia, you're not resting, you're probably going to go to the gym 5 days a week, 2 hours a day, desperately scraping the bottom of the barrel to get some serotonin, but you're not going to get the serotonin-rich experiences in your relationships either because you don't have the attachment issues. So all you can do is compensate with dopamine binging.
See, I love when we start talking about the brain chemistry and the vagus nerve and all these kind of things, because it's very clear that we're just biological, chemical creatures.
That's what
they're playing out these roles, and we're all, romance is so mysterious to us, but if you boil down the chemistry of it all, it becomes pretty simple.
That's it. Our brain is a learning computer through experiences. So the experiences you have shape your brain, and then it becomes afraid of a lot of things that hurt it. And it doesn't believe that you're going to get the good experiences if you don't teach it that it can. So anxious people never got the experience of how to have love, safety, intimacy, and build it without pleasing somebody. Their brain says, I have to please people, I have to wait to get fed, I have to beg, I have to plead, and I am the problem. No one loves me because of me. That's what their brains learned. So if you can unlearn that and reprogram that, your chemicals can shift, your hormones shift, your fertility shifts, your migraines might disappear, autoimmune disorders diminish, you have greater risks of cancer, heart attack, and stroke if you don't fix it, but when you fix it, you're actually resilient against cancer, heart attack, and stroke. All kinds of things shift when you fix this. Your whole system is meant to live symbiotically with other human beings, and your nervous system is meant to be calmed in their presence. If you don't have that, it's just an open door to every problem you can possibly experience. All the epidemics we have, all the drug epidemics, every addiction can be mapped out to directly attach to attachment issues and come from it. I've never treated a case myself of any kind of addiction that didn't have some attachment issues at its root. You are biochemically resistant to addiction cycles when you have secure attachment, but that's only about 35% of us now.
Is that right?
Yes.
Only 35% are secure.
And that's fairly optimistic, because we also see that the rates of personality disorders, for example, are on the rise. And that's the most extreme version of attachment issues. It's gone from 10% of population up to an estimated 15, maybe even as high as 20% of the population, which is an extreme marker. So we might be looking at 20% secure.
And I assume if you're secure and you're partnered up with, let's say, somebody who's avoidant, or like severely avoidant, it'll make you seem more anxious.
You will feel, yes.
And vice versa. If you're secure and you're hooked up with somebody who is anxious.
Yes. Most secure people are segregated out, and they date each other because they're sending the right signals. I tell people it's like this. If you have a group of 2 fireflies, one is red. We'll say they're the insecure dating population, right? 65% of firefly is red fireflies. They see red and they flash red. They cannot see the color blue. Then you have a blue pool of secure fireflies that send secure signals, okay? They see blue, that's it. They don't see red. When those fireflies intermingle like this, they don't even send or see the right signals, so they're invisible to each other. They just assume there's no interest, they ghost, they barely connect, they have one conversation, they never see each other again. That's really mostly how that happens. So the insecure pool segregates out, the secure pool segregates out without even realizing they're doing it. That's generally the issue that's happening for most people. That's why people say, I've never met a secure person in my life. You probably have met many of them. It's just that you guys didn't send the proper signals, so you didn't receive the message.
And you see clients privately, right?
So I see clients, and I have a whole coaching team under me that works with clients.
And I assume after you've done this for many years, as you have, you can almost predict what's going to happen in these relationships.
Usually, yes. Very quickly, actually, when I meet somebody.
You can just predict the future.
We humans are very simple things, to be honest with you. We're almost like machines. We break down in predictable ways. We erode in particular ways. We can also repair in particular ways. But it's all a system. That's how we are.
Why does it so often feel like one of the partners is walking on eggshells around the other?
The eggshell effect is usually because we don't trust that other people will work with us during conflict. So then we're afraid of creating conflict accidentally. We'll take the case of a lot of women are afraid they walk on eggshells around maybe a more avoidant man who doesn't have the emotional discipline that makes her feel safe and steady. I can't share my emotions with him because they may upset him and he may leave, or he may explode, or he might blow up, or he might cry. I don't know. So I'm going to never create conflict and make life totally peaceful for him. She doesn't believe that if she brings a difficult feeling to him, that he'll help resolve it with her. The eggshell effect is part of that insecure attachment. And her brain doesn't say, hey, there's men out there who don't make me walk on eggshells. Her brain says, Dad made me walk on eggshells, Mom made me walk on eggshells, I've been walking on eggshells my whole life. This is how relationships work. So she doesn't look for different.
What do you say to someone who feels like they're always the one that's trying harder in the relationship? That's a more anxious person, right?
Yeah, the heavy emotional labor, right? The overperforming. I'll say 2 things. One is it's not your job. You don't need to overperform. I know that you think you have to, but you don't. That's not how relationships operate, and all you're doing is perpetuating a system where you are always going to be overperforming, because when you meet a secure person and try to overperform in the first 10 minutes, they back away. They don't want that. It's not sustainable. It's not comfortable. They dislike it. So you will only connect to people who love that you overperform for them. When you stop, the people who love it leave, and you can start connecting with people who want you for you, number 1. And number 2, that's a gentle thing I'll say. Number 2 is a little harsher. Overperforming is a form of manipulation. It's a form of trying to give people what they want so that they will guess what you want and then take care of you. It's you being that 1-year-old in the crib, hoping that you will do whatever your mom wanted so she'll pick you up, instead of leaving you in that crib sobbing uncontrollably for 1 more hour. Don't overperform for them. Don't overperform for you. Stop so that you are not manipulating, but also stop so that you can find someone who loves you for who you are.
Interesting. How do you help couples stop keeping score and start working together?
Well, what's interesting is there's a bonding hormone when we work together called vasopressin. Vasopressin is released when we overcome stress, solve challenges, work as a team. Vasopressin is also specifically tied to feelings of monogamy, and especially monogamous satisfaction. So we need to be solving problems together. The way I tell couples to solve their problems is this. You need a larger purpose that you're both trying to create. You need a larger goal. I usually unify the couples I work with around some long-term vision of legacy, of life, of students they're going to mentor, or kids or grandkids, or whatever they're building. They need a deeper purpose. And then they have to work effectively as an executive partnership on making that happen, so that when they then face problems here, they say, what solution here leads to that outcome we both want? Instead of, I'm upset, my feelings are hurt, it's your fault. Then you fall apart. If you have no longer term, deeper purpose, really hard to work as a team, because then it's all just about feelings right now.
What happens when intimacy disappears in a long-term relationship?
Ooh, how long are we talking? When does the intimacy disappear? Because that tells me different things.
2 years, something like that.
Ooh, it disappears at 2 years. So what that tells me is that what happened was the anxious person jumped into the relationship and gave full, complete intimacy at the very beginning, as much as possible, because it felt like incredible validation. And the avoidant person dove into that and soaked it up and loved it and said, it's so great that I get free, complete, total love without any expectations, no label, no nothing. I'm safe. No one's wanting anything from me. And the anxious person says, isn't it great that this person needs me in all these cool ways and loves that I'm around? And at about 7 months, the novelty dopamine wears off and the avoidant person starts to pull back. Not completely, but they start to pull back. And the anxious person starting to think about cohabiting, living together, marriage, anything like that. More, right? They start asking for things. I've done enough. I've paid into the system. Can I make a small withdrawal? And at this point, typically, they start arguing. Now, intimacy doesn't completely die. They both keep trying, and usually their hormones will kick in, that testosterone every 72 hours, the ovulation cycle every 28 to 30 days. Those still push, so you still have a bit of intimacy, and that can drag you out to a year. But at a year, they really start bickering because now they're not getting their needs met. They might go for an additional year and still have intimacy and sex, but the second year is usually much less joyful and much less pleasurable. And at the end of 2 years, gone. That's where the relationship feels dead. At that point, they either break up or they just lock in and agree to be miserable together for the next 50 years.
Sounds great.
That's the anxious and avoidant dance. That's why we have to fix it.
Why is sex such a loaded issue for couples with attachment wounds?
Because sex biochemically is different for people with attachment wounds. If you have secure attachment, you build an intimate oxytocin-focused relationship. Oxytocin is the bonding hormone released when we feel safe, loved, and belonging. And when we have sex, we release oxytocin through sex and through orgasms and experiences, and it becomes a shared, joyful experience. So sex, high oxytocin, high serotonin, some dopamine, but it's not the main course. And you feel that it's the culmination of your joy together. So you get to talk about it. You get to increase this part and decrease this part. And let's build a robust sex life that's more and more fulfilling as we go along. When you have attachment issues, sex is a release for the avoidant people. It's dumping water on their nuclear reactor on the inside because their cortisol is unregulated. So the only way to cool it is by throwing constant dopamine binges on top. So it's a release for them. Or it's a performance to try to please their partner and then get what they need. And for the anxious person, it's this incredible validation that someone cares about me. They must really love me. I can perform. I can do everything you want. It is the purest expression of me giving you everything you want. I'm not even in the room. I don't even care about my experience. I'm just happy that you're here. And again, that dies and that dwindles very, very quickly because the needs start to diminish. So instead of a better sex life, that's the best it will ever be at the beginning, and it begins to tank and get worse and worse and worse.
So sex doesn't really repair the relationship, it's the other way around.
No, sex makes the relationship worse because you're biochemically bonding during sex, and it's being ripped apart outside of the bedroom. So it makes it more painful.
Wow. How does resentment and unspoken expectations slowly corrode connection?
This is a tricky one. When you have attachment issues, every expectation is unspoken. Everyone. The only time expectations are stated is when the avoidant person starts losing their dopamine and starts barking expectations at the other person about, you can't limit me, you can't control me, I want this. That's the only time expectations are ever really spoken inside an insecurely attached relationship. So resentment is guaranteed because your needs will never be met. Now, we have resentment when we, number one, don't get our needs met, we start biochemically starving. And number two, we're hurting as a result. And then number three, we think our partner doesn't care. When we think they don't care, we develop anger to make them care. And that's guaranteed in an insecurely attached relationship.
Do all attachment wounds start in childhood, or can they happen later in life too?
They generally nearly always start in childhood, but our brain is a learning computer that's always gathering more data. So we can have a couple things that are a little off in childhood, and we're mostly okay, but we hit later childhood, early teens, and it's really impacted over and over and over with the people we choose. Maybe there's bullying, maybe there's abusive relationships, someone dies, something horrible happens, and we're less resilient to trauma. And now that trauma hits, but it also connects to our relationships, and it makes the attachment issues much worse. This is why unless we fix our attachment issues, you're almost guaranteed to get worse during the course of your life. This is not something that fixes itself.
It's interesting when you'll have somebody a friend who, you'll go out with her, just a friend, and she'll always find a guy in a big crowd who will eventually abuse her the way her past boyfriend did.
Yes.
And repeat that pattern over and over. She can find that guy one in a million.
Red fireflies. You flash red, they see it, they smell it. It's micro-testing. They come up, they test your boundaries, they test how you talk. She looks like this. She actually curls in a little bit differently. Her facial expression is different. The way she laughs is different. The way she talks is different. She has a whole demeanor.
It's almost like a sixth sense.
Completely different, right? It's the pheromone theory on steroids. It's everything about you exudes this sense of, I won't ask you for anything, and I'll give you everything for the first 7 months. And his avoidant brain says, maybe you're the one I've been looking for who will give me these mystical feelings that I sense are there, but I don't know how to get to. He's trying to get to the feeling of secure attachment, but he doesn't know what to do to get there. He wants oxytocin, he wants vasopressin, he wants high GABA to suppress cortisol, he wants a rich serotonin environment, he wants secure connection, but he doesn't believe it exists. So he is simultaneously haunted by this phantom desire and running through as many partners as he possibly can to get there.
Are we just recreating these broken childhood attachments we had?
Over and over and over and over. And then adding them to the next generation and the next generation and the next generation. Because unfortunately, these people tend to have a lot of kids with the wrong people.
And different family structures can create, in one family, you can have avoidant as well as anxious people coming out of the family?
Yeah, you're almost guaranteed to. Most of my clients who come into me, whatever style they have, their siblings are different. Some siblings might have a personality disorder.
Say one family is not going to produce only avoidance.
No, I've never in my work really seen one family of only the same style.
It could also probably be inherited brain chemistry, right?
There's an idea that we could have predispositions towards certain things, yes. And we know in the past women were more predisposed to anxious, men were more predisposed to avoidant tendencies. We do sometimes see people who tend to resemble each other in personality, tend to resemble each other in attachment. That can be the case, but a lot of it is that conditioning in the brain. Remember that there's no default. Our brain comes out and says, am I in a safe, secure environment where people care, or am I in a not safe, secure environment where everybody's angry and stressed? And then it chooses, based on your experiences, to go secure or go insecure. And of the insecure pathways, it learns which ones are going to be most beneficial to be safe, based on what it has learned incorrectly with a toddler's logic, and then lunges in that direction and never goes back, unless you intentionally go there later.
Why do some men shut down emotionally when things start getting serious?
They have to. They have to, biochemically. So in their amygdala, the fear center of the brain, intimacy has become equated with danger. Intimacy equals danger inside their amygdala.
For men.
For men. And for women who are avoidantly attached. If they're avoidantly attached, intimacy equals danger. Now, that was learned in childhood, and their brain said, I will never be hurt and frightened and at the mercy of others ever again.
So rather than saying men, you should be maybe saying avoidant.
Avoidant people in general. Yep. Their brain says, I will never be at the mercy of others ever again. So it shuts down, and what it does is says, I live in a painful world where I will always be in pain. I have to be ready to dissociate, turn off my emotions to deal with painful experiences. So it overdevelops the prefrontal cortex, squashes emotional expression, turns down that person's ability to feel negative and positive emotions, joy and pleasure. And then when they reach a relationship and the person says, hey, we've been dating for about a year. Where is this going? What are we thinking? Do we want to get married? They go, and intimacy equals danger. The amygdala fires off. It goes to the prefrontal cortex, which squashes emotional expression. All that fear overloads the system, goes to the limbic system, fight, flight, fawn, freeze. And the system says, can I get away? And he goes, I think I just remembered that I left the gas on, and he dives out the window, hotwires a car, and drives to Mexico. And he stays there for 3 weeks until she forgets about commitment. And then he drives home, and he creeps back in with flowers, hoping to give her love and experience so that she'll be happy again. And if she pretends everything's fine, they'll ease back into the relationship for maybe another 3 or 4 months until she brings it up again. That's the structure.
Very, very often people generalize as men are all this way and women are all that way.
No, not
but
the case.
really it's more like anxious people are this way and avoidance are that way.
That is very correct, yes.
And it happens to be the case that men are mostly avoidant and women are mostly anxious, but there's always exceptions.
Always exceptions, absolutely. And I work with plenty of avoidant women all the time.
Yeah, they're very attractive.
They are certainly
They're
very attractive to some types of people, yes.
They're challenging.
Right. They are usually less emotional because they have to be, right? They are more independent. They have a lot of character traits that men tend to romanticize and look at and say, well, wow, you're so put together, you're so thoughtful, you're very feminine, you're very this and this and this and this. But when you try to build with them,
they're not needy.
They're not needy, but then they also don't need you. And in fact, they refuse to need you. And in fact, they refuse to even let you help. And in fact, they refuse to even let you inside. And in fact, they get fearful and angry if you ever take steps toward them to build a long-term, true, connected bond, because they'll run away from that because they're fearful of dependence.
Interesting. And will let's say, an anxious person in time in a relationship turn to be more of the avoidant one in the relationship when things get more secure?
Yes, if they get more secure.
I'm not saying they're going to become avoidant, but they'll play that role more than they did.
Oh, I see what you mean. The pathway to fixing anxious is more of it. Kind of sounds like you're asking.
Yeah, I've been in relationships where I'm not going to get into specifics, but
sure.
I've seen people who are more anxious when it starts.
Oh, yes.
And then he'll turn to be more avoidant as become more.
You're talking about the trauma cycle. Yes. So an anxious person who takes a lot of pain and suffering in the relationship, their brain begins to build what's called a cortisol association with the other person. I love you in my heart, but my brain has tagged you as an enemy. So I have to fight through my urge to get away from you, to try to fawn over you and try to make you love me and approve of me. But I really am resentful and I really don't want to be near you because my brain thinks you're going to hurt me. So it's this endless love, hate of it looks avoidant. It looks like they take on avoidant traits, and that's usually what I hear. In my relationship with this person, we've been together 10 years, I feel like I'm becoming avoidant. Is that possible? Yes, it's a cortisol association with that human being. You won't be avoidant probably with other people.
You believe people are more afraid of rejection than they were in the past?
There's an interesting pseudo-diagnosis coming out lately about rejection and being hypersensitive to it. And they're tagging it on to whatever they can, right? They're tagging it on especially to ADHD right now. And what we have found is that people with attachment issues are excessively sensitive to feeling rejected, avoidant, anxious, and disorganized. It's an overwhelming experience to be rejected if you have never felt connected or loved by somebody in your entire life. Yes, people are more sensitive to rejection now, but we're miscategorizing it as a mental disorder or a neurological issue. It's a relational issue.
And with things like pornography, men don't really have to take the risk of being rejected.
True, they're also not getting the validation of it. There's a tremendous number of risks with pornography.
What do you think of pornography?
I think it's one of the most destructive things that we have. It gives you a dopamine experience of about 20 times anything else. So you can't even compete with it in nature. So it's a heavily addictive drug. You may as well be doing heroin as much as using pornography, the way that it impacts your brain to that extent. I think cocaine gives you 3 times dopamine. Pornography gives you 20 times dopamine. So it's excessively, destructively addictive. And what it does is give you a false sense of relief and a false sense of release. Very few men say, I don't need a girlfriend because I have porn, but pornography is contributing to them just endlessly binging it and then just sitting there one more day, one more day, one more day, one more day, just numbing themselves with pornography, video games, alcohol, sugary drinks, anything they can.
Yeah, I don't see it getting any better. And you look how robust the porn industry is. It's clear that it's being used by a lot of people.
It is, and it certainly is. And I'm not here to demonize anyone who uses it. I think that we have to understand what it's doing to us biochemically. And it's a part of a larger picture of everything that's happening to us. A person who's securely attached, dopamine is maybe this much of their life experience. Dopamine is the salt you add to your food. If you have insecure attachment, dopamine is the main course. Dopamine is so much of what you're craving. And if you're anxiously attached, oxytocin's right there with it. But it's all that you're eating. It's like eating a bowl of sugar over and over and over and over. You don't do that when you're trained to eat healthy food.
Is masculinity in crisis today when it comes to romance?
Masculinity was in crisis 60, 70 years ago, and then it died. And it has begun emerging from an infantile state. We've reached juvenile state in the last, let's say, 15 years. And so you see swaggering caricatures of masculinity trying desperately to emerge from women's shadow right now.
Now that we
Masculinity,
have
I
those
think...
plates locked and ready to go, let's save this town. Grab those plates and install them near the Montville shoreline.
think is at a crisis of, well, I would actually say masculinity is really at a rite of passage. Masculinity as a whole is at a rite of passage. We are trying to emerge into a mature version of masculinity again. That's really where we're at. We have to grow forward from here and overcome our fears, overcome our anger, overcome our emotions, and we have to be disciplined men ready to love and lead and protect so that we can care for people around us without collapsing into our emotions. I think that's where we're at. Less of a crisis, more of a rite of passage happening across the whole world.
Interesting. How does the pressure to be the provider or to be independent affect how men and women show up in relationships?
Explosively. We know that most men are not able to provide for a family anymore here in America. We know that that's dwindling. That ability is just almost gone.
Women are making more money than men.
Women are making more money than men, for certain. That is a problem for some of my clients, not just because the woman has more money. That's almost never actually a problem for the clients I work with, but men don't believe they give anything else except money. And then they collapse into that and that obsession and fear because they feel worthless and emasculated because they don't know what else a man can give. Women, on the other hand, want everything else that a man can bring, and they aren't really looking for the money aspect, most of them. A few of them, but most of them are not. They're looking for other connections of safety and love and protection. And
what do you think women are looking for in a guy?
What are women looking for?
Yeah.
4 levels of safety. 4 levels of safety that men are supposed to provide. First is physical safety. This is pretty normal, right? Our hunter-gatherer ancestors.
We're bigger than that.
We're bigger. Would you protect me if something painful happened?
But danger is not really that imminent in our society.
It depends where you live, but sure.
You have DoorDash. You don't have to even go out of your house.
Typically true, but there's a lot more dangers than people would think nowadays. But yes, it's less of a priority. Resource safety, though, is level 2. Resource safety does not mean paying the bills. Resource safety means if something goes wrong, would you go do something about it? Would you go get resources? If the world ends tomorrow, you're going to feed me and feed my kids. Are you going to provide other resources for us or relationships or whatever it may be? Resource safety, not just paying bills to you. This is pretty common. This is okay. Couples can pass this, but without secure attachment, you can't add level 3, emotional safety. If I bring my emotions to you, to process with you, to work with you, to solve problems with you, can you handle my emotions without collapsing or running away? And are you emotionally disciplined enough to handle your own emotions so I can trust you not to run away screaming or crying? At level 3, emotional safety, this is where the eggshells stop, the performing stops, all those problems that you're looking at stop, and she can ease into the relationship and relax, which brings level 4, bonding safety. Are you truly bonded to me? Are you faithful? Are you loyal? Do you have control over your sexual needs so you're not just diving into the next woman you find? Do you actually care for me as a human being? Can you open up to me? Can you let me fully connect to you? Are you giving signs of oxytocin and vasopressin bonding with me and being securely attached? 4 levels of safety. That's what women are looking for. And a mature masculine man is the only one who can provide emotional safety and bonding safety. Nobody else can.
And those are becoming more rare, right?
Excessively more rare. Very, very rare.
Most people are lonely in our society today?
Yeah. The research says that of millennial groups, 2/3 of them are lonely every single day, and 35% of them are so crushingly lonely every single day that they experience significant depression symptoms as a result. So yes, very lonely.
Who's hurting more, men or women, you think?
I saw some great research on this the other day, actually. We hurt at different phases of our life differently, okay? Men typically are lonely in the middle of their life, where they're working a lot. They're mostly just around coworkers that they don't even like and don't trust. And they're away from the home. They're working. They have fewer and fewer friends. So it's just a solitary life of work. It's almost like being a monk. They might see their family on the weekends, but they have dwindling connections there. At the end of their life, they are more likely to have a wife or a partner or die. So at the end of their life, if you survive long enough, which is not good odds when you have attachment issues, it lowers your life expectancy by about 15 years and lowers life quality the whole time, then you'll be less lonely than women at that point. Really? Women are less lonely most of their entire life until they hit about 55, 60, and then suddenly their loneliness rates skyrocket and surpass men. For the rest of their life, from 55, 60, anywhere until 70, 80, 90, they are crushingly lonely because 1, men are dead, and 2, they're having fewer and fewer children to talk with. And if they do have children, the bonds are eroded, so they're not spending time with them. And their friendships have diminished over the last 60, 70 years as well. So all of the connections that would have kept women deeply engaged and connected if their husband died are gone. 65 and up is where women are more lonely than men. The rest of it, men are more lonely.
Has dating become more transactional than it used to be in the old days?
In the old days. Define the old days.
Before social media.
Before social media. So dating as a concept was invented in the 1920s. Prior to that was mostly courtship. It was expected that you would get together, you had proper intentions, you were going to be honest if you wanted to get married, and if you didn't, you were honest about that. You'd get together, you'd build a life, you'd have kids. It was not idyllic, it's not utopian, it's not perfect, but that was the expectation, and your family gave you the skills to do it. They supported you. If it didn't go well, they'd work with you. Again, not perfect. I don't want to romanticize it, but healthier, more structured, more predictable. In the 1920s, in the 1910s, a lot of that shattered, and those family bonds exploded. And we started building these things called the car, right? Which by the time it got to the boomers became the mobile sex wagon. And that was how they started doing that. So dating grew and grew and grew out of the erosion of family connection, the destruction of culture, the destruction of proper bonding, kith and kin networks dying, courtship being gone. Now you had nobody to connect to, so you had to find a stranger somewhere and hope that they were going to be the right match. So we see the boomers right now coming out of that first real iteration of real dating. They're exploding the divorce rates in their 70s and 80s. They're calling it the gray divorce, right? They're tripling the divorce rates, even currently those of them who are still alive right now as we speak. So that's led to an erosion through the years of dating, which is now dopamine, just dopamine. So is it transactional? It's the people who are dating are in it to exchange biochemicals. The people who are securely attached usually do courtship model, and they get connected through their local network, and they get people match made to them through their family and friend networks, or they pair up with someone they meet in proximity and connect and do the bonding with and filter through their network, and then they get married, and they're out of the dating pool. So yes, it's become biochemically transactional, even if we're not exactly saying it.
And the healthiest, most secure people in society are usually partnered up by their mid-20s, late 20s, and the rest of us are a bunch of misfits.
They're partnered up, they're having babies, they are biochemically sound, they're financially sound, they're more structured than everybody else, they have a great segregated community that helps each other, they're booming, they're prospering, and we never hear from them because they don't bother using social media, and they don't go online talking about how great their life is, they just sit around with their family and friends and enjoy it. So they're invisible to the rest of us who are out here like, wow, life sucks, it's terrible. Everyone hates each other, what's happening? The world is over as we know it. No, it's because this is the segregated pool where everything is off.
What are the biggest changes you've seen from social media?
I love social media, I will say. It allows me to reach a lot of people. I have 1 million followers across platforms, and I love helping people. My biggest platform is TikTok, of all places. People on TikTok are starving for this information. So I know that the young people get a lot of bad rap about awful things that are happening. I think that social media is a tool we can use carefully and smartly, or it is a destructive force that can eat you alive. And that's probably the biggest change I've seen, is people using social media in the most destructive ways to say the most unfiltered thoughts and hurt each other in a completely non-empathetic, almost sociopathic kind of way, and then destroy themselves with consumption. It's one or the other.
How do big cities and more rural areas compare in terms of relationships?
I would love to say that rural areas are perfect and wonderful and that everybody loves each other and they all get together at special bonfires.
They're just as fucked up.
They are increasingly destroyed because economic factors are putting a tremendous amount of pressure on them. We're seeing a lot of brokenness there. We're seeing a lot of destruction, the destruction of family farms, the destruction of family businesses. Everything is falling apart there too. We do know that people that live in communities where everybody is actually connected and accountable to each other tend to do better because you can't hide the level of secrets you can hide in a big city and then destroy yourself eventually. So there's a slight edge there, but what I will say is wherever you live, if you are actually connected to your community, you're going to be healthier.
And back to social media, has that affected the way, like, people's sense of being good enough to attract a partner and things like that?
It has taken people who don't feel good enough and convinced them they're not good enough, and then given them means of becoming better to get more likes. And it has even cell phones, right? It has changed our experience. So in the old days, right, when you and I were younger, we'd hang out with our friends, we'd talk, we'd laugh, we'd have a great experience, we'd be releasing oxytocin and serotonin. Those are the primary chemicals we'd be releasing during our time with our friends. Now, kids sit in their room on their phones, and we have research showing this, and they get pings on their phone. So the experience they're having is a dopamine experience. So we have turned the human experience from serotonin into dopamine. It is endless sugar pleasure instead of a rich, fulfilling bonding experience. That's what we know.
And what do you think of dating apps? I know nothing about them, but they seem to be a terrible way to meet.
Dating apps are a network of people who don't have anyone in their life that can connect them to anyone they know, so they are desperate and alone and afraid. And then they have attachment issues. Then they go on the app and they try to market themselves like a product on Amazon for impulse buys. So they misuse the app, and they're already afraid and desperate in the first place. So it's a hunting ground for people with attachment issues or personality disorders to find somebody to give them the chemicals they're looking for. You can use dating apps more responsibly. They're meant to be used more with a filter. You're supposed to market to your target audience for what you actually want, but most people are faking what they want to please everyone to hope one person accepts them. We're misusing the dating apps.
And the generational differences between like Gen Z and boomers and things like that, what are the differences?
Oh, that's a big kettle of fish. What's the first one off your mind? I'll tell you.
Oh, you pick it, whatever you think.
So the boomers grew up with a family structure of the greatest generation, the silent generation, who believed that suffering for your family was the greatest thing you could do. But many of them had excessive trauma, so they told their boomer kids how much they suffered for them, and then got angry when their boomer kids didn't return the affection and an appropriate gratitude, right? So the boomers, about half of them got it and said, okay, you love me, but you're messed up. So I'm going to do my best and try to take care of other people too, right? I got this. They built mostly secure attachment. We see at about a 50% rate. Half of boomers didn't get it and said, I hate you, I hate family, everything's terrible, no one will ever control me like this again, and screw you and screw family. So they went out and they connected and started building marriages, destroyed them, had Gen Z and Gen X, or Gen X and Gen Y along the way, had these kids that didn't know what to do, they're like deer in the headlights, and yelled at their kids like, you're not doing enough, you should be out there having fun, why didn't you have sex with somebody this weekend? Like they told them to be crazy and over liberal. And then they went and said, that was awful, I'm going to have my second marriage, and then I will build children who are exactly like me. And so they built the millennial generation, which hates them, and the millennials we see are at about a 40% insecure attachment rate, with about 40% secure, I should say, with 60% insecure. And they're falling apart, and they hate the boomers, and they're at war. And then the millennials went forward and had Gen Z. And Gen Z has never seen a functioning family system, ever. They've never seen one. Millennials got the message that family's everything, you should serve me, but family doesn't give you anything. Gen X and Gen Y got the message of, well, everything falls apart, love is worthless, and just do what you want and have fun. And the boomers got the message of, you can do anything you want and there are no consequences. If anyone doesn't like it, punch them in the face and take their stuff. That's what the boomers got. So it's this endless generational war of broken attachment that nobody knows how to talk to each other. The boomers are just as much victims as Gen Z, Gen Alpha, everybody coming now. It's just that family has eroded for 110 years. We don't know what to do anymore. That's why I have to teach people about attachment now, because I'm bringing common sense things that our ancestors did. I'm not inventing this. It's common sense. It's what our ancestors have done for tens of thousands, millions of years. But nobody does it anymore. So we have to learn it manually.
Back to attachment styles. What's the first thing someone should do if they recognize their attachment style is hurting their relationship? Like an avoidant is just being too difficult, or an anxious person is just too clingy.
Yep.
For example.
Absolutely. So a lot of people listening to this are probably saying, oh shoot, I have attachment issues. Oh good, one more diagnosis. What's the pill for it? For anyone who finds that they have attachment issues right now, I had attachment issues when I was growing up. That's what started me down this path.
I think we all do, don't we?
65% now, baby. Yeah, it's a lot.
Almost all of us.
It's almost all of us. So it is something you can overcome. But if you need first steps, here's what I recommend. Number one, sit down and find any place where you are, write down any place where you are guessing in your relationships, any place that you are uncertain, any place that you are afraid, any place where you're confused. Write down all the question marks and gaps that you have, whether you're anxious, avoidant, disorganized, whatever. Write down the gaps, and then figure out the conversations you would have to have with each person to fill those gaps so that you have no more confusion, no more uncertainty, no more questions. You have clarity, you have peace of mind. That will give your nervous system safety. If you have a difficult time figuring out what to say, how to articulate those conversations, or if you have a hard time believing it's possible to have those conversations, or if your nervous system freaks out so bad you have a panic attack when you think about having those conversations, those are the three places where attachment is sabotaging you. So that's where we probably need to do some skill training or some practice to be able to get to a place where we can have those conversations. Once you do, either the other people are going to say, okay, we can do this, and you build a secure relationship. Even if neither person's secure yet, you can build a secure relationship which then corrects each of you through experience. So you can become secure together. Or they will say, I hate this. This is terrible. How dare you ask me clarifying questions? And they leave. And then you have lost a relationship that was damaging you in the first place.
And therapy and coaching is effective in this?
Therapy not.
Self-awareness probably.
Unfortunately, with a lot of therapy nowadays, we're churning out therapists at an unprecedented rate because we don't have enough helpers, so they're just cramming them through as fast as they can. A lot of states have essentially deputized social workers and given them therapist licenses to practice therapy just to try to plug the gaps, and so a lot of therapists are not trained appropriately. We also don't teach attachment theory to the majority of therapists. What we teach them is that you have a chemical imbalance, or we don't know what causes mental disorders, but you have to talk a lot and just talk about your feelings and think about thinking and just sit there and talk about it and process it. Now, some therapists are incredible. I've been a therapist for many years. I have a lot of good colleagues, but by and large, the therapy industry is failing America. I had a client just the other day who came in and said, Adam, I've been in therapy for 20 years, every single week. And we did the math. $100 copay every single week, really high deductible. That's $5,000 a year. That's $100,000 over 20 years. $100,000 to not feel better. Therapy is not meant to be what it is. Therapy is meant to come in, have a diagnosis, solve the diagnosis, get out. You're supposed to have family and friends that you process with. You're supposed to have confidant, mentor, coach, guide, pastor, priest, aunt, uncle, grandparents. You're supposed to have those people to talk to. And now what you have is an expensive subscription friend who's going to listen to you for 20 years and collect $100,000 from you. Therapy is not meant to work that way. So generally, I shift people to coaching, where you can learn specific skill sets that give you better experiences that reprogram your brain and change your bonding chemicals, and then you can build better relationships on purpose. Coaching is what I say is the solution.
And can couples outgrow their attachment wounds together, or does one person have to lead?
No, couples can absolutely outgrow their attachment issues together if they are both willing to do the work. The majority of couples who come to me, they are both willing, they do it. Even if one is hesitant, I talk to them. Usually the avoidant person's like, I don't know, that sounds kind of weird. Why would I want more feelings in my life? Why would I take care of her feelings? Why would I take care of his feelings if she's avoidant? Why would I have these conversations? That sounds scary. That sounds frightening. This is hard for me. I don't like this. This is painful. Right? They everything in them is saying run. Their amygdala is overactive and screaming at them that I'm going to get them killed. Is basically what it is. It takes an immense amount of trust, and usually they respond to the science pretty well, to understand that there is another way of living, and then to begin slowly experiencing that. Once they do, everything changes. The anxious person's usually the easy one. They just say, oh, thank God it's not my fault. Tell me anything and I'll do it. And that's generally the process.
And do you see really productive improvement?
I have a 99.8% success rate with clients I work with. Wherever they come in, if they work with me, 99.8% success rate, turning them from insecure couples into secure couples.
Really?
Yes. Years and years and years following them afterward, they're happier and happier as the years go by.
Wow.
When we fix attachment, everything else is fixed.
That's impressive. What do you think of marriage today?
I think it's wonderful, but I think nobody knows what it's for.
What is marriage for?
Marriage is a business. Marriage is really a business of crafting a shared legacy together that you are both generating. That's what marriage is. You are co-founding a business that doesn't make profit. It's actually a loss, generally speaking, financially, but it's children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, or it's supporting a cause, growing a legacy, teaching students, changing the world in some fashion. You join together as a couple and work toward that shared legacy. That's what marriage is supposed to be for. It's not supposed to be for fun, sex, romance, happiness. Those things are added to it because they're added benefits, but marriage is about business.
Interesting. Is marriage still the gold standard for connection?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
It's becoming a little outdated. Is that the word?
People tell me that.
Yeah.
I've been married for 17 years, and I will say that marriage done well is more relevant than it's ever been. But marriage based on feelings? No. Marriage where one or both of you is not actually speaking correctly and openly to the person? No. Marriage that is not any larger purpose at all, it's just let's sit here and essentially emotionally masturbate for the rest of our lives? No. Marriages where you are running away from reality? Absolutely not. Marriages where you have no life purpose whatsoever. You're just here to sort of look at the wall and watch the paint dry? No. If you have a deeper purpose and a deeper legacy, building it together with someone, that's what marriage is for. I think marriage is more relevant than ever, but we're going to have to redefine it because the boomers really destroyed it.
Is that because we were selfish?
Good question. I think it's honestly because we don't know that connection and legacy and meaning are possible, right? A lot of young men today, they can barely make ends meet. They can't even afford a studio apartment. They're paying, if you go to San Francisco, they're paying $1,000 a week just to live in somebody's pantry in a studio apartment somewhere, right? They're sleeping next to the ramen pile. If we strip people of the ability to have meaning and purpose, then yes, it's hard. Are we selfish? I think we're all wired for meaning and joy and pleasure. So if you want to say that having fulfillment, satisfaction, and pleasure is selfish, we can say that. But I think that those things can either be taking from others, it can either be removing from other people so that it's a zero-sum game, or it can be a multiplier effect that we share with other people. In my marriage, is it selfish? Sure. We're both fulfilled. We both feel like we're living our life purpose. We're both joyful. But it's a multiplier effect where one of our satisfaction increases the other person's satisfaction. Good, secure relationships should multiply. It's not a zero-sum game of who gets what.
It just seems like there's so many options now. Like maybe, 50 years ago, there were the 7 women in your small town to possibly marry and settle down with the rest of your life. Sure. Now you go on Instagram, and it's mind-blowing the number of options that are out there.
Sure. We find that people actually are less happy than ever because there's so many options, actually. I will say this, that marriage evolved in pretty much almost every single culture that's ever existed on the face of the earth, and I don't think our ancestors were stupid. I think they knew what they were doing. I just think that we have badly misused marriage the same way we have badly misused everything else. Every plant that we have, every medicine we have, every drink that we have, we badly misuse, and then we say, oh, this is evil. No, it can be very, very, very good when we use it right, but it can destroy us when we abuse it.
Humans tend to destroy things, don't we?
When we are out of balance with our community and our environment, yes, we are not meant to be reduced to solo individuals. We are actually collectivist beings who are meant to operate within a hunter-gatherer group of anywhere from 15 to 30 people, and then have an average of 4 different hunter-gatherer clusters around us for a total of 150. This gives us Dunbar's number that the human brain is only capable of caring about around 150 people. Beyond that, we are not really capable of caring and having empathy beyond 150. We can't even process it. We need that core cluster of 30 and then an expanded cluster of 120.
Super interesting. What happens to a society when deep attachment bonds are missing?
it collapses. Our system is keeping us alive because the machines are running. We don't even realize how most of the machines are built. So the people who built the machines and systems right now are dead, and we don't know how to fix them. So once they grind down, we're done. But our systems are currently running and keeping us happy. And there's plenty of pornography and fast food and alcohol and everything for everyone right now, but it's not sustainable. So our system will face what every system does when attachment collapses, which is a complete destruction of the actual fabric of the society that's being held together, and then balkanization, where smaller groups begin to pop up, tribalist roots come back, and people reform family tribal bonds and build new clusters. The best example of this is the city of Rome, actually. The city of Rome was a whole bunch of men from all the surrounding areas who were outcasts and had attachment issues, and they all gathered together in this little village, and they began building a civilization of attachment-challenged men who bonded together and built connection. Then they went out and found, not great means, female partners and brought them in, and then built a civilization, which then grew to the Rome that we now understand. So attachment issues are a natural part of us for catastrophes that destroy us to begin rebuilding in the rubble. We are living in the rubble of a better civilization than we are currently in. We live in ruins. It just doesn't look like ruins because our machines are churning along right now. But eventually it will catch up with us and we will balkanize.
What's the most surprising thing you've learned in your work with romantic relationships and couples?
That there is always hope. Always. The only time there's not hope is when one person chooses to walk away. If both people are even the smallest amount willing to just have a conversation, to just listen, to just make the smallest change, the smallest willingness, that couple can sit, they can have the hard talks, they can begin to scrape their pathway back to secure attachment, and they can build a secure relationship. There is always hope, as long as they're both willing.
You've seen couples heal completely against all kinds of tough odds?
Tremendous, the most crazy affairs you can imagine. If I told you some of the affairs I've helped couples come back from, these walls would break.
Tell me a story. What does that look like?
Oh my goodness. I've had clients that one of them was flying away to other countries for sex parties because they were excessively avoidant, and only at the last moment did they finally realize what they actually wanted as the partner discovered it. And then the partner was broken and uncontrolled sobbing and betrayals, and it took that person years to build back from that. But once they did, they completely, essentially almost had a religious, not quite, but almost a religious conversion experience from how they were living to how they were going to live going forward. And what that allowed the partner to do was, watching that and that openness, their brain did what we call differentiated. It differentiated in their brain file, old person, new person. So their brain was able to build trust with the new person because the transformation was so pronounced that they could actually form trust with the new partner because of the outward show of behaviors, of sharing, of talking, not only with them, but with everyone in their life. It was a full, complete transformation. That's a miracle.
It's nice to hear.
Yeah, it's always possible.
What advice would you give to someone who feels unlovable or has lost their confidence?
I have never, ever, ever in my life seen a baby and said, wow, this baby doesn't deserve love, right? Never. But all of us, if we have that belief that we don't deserve love, it comes from when we were this small, when we were a tiny little baby. That's where we learned we don't deserve love.
I mean, those first weeks of life?
Everything.
It's crazy how the first 3 weeks, like as you mentioned earlier, are formative.
It's incredible. And everything that happens to us since then just confirms that bias that it's our fault. So if you believe every baby deserves love, then you as an adult still deserve love. Now the question is, do you deserve respect? You deserve dignity, but respect has to be earned. If you don't respect yourself, you need to sit down and figure out your core ethics, what is right and wrong, and why you are violating it to please other people. And you need to figure out your greater life's purpose, your mission, your target, your goals, whatever they are, and why you're violating them to please other people who don't even like you. and then start making decisions in line with your ethics and principles and in line with your goals. And you will begin respecting yourself. And then you will be worthy of respect. And then good people will find you and respect you and love you. And when we receive love from other people first, then we start to believe that we deserve love because we respect them and they love us. So we trust them. And then we begin to love ourselves. We cannot love ourselves until someone else loves us first.
If you could design the perfect conditions for a healthy relationship, what would that look like?
They would have a meeting every single week to talk about how they feel in the relationship on a scale of 1 to 10, knowing that 7 out of 10 is what your nervous system is happiest at. 8 out of 10 is an incredible, romantic, loving day together, right? 9 and 10 out of 10 is more like almost manic levels of insanity and overabundant joy. I've won the lottery, and we're having our wedding, and we just have a new great baby, and it's excessive. 7 out of 10 is what your nervous system wants. So you should be aiming for 7 out of 10 and 8 out of 10 together as a couple. Weekly meetings about how you're doing, the same way you would at a business. Run your marriage like a business. Other options, right? I teach what's called the CEO and COO model. Typically, men feel best in a CEO role in their family. Women tend to feel best in a COO role, Chief Operations Officer, in their family. About 95 to 97% of couples fall into these two roles and are content there, as long as they have a trustworthy co-executive to work with and build their family as co-executives together. It is gender roles, but not based on value or who's better, who's smarter. It's gender roles based on division of labor and division of specializations. CEO, COO, co-executives.
And so fighting in a relationship that's otherwise a healthy relationship is normal, or is that something that should not be happening?
Every couple's going to fight, but it shouldn't happen. A fight is a breakdown of cooperation. When you go into a conflict, there's two questions that your brain asks. Can we work together to solve this? And if not, if there's a hitch, do we have to fight about it, or can we still find a solution? If you have attachment issues, you will assume that there's no hope, so you either try to please people so they'll give you a better deal, or you take from people, or you run away. Fighting is not normal, and it shouldn't be expected to be normal. It is always a breakdown. Secure couples will barely ever fight because they try to cooperate as a default all the time, and they know that cooperation is best. Insecurely attached couples don't believe cooperation's possible, so they end up fighting about pretty much everything.
What would you hope people would take away from your work? Not just about relationships, but about being human.
The thing I hope people will take away from the work more than anything else is that it's not your fault if you feel alone. It's not your fault if you feel unhappy. It's not your fault that you feel like no one can love you. It's not your fault if you feel like there's nothing out there for you. That's not your fault. It's not any baby's fault. It's not any toddler's fault. It's not a child's fault. And it's not your fault because you've never known what to do or how to do it. It's not your fault. But it also can get better. And for it to get better, you will have to make some choices, and they will be hard. They don't have to be painful, but they will be hard because you'll be fighting your own nervous system. But on the other side of that is a lot of safety, a lot of peace, and all the fulfillment you've always wanted. Not with everybody, not a utopia, but with the right people, building love and safety and connection where you can just relax with the people you care about. You can know that you are loved. When you enter into stress or pain, people will be there to talk with you, to solution find with you, to solve with you, to build with you. And you will never be alone again, because we humans are not meant to be alone, and we don't want to be alone. And you don't have to be alone. And there are solutions. You just need to find them.
Fascinating talk, Adam.
Thank you.
Adam Lane Smith, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on relationships. We'll maybe do this again one day.
That would be delightful.
You're incredible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When I was designing the first Soft White Underbelly book, I realized that there were so many great portraits that weren't going to make it into that book. They just wouldn't fit. And once I saw how well that first book sold, I knew I'd have to design the second book. This second book is finally ready to ship. Like the first one, this book has a collection of some of the best portraits from Soft White Underbelly, accompanied by a quote from that person's interview. This book features another group of Rebecca portraits, as well as a collection of color images of the Whitaker family, and plenty of others. You can order yours for $125 or $150 for a signed copy at softwhiteunderbelly.org. Again, like the first book, once this book is sold out, I will not be printing more of them. The portraits are what Soft White Underbelly is all about, and these two books contain the best of all that work. Thank you for watching.
Orion, welcome back.
Oh, thanks for having me, Mark. It's really great to be here.
Great to see you again. I was thinking of doing something different this time. I'm going to throw some quotes at you, some of them well-known quotes from famous people, just to start a conversation and see where it leads us.
Sounds fun. I'll do my best.
So the first quote is from Marianne Williamson of the Course in Miracles books. Maturity includes the recognition that no one is going to see anything in us that we don't see in ourselves.
I think there's some truth to that. I am edging away from it, given the superlative, anything. I think it's certainly possible that people can see things in us that we haven't yet discovered in ourselves. In fact, that's part of what makes relationships important. We learn about ourselves in relation to others. This starts from the very earliest age in the rapport between an infant and a mother. Like, the infant doesn't even know that it is biologically or psychologically separate from the mother until maybe 12 or 15 months. We learn about ourselves in relationship to others because different people organically pull different parts of ourselves to the forefront while other parts of us recede into the background. That's why we tend to be different people around different people. It isn't because we're lying necessarily, though some people can lie. It's not because we're play acting or trying to be that way. It's just people naturally, some people make us feel calm, some people make us feel on edge, some people make us feel playful. And it's through that dynamic that we discover those aspects of ourselves. So I do think that it's possible for other people to reveal parts of ourselves that we haven't yet fully appreciated. That said, I think the core of what she's saying is true, which is you shouldn't really be surprised by an observation another person makes about you, especially a negative observation. And I think this speaks to the importance of doing what you might call shadow work. Shadow work is the process of looking inward and appreciating that there might be irrevocable darkness inside of you. That all human beings are capable, under certain circumstances, of all kinds of different things. I've learned a lot about this in doing therapy. I can't remember a time in over a decade where I've sat down with somebody and they've told me about something that they've gone through, and I couldn't say I know what that feels like. And that's difficult because people are subject to all kinds of negative emotions and all kinds of destructive behaviors. But I think what happens when people don't look inward and accept that there is at least that capacity for evil or darkness inside of them, even if it's not being actualized. As long as they don't see that capacity, they're subject to denying it and disavowing it, which doesn't actually eliminate that darkness.
It's more likely to come up.
It's more likely to come up under the guise of identification in others. in so much as those disavowed aspects of self don't really get integrated into the personality. That's only possible through the acceptance and the processing and the shadow work. What they do is they tend to get projected into other people or onto other people. And then the folks who haven't fully integrated and accepted themselves then seek to eradicate their own projected darkness by trying to destroy the object onto which that darkness was projected. And that's ultimately the source of the lion's share of unnecessary suffering on this planet, is people trying to purge the world of their own projected darkness. And it's easy to say what the solution is. Well, the solution is to look inward and say, well, he who without sin cast the first stone, kind of a thing. Like, are you really that pure? Are you really that good? Are you really that righteous? And to deeply accept with humility your own limitations and propensities for darkness. And that actually keeps you safe. It's the people who don't think that they can do any harm or can do any wrong that are often so convicted into the righteousness of their own perspectives that they create a lot of suffering for others in the world. So that's what I got for that quote.
Mm-hmm. That's good. This is a quote by Joseph Campbell. I don't believe people are looking for the meaning of life as much as they're looking for the experience of being alive.
I wonder if they're the same. So, when I was younger, I was very much obsessed with finding the meaning of life, as if it was something concrete and objective that was hidden out in the world, and it was for me, the sincere seeker, to go out and find it, like an adventurer trying to discover a lost continent or something like that. One of the things I learned about that is that seeking propensity took me all over the world and brought me into contact with many different kinds of people from many different cultures. And I had a plethora of different experiences. And I still never found the meaning of life. One of the things that I discovered is that when you're seeking, you're seeking. That is to say, when you're seeking, you're not finding. When you're seeking, you're seeking. When you're finding, you're finding. On some level, perpetual seekers are like hopeless romantics. They're playing this game of hide and seek with themselves on some level, or let's say an aspect of their own disavowed divinity. They're taking that and they're hiding it out into the world. And that actually invests the world with this sort of romantic sense of adventure. Like there's some real positive good out there that exists that is just waiting to be found, and it's findable, and I could potentially find it. Which creates this sort of passionate intensity, even if it's full of suffering and struggle and delayed gratification. That game of hide and seek can invest life with more meaning. And that's why a lot of people do it. But ultimately, again, if you're seeking, you're seeking. At some point, I made the decision to stop seeking and start finding. And what that, on some level, means is that if I kind of approach this from the perspective of like, if there is a meaning to life, it can't be located in any one particular place. Like, that wouldn't be fair. So many people would never come to that place. And so that would suggest that the meaning of life was just inaccessible to the vast majority of people. And it can't be located at a specific point in time for the same reason. So if there is a meaning to life, it needs to be experienced or approachable at any given place at any given time, which means I can do it right here and now. So I don't need to start, I don't need to keep seeking. I can start finding right now, right where I'm at. And that was a shift in perspective in my life, where rather than seeing it as something that was out there that I was missing, it was something that was right in front of me that I could come into greater awareness and direct emotional experience with. Does that make sense? Now, The quote was about the meaning of life and the experience of life. So I made an episode about this. It was called The Meaning of Life, I think. Maybe this is why you're asking me the question.
It is. I know your channel well.
Okay. So one way to approach the meaning of life is that life is sort of like Disneyland, where we all get to go into the park and have all kinds of different experiences. There are rides and concessions and lines, and there's kind of no right way to do Disneyland. Like, the person who decides, I'm going to ride every single ride once, like, that person didn't do Disneyland right. He didn't win Disneyland. You know what I'm saying? The person who rode the teacups 50 times, that person didn't do it wrong. That person didn't lose Disneyland. And the person who didn't go on any rides at all, for whatever reason, or just stood in line, you know, that was their experience of Disneyland. And on some level, we get to choose what experiences we have in the park within certain objective constraints, like maybe some rides are inoperable the day we go. Can't do it. Or maybe I could ride this ride, but it means I'm going to have to wait in line for 4 hours, which is going to severely restrict my ability to ride other rides. It's like you have to make those decisions, and those decisions are constrained by objective reality of your circumstances, right? But at the end of the day, everyone has their one day in Disneyland, and then we go home. And that's what it was. Like, if you rode the teacups 50 times, then the meaning of your life was that. Like, that was your time in the park. And we discover, in retrospect, the meaning of our life by examining the choices that we make as we move through time. I think that's right, which generally means that we can't noodle out the meaning of our lives alone in our room. It's not a cognitive decision. It's a retroactive emotional appreciation for the decisions that we made and how we spent our necessarily limited amount of time. And there's no right or wrong way to live. I know that can sometimes rub people the wrong way, but moral judgments like right or wrong are only really appropriate in the context of either an extrapolated moral ethical framework or a particular goal. The easiest way to approach that is, which is better, the mountains or the beach? Well, it depends on your goals. Like, if you want to go skiing, you should not go to the beach, right? That's the wrong choice, but only in the context of that goal. Like, the mountains have their pros and cons, and the beach have their pros and cons. And at the end of the day, if you go right or you go left, you still go somewhere. And that's your life, is where you go.
This is one of my favorite quotes from a professional wrestler named Eddie Guerrero, who has now passed away. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. I think it applies to everything. Business, relationships, everything.
Oh, yeah. So this will be a tough one, too. So, life is a nested series of games. We're all playing many different games simultaneously, whether we're aware of it or not. Game can sometimes rub people the wrong way, but I define a game as anything with a goal and a set of rules. What that means is that every game is defined by what you can and cannot do. Otherwise, it's not a game, it's just chaos, like anything goes. That's not a game. That's disorder. Which means that inherently, fouling is a part of every game. A game that where fouling is not possible is a game that has no rules, which is not a game, it's chaos, right? Fouling is part of the game. Imagine being, let's say, a basketball player and trying to play at the highest levels without ever committing a personal foul. It would not be possible. It would not be possible because you would be inappropriately handicapping yourself in ways that your competitors were not. And you would have to be so significantly better than them in terms of your ability to compensate for that arbitrary self-handicap. And you won't be that significantly better because at the highest echelons of performance, there are smaller and smaller margins.
The competition is so stiff.
It's so stiff.
The slightest bit of edge, and maybe that involves cheating sometimes, or something close to it, gives you the edge.
Well, sure, it's like, maybe in a foot race, the distance between like a Usain Bolt and probably the 500th fastest man in the world is probably like a couple tenths of a second at most. So, like, as you near the top spot, it's like approaching the speed of light. You need to expend more and more of an effort to actually produce smaller and smaller gains. And so a person who handicapped themselves in that way would not be able to compete at that level. They might compete successfully at a lower level, but not at the highest echelons.
Pushing the limits of what's fair.
And so the reality is that cheating, or let's say rule infractions, are a calculated risk. And there are certainly times in games where the potential penalty associated with infringing this rule is offset by the likely projected gain associated with doing so, or the loss associated with not doing so. You can approach it that way.
Excellent. The next quote is about risk. This is from Jim Rohn, the entrepreneur and author. If you're not willing to risk the unusual, you're going to have to settle for the ordinary.
Well, yeah. If you just do what everybody does, you get what everybody has. Yeah, that makes complete sense to me. So that means in order to be extraordinary, you have to be willing to deviate, often in significant ways, from normative behavior and values, which generally means that you become less aligned with the people immediately around you. I made an episode that just came out about this, which is the cost of living your own life. The cost of living your own life is the acceptance of others. You can't both be accepted by others and to live your own best life. Like, the two things are not possible. Why? Because the normative conventions are like buying clothes off the rack. Like, they're only going to fit you to a certain extent. If you want a life that is really built towards your preferences and talents and skills, it has to be custom tailored, which means that you're going to have to change or build from the ground up a completely new fabric for your life. And that's very difficult for people to do. It becomes very lonely. Like, we, I think, often inappropriately believe that we could tolerate social disapproval, especially at the level that it's capable of attaining in today's day and age. There's this really interesting study that was done a long time ago. It's so simple. Like, there are no rules about how you stand in an elevator. Like, there are no laws about that. But everyone stands the same way. So there was a psychological study that was done a while ago where they put like 4 Confederates in an elevator and had them face backwards, right? And the unknowing participant in the study, who didn't know that this was what was being studied, she thought they were on their way to the actual study. The elevator opens, the people are facing the back, and the researchers are trying to observe what the person does in that circumstance. And the vast majority of people would turn around and face backwards. Like, there's so many examples of conformity research that we know that it's very hard for a
person to deviate even from a consensus of 3 or 4 individuals. It's very, very difficult. Like there's that old movie, 12 Angry Men. Did you ever seen that?
You have a real talent for this. I hope you stick around. Feels good to work with someone who cares.